All right, I'd like to call to order this special meeting of the Council of the Corporation of the Municipality of Kincardine at 9 a.m. on January 29th, 2024 in the council chambers at the Municipal Administration Center. And we begin with roll call. Deputy Mayor Clark.
Present.
Councillor Blackwell.
Present.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Present.
Councillor Hinchberger.
Present.
Councillor Kennedy.
Present.
Councillor Pranger. Councillor Steinoff Gray.
Present.
Councillor Stewart.
Present.
And I'd like to acknowledge the presence of our most of our senior staff here, if not all, and a whole bunch of wise people, and also some members of the public as well. Councillor Steinoff Gray, please.
We would like to begin by acknowledging that we are meeting on the traditional lands and treaty territories of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which includes the Chippewas of Nawash, Unceded First Nation, and the Chippewas of Saugeen First Nation, whose ancestors were the first to inhabit, care for, and live on this land. We recognize and deeply appreciate the contributions that Indigenous peoples have made, both in caring for this land and shaping and strengthening this community, our province, and our country. As a public service organization, we are dedicated to learning and acknowledging Indigenous history and culture and are committed to actions that move us towards a journey of truth, healing, and reconciliation with the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, the Métis Nation of Ontario, and the historic Saugeen Métis.
Thank you, Councillor. I'd like to ask any councillors to disclose any pecuniary interest now or as it arises through the duration of the meeting. And just to provide some broad context for the meeting, we have a couple of delegations this morning that we'll hear. Then we'll head into the budget discussion conversations about focusing our capital and operating budgets to support strategic goals and, more importantly, promoting quality of life here in Kincardine. So it is our intent once again to have the Director of Corporate Services lead off our budget discussion. Council was clear about their desire to have a productive day-long meeting, but we will plan some scheduled breaks around 10:30, could be 25 after, 25 to, depending where we are in the conversation. But about 10:30, 12, and then we'll have a longer break at 2:30 before we reconvene later on. So just note that I am aware of that we're people and we need to get up and walk and get our blood circulating again. All right, so at this time, I'd like to welcome Murray Elston and Graham Mahood from the Kincardine Community Healthcare Foundation to the microphone for their presentation. Okay.
Mr. Mayor and Council, could I ask for an indulgence for just a few moments? Murray is the principal speaker this morning, and he's on his way but hasn't arrived yet. He should be here within 10 minutes. Apologize for this.
Okay, so I'd like to welcome the Kincardine Lions to the podium at this time. We have John McManus presenting with some support staff with him. Welcome, John.
Thank you. I'm here with fellow Lions on the committee for the skate park. George Ling and Ken Fair. So hopefully I get this right. A little history lesson, I guess, for some folks who don't recognize it. Back in 2011, we set out to make some major improvements to Lions Park at the Davidson Center. We put together a 10-year plan that's been a little bit delayed because of COVID. Oh, sure. Careful. Okay, that's been a little bit delayed as a result of COVID. But all those items that we had planned on executing have been completed with the exception of replacement of the existing skate park, which I think went in 2018 and is in need of some attention. So our plan is to move forward with the splash pad, with the skate park, and following that, reuse the existing pad where the skate park is. We've recognized that There seems to be, in our opinion, a significant gap in facilities that are available for kids, youth, 12 and up. And, we believe that there's like 2,000 people registered in schools here in Concord, and we estimate that 50% of them fit into that age group. So replacing the aging park will go a long way to addressing that concern. The proposed park is a 7,000 square foot park. We're currently estimating around $600,000. Original estimates were 500,000, and we've increased that as a result of a lot of things that have happened in our world. We've developed and agreed upon a charter for fundraising with the municipality. We've secured land use approval. We worked with the municipality for a siting option study. We obtained a permit from the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority. We've completed site geological and topographical surveys. And we have a conceptual design that was done for us by Drop-In Skate Parks. We've raised about 30% of the funds to date. We plan to continue with fundraising throughout 2024 and invite some proposals late 2024 with an aim of having the park in service by the third quarter of 2025. We've been relatively successful to date, I'd say, in developing community partners. I know you're looking for a 5-minute presentation, so I don't need to read them all. They're on the slides. I think folks have this information. Hang on. Is there a special spot to point this thing? Whoa. Okay, along with that, I think the Lions have got a proven track record as far as delivering on community projects. I think most notable are 3 projects that we worked with the municipality. That would be replacing the school crossing guards, where there was a funding arrangement with the municipality to help pull that off. Lions Park improvement splash pad. Similarly, there was a relationship with the municipality to cover the cost of that, and along with the playground replacement in Lions Park. I think those 3, the Lions Park playground, the municipality covered 60% of those costs. The Lions Park splash pad, municipality covered 40% of those costs, and the school crossing guards, the municipality covered 40% of those costs. So, I mean, our request going forward would be that we continue with a similar shared financial support for the all-wheel park. My goodness. This thing's going to go like 5 slides all of a sudden when it catches it, right? Pardon me?
Which slide would you like?
Okay,
on
there's a
the
slide that just says stealing a quote for 2 seconds, and then we go on to the next one. So this is really just, we believe, this is stealing a quote from Tony Hawk, is a pretty well recognized skateboarder. That, skateboarding is more than just a sport. It's promoting inclusivity. It's creating a community. And along with that is the next slide. Thank you for your help with the slides, and we're available for any questions you may have.
Any questions from council? Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thanks, John. Just one thing you mentioned about reusing the existing skate park. What are you planning to do with the existing skate park?
Well, I think initially back in 2011, we were looking at some basketball hoops in there. There used to be some basketball hoops in the area of the Davidson Center many years ago. Obviously, the best solution is to make it multi-use. There's lots of different options out there how that can be done. I think depending on
Okay,
what the surface provides for, right? I mean, the surface is, I think it's in pretty good shape for basketball anyhow. I don't know what other needs to be if you were to put other things in there.
I think a group's looking to maybe do a little something different, but that's something we have to decide later.
Yep.
When were you looking for an R4P? I mean, when are you expecting us to start to actually go out there and quote this? Is it next year? Is it the year after? Just wanted to know your sort of,
Well, we're hoping to be relatively successful, more successful, to continue with fundraising. So ideally, you know, later on this year, maybe the third quarter. I mean, all of this depends on fundraising. Unlike the other major project we had with the splash pad, where we went out and brought in several different contractors. We had one local contractor who acted as the constructor, and the rest of them were contracted underneath of them. This is going to be pretty much a design build. It's going to be like a one shot. We're going to go out and hire someone. This is how the skate parks are done, and they will manage the whole project. So as soon as we are confident that we've got sufficient funds, then we request proposals.
John, and by extension, the Lions, thank you for your presentation this morning. It is, continues to be a great part of our community, your project, so thank you.
Okay, and thank you. Have a good day.
All right, I'd like to welcome Graham to the front, though I realize that Mr. Elston is not here. We have had opportunity to look at the presentation. It's been part of our package, Graham. So we are familiar with why you're here, what the intent is. So in the interest of our time too, we'll proceed with your delegation.
Okay, thank you. The last presentation that the foundation made, I think, to the council was in December of 2021. And at that time, our target for our hospital foundation target was $12 million. And that was for the CT machine and for a major redevelopment and expansion of the hospital. And we also asked the township of here in Kinloss for its support. And we basically asked the two municipalities for $3 million, 25% of our target. And we've been very grateful for the support of both councils. And Kincardine, as you know, has pledged $600,000 for each of the past 2 years, which is half of the original $2.4 million target. We asked that continue $600,000 again this year toward the original target. And just to know how to work this thing, but let's go back to, first of all, just to report on the two things, the CT and the redevelopment. The CT is already in place. It's been in place for the last year almost, and it's well on its way to a target of 5,000 scans per year or more. It's extremely busy. It's an incredible piece of technology. And as far as the redevelopment and expansion goes, it's the problem, and the reason for it is because we have no space in the hospital for the very important services like the emergency department and the lab and medical imaging. And the situation is only getting worse, and this slide indicates just how much busier the hospital is going to be over the next few years. By 2026, it's going to be much, much busier than it is now. And already we're seeing that in the emergency department. And the redevelopment, you can see how it's from the one slide here, just how much of a difference it's going to make. Basically, the south end of the hospital is going to double and triple in size over the next few years. Yeah. And but something's happened since since the original request, and that is that the province has awarded operational funding for an MRI to the Kincardine Hospital. It's operational funding only, not, we have to still purchase the machine, and we still have to pay for the addition, a 2,000 square foot addition to house the MRI. And why do we need the MRI? Well, would you believe in Ontario, the number of people who get non-emergency MRIs within the target time is less than, it was about a third, 34%. And it's even worse in rural areas. And there's simply, you can, well, I guess I've got another slide here. This slide shows just the closest MRIs to Kincardine, and they don't even meet the provincial, the 34% figure. So the MRI is important. It's important not only for Kincardine, but as a regional machine for the entire county. And so we're asking the municipality, both Kincardine and here in Kinloss, since our target for the MRI is now reached $18 million, our target's gone from 12 to 18 million. We're asking the municipality to consider, again, the request for 25% of the funding. That would mean that Kincardine we're asking for another $1.2 million, and we're also asking here in Kinloss for another $300,000. And so that's where we're at. We really believe that the MRI is so crucial for people in Kincardine right now. To get an MRI anywhere is difficult. But here, you know, you have to wait months, maybe a year to get the MRI. The odds are you're going to have to travel. The odds are you're going to have to go at odd times of the day or night. And to have it here would be, frankly, a godsend, just like the CT has been a godsend. I mean, that's our request, that the municipality council consider not only supporting the $600,000 contribution again this year, but upping it basically to so that we can also afford the MRI. Thank you.
Thank you, Graham, for that presentation. Any questions from council regarding the presentation? Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. This is a huge financial burden for a small community, as you're well aware of. I mean, when I looked it up, and I got to thank my treasurer, there's 7,400 taxpayers in our community, of 12 or 13,000. So you're looking at roughly $500 per tax bill. That's probably more than what we have been charging the taxpayers over the last 5 years as an increase. So it's something we have to consider. I like the idea. The MRI is a great thing. It's servicing 140,000 people, but unfortunately, you're asking for a very small population to look after 3.6 million. So as a council, we're going to have to really consider this and everything else. But I'm hoping that you said there is some funding. Now, does this machine going to work 24/7? I mean, if you're going to get a machine and it seems to have such a need, I'm hoping that the hospital board is planning to run this thing right off the wheels, because they only last so long. After 10 years, you got to replace them practically. So are you looking at funding or having the funding for this machine to run 24/7?
As to how much it runs, that's really dependent on South Bruce Grey Health Center. They own and operate the hospital. The maximum operational funding is achieved if it runs 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, and serves 9 patients a day. And so it's entirely possible, because of the great need around the province for MRIs, that it will run more than that. But that's the minimum that it will be running.
Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation today. I'm very sympathetic to the state of healthcare, both in this municipality and the province for that matter. It's very important for me that I think we keep clear whose position is who's supposed to be in what lane here. So I guess my question is that, and I think a lot of people get the notions about who's responsible for what, but what they see and not necessarily what they read or write. So it's just, I think I understand that the role or the responsibility for primary health care and hospitals in the province of Ontario rests with the province. And I just want to check whether my understanding of that situation is correct.
That's mostly correct. The province of Ontario provides operational funding for hospitals, and it's substantial. However, it does not pay for any equipment, period, never has. So if we want a CT or an MRI or a bedpan, it's going to come from the community. And the other thing is for major capital projects, it only pays, it pays for the substantial portion of that, but not all. It deliberately holds back what it calls a local share that has to be paid by the community. And the simple rule is it's a 90-10 split, but the 90 being for the province and 10% the local community. However, that's 90% of the construction costs for the medical portion of the construction. So, but it doesn't cover like relocation costs. It doesn't cover any equipment that has to be, or furniture that has to be added. It doesn't pay for the non-medical portions of the addition, such as waiting areas. And so in our case, the redevelopment project, including the MRI, is almost $80 million. Of that, the province will pay about 62 million. It's the other 18 that the local community has to pay, and it's never changed. Like that, this isn't something new with the province. It's not something that they're treating Kincardine any differently than any other municipality. They just do not pay for equipment, and they always insist on the local share being paid by the community.
Thank you for explaining that.
Councillor Steinhoff Gray, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I guess the question I was going to ask is, because we know this is going to go for all patients in Grey Bruce, if you could help me understand why we only asked Kieran Kinloss and Kincardine to make contributions.
When it was just the CT and the redevelopment and expansion, we just asked the two municipalities because the vast majority of the patients come from those two municipalities. With the MRI, we are going further afield because we do recognize it's very much a county machine as well as a local machine. And we have made a presentation to the Bruce County Council for $1.5 million to contribute as well. And we will be looking for support elsewhere with other foundations in the area. We do recognize the importance of it to the entire county of Bruce and even beyond. One thing, could I just add too, that it's very important for patient care that our hospital's been in a mess for decades. The need for redevelopment was known 20 years ago, and it's taken this long to finally get a project, and it's so important now to follow through on it. And it means so much to the patients, but also to physician recruitment. We've already got like 4 doctors coming this year and perhaps more. And the reason they're coming is largely because of the fact they see the Kincardine Hospital really growing and expanding and becoming modernized. So, you know, we lose in so many ways if the project doesn't go ahead, because we will never get it if we don't step forward at this time.
Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you, through you. Sorry, my question was going to be on physician recruitment, but I'll pivot a little bit. Is there an end date of when the funds need to be raised or the province won't move ahead with the redevelopment project?
At this point, it looks like shovels will be in the ground in 2026. So we really need to have the commitments by then. The construction itself will take about almost 3 years, 32 months, and that's because it's a combination of rebuild and new build. And so yeah, there's going to be a lot of relocating of people during the course of the construction to keep the hospital open. So we're quite happy with people who, whether donors, whether it's municipalities or other private donors, that they donate over a period of time. But really, we're looking at having the support, the pledge, by 2026. And if all of the payments aren't in until like for another couple of years, that's fine, because that will fit with the construction schedule.
Councillor Stewart.
Just to wrap it up, good questions from the council. And, you know, I really believe in this machine, but I have to be careful of the finances. I mean, we put a lot of money into physician recruitment. I think we've increased it this year by 120%. And there's still myself and 3,000 other people without a doctor. So the last time I had to get an MRI, I actually had to go to my doctor in Burlington, and I got it pretty well the next week over in Hamilton. So, you know, I'm a little disappointed that if you're going to run a machine of this capability, that you're not going to run it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. you have a huge waiting list. Why wouldn't you want to run the machine basically 24/7? There's nothing stopping that. And we also need to get the other like Saugeen Shores and Brockton to contribute. It's unfair for us just to contribute the lion's share because everyone's going to benefit. I think you said 140,000 people, and they should actually contribute because we've been putting a lot of money into healthcare in this community for a fairly small population, and we've been helping out a lot of our neighbors too. So it's tough for me to support this at this kind of level. I like the concept, but I would really like to see some changes in 24 hours, more contribution from the county, even in Gray County, and just sort of help us out with this machine, because everyone benefits, not just the 12,000 or 13,000 people in this little community. Thank you.
Yeah, well, a couple of things. You're asking the wrong person about the operating the machine on a 24-hour basis. The foundation is responsible for one thing only, and that's to raise funds for the hospital. It's the South Bruce Gray Health Center that runs the hospital itself. And when I mentioned the 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, that is to ensure that the hospital gets maximum funding. And they did a study, a feasibility study, to make sure they could at least get that many scans to warrant proceeding. And the answer was yes, easily. So, that's the minimum. And as the volume will determine just how much it operates. The other thing is about going elsewhere besides just to this community and to this council. And I mentioned that we've already approached the Bruce County Council, and we've also got each of the other three hospitals in our system also has foundations, right? Wocket and Chesley and Durham, and they are going to be expected to contribute as well. So we're not just looking at Kincardine and here in Kinloss. We are going further than that.
Councillor Kennedy, please.
Yeah, through the chair, Graham just answered a couple of questions but I want to give some kudos to your committee and the great things that you're doing for our municipality, having a vision of looking ahead. I know I've traveled all around the country to have an MRI and at whatever time in the morning, and you're trying to get money from everywhere that is going to benefit, which I think is important, and I will be in support of helping you out with this contribution. Thank you.
Deputy
Thank
Mayor,
you.
please.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. Thank you for your presentation. It's been very informative. One of the questions I have is perhaps on the back of Councillor Stewart, who was talking about the expansion of the times in which the MRI could be used. Is there any concerns about staffing running the MRI or having adequate numbers or members of staff to do that?
Again, I'm not necessarily the right person to address this. I do know for the CT, staffing has not been an issue. And also, I think that perhaps what's happened in the emergency department over the last year or so is an example of that staffing can be dealt with. Kincardine is one of the success stories, right? It's the emergency department that stayed open, even when the other hospitals within our own system haven't been able to keep their emergency department open all the time. It's partly because we have such a dedicated staff. The doctors and the nurses in our hospital are determined to keep the hospital open and to keep it vibrant.
Councillor Hinchberger, please. Oh,
Yeah. Thank you through your mayor. I was going to say on a lighter note, although you didn't identify yourself as the primary speaker today, I think you've afforded yourself really well. The other is, as I listen to all this, I'm thinking that the root cause or the fundamental nature of it was a really great explanation of the funding model that you gave. And that the big thing that's changed over the past 2-3 decades is that as populations ages, healthcare needs change, sophistication improves, technology goes up, these whole overall capital costs, if they're not rising exponentially, they're going up in a pace that's kind of heading in that direction. And that's what's putting the pressure on really almost everybody involved. But thanks again for coming.
Thank you.
Councillor Prenger, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I'd like to thank you for the presentation as well and your answer to some of our councillors' questions, especially specifically, Councillor Hinchberger's question, because I struggle with understanding what we're responsible for and how far we're going as well. And so that was wonderful to get some confirmation, because I could not find a clear answer before. And while I've always wanted to support these initiatives wholeheartedly because I do believe we need this. I'll admit, I personally have gone to other hospitals than Kincardine on purpose in the past for certain things because I felt like we could get better care elsewhere. I want our hospital to not be that way. And I think this is a big step in that direction. And I too have gone to Owen Sound for MRI at 2 in the morning. It's not fun. This is definitely needed, and I wasn't expecting this level of detail today, so I greatly appreciate it because I can definitely get more on board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Just one last one. Maybe we can ask the CEO to ask the board to come and visit us at our next council meeting or one of the council meetings. I think there's some questions we'd like to ask them too. So would that be possible, or do I need a motion for that?
Can you just clarify which board you mean? please?
The health board, please. South Bruce House Board, hospital board.
South Bruce Gray, you know,
House.
the chairman or
Yeah.
chair lady,
Chairperson.
chairperson, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Is appropriate request? Absolutely. Yep. So it wouldn't be my understanding that we would need a motion to do that. I think it's in your book already. So thank you.
And I'm sure Nancy Shaw would be quite pleased to address the council.
Graham, Murray, thank you for your presentation. Well done this morning. You've given us a lot more diagnostic tools to investigate what we're supposed to be doing, that's
Okay,
for sure.
thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so we head into our budget deliberations, and I'd welcome it's our intent once again this morning, as I've communicated, that we'll start into the capital budget initially, and we'll deal with that sort of like the consent agenda, where we'll look at a department. I know there'll be some overlap where we'll have to cross the boundaries from time to time, but it's a bit like the consent agenda in a particular department. These are the capital expenditures. Are there questions that you have about one in particular? We will not address each line item unless you request it. And I would ask our Director of Corporate Services to begin the discussion. Ms. Baumann, please.
Okay, thank you. So through you, Chair. So there's been a report attached to this agenda. There's been a few updates since this report, so I'll just go over them briefly. We do have an Excel spreadsheet that's going to be tracking all of the changes, and as well as the changes that have been made since the last budget meeting that was in December. So as you'll recall, at the December 18th meeting, the draft budget was presented with a proposed tax rate increase of 7%. And since then, there has been a few additions or modifications. So within the operating budget, in the tourism department specifically, the BIA will be taking over the Market in the Park this year as a one-year pilot project. And therefore, in order to adjust the revenues, there's $10,000 reduction in the revenues that the municipality would have previously received as a result of operating that Market in the Park. And so that will no longer be included in the municipal operating budget. So that has been adjusted. As well, we've been advised in the Waste Management Department that BASRA has increased our costing for cardboard and bin collection from $21 per bin to $25 per bin. And this is the first increase that has been made over the last 20 years for cardboard bin collection. So the impact of this is just over $6,600. There's been a slight reduction in the MISIS department for a phone service that's no longer required. That's a reduction of $1,000. And as well as the Fire and Emergency Services Department, there was an adjustment for inflation for an agreement that we have, a contractual agreement. So when that was recalculated, that was a positive impact of almost $8,000. So what's not in the report as well is we received the renewal for health and dental and long-term disability insurance premiums. There's a projected renewal increase of 9.2%, which equates to $94,000 for the year. So our renewal date is July 1st, and the impact of that is just over $43,000. And only a portion of this impacts the tax rate, which is $36,000. And so that's an additional tax rate increase of 0.19%. So this is a scheduled renewal, but our insurer will be going out to market, and so that could be changing. But this is what we've been asked to include in our operating budget for the year. And with respect to capital, there's been two changes. So for the project J20 Bridge Master Plan, it was in the budget for 90,000, and the cost of this project is expected to increase by 30,000 for a total cost of 120. And that's funded from the Life Cycle Reserve Fund. As well, there's a project, as you'll recall, for the new EV charging station at Vic Park. So that was in the budget for 125,000. With a potential grant funding of 75%. So this cost is expected to increase by 95,000. The report says 35. That's been adjusted again to 95,000 for a total cost of 220,000. And I believe the reasoning is due to additional civil works and hydro upgrades that are required. I believe so. One, two. So after incorporating all of those revisions, the operating budget tax rate increase is now at 7.23%. The county's draft residential tax rate is 6.04%, and the province has confirmed the education tax rate, which is the same as the previous year. So for the blended rate, we are currently sitting at 6.08%. I just wanted to touch briefly on the Bruce Telecom dividend. There were some inquiries as to whether this dividend has been included in our 2024 budget, and the answer is no, it has not. We are still waiting for the transaction to be approved, and we expect a February closing date. So as mentioned previously, there will be a draft investment policy coming forward later on in this quarter that will discuss further how these funds will be invested. But at this time, there are no dividend or interest income included in the budget for 2024. So staff is proposing that for the next steps, council will review the capital budget. So I'll turn it over to the mayor.
All right, thank you very much, Director. We appreciate that report. So on your book or your program, whichever you're looking, we're on page 129. It's called Appendix B. 129, Appendix B, carry forward plus capital budget forecast. And we will be addressing the capital budget by department. Okay. Yeah, I'll start it. I was just waiting until everybody got the right page and squirmed and got their bottle of water ready and all those sorts of things. Question about process, Councillor Stewart?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Chair. Isn't it easier just to go through instead of by department? Because we'll be flipping pages back and forth. Wouldn't it be just easier just to go through each project as it's set out in the book itself? Because, we have to, not every, like the first one's clerk and then the second one's tourism and everything else. So I'm just not sure. It might be a little quicker for us if we go through it, but it depends on what the council wants. Thank you.
Thank you for that. The projects as they're listed in Appendix B are in the same chronological order as they are in the more detailed report. So we can just, like, if you keep your finger on where we are, you can flip those pages by yourself. But I think we'll try the department thing this year, and it's your responsibility to flip the pages at the back. So that's all right. Right, so the first department that we're looking at is the corporate services, legislative services there. Any questions about that? Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you very much. And through you, CCTV program sort of has to be monitored. Is this going to be monitored, just during the day, or is this going to be monitored? I know there's a recording on it, but are we just planning to monitor this, or is there going to be somebody in front of the screen, or how are we going to do that? Thank you.
That was a really good question, but if you don't mind, I'm going to suggest that's in the operating budget. I understand where you're going, but can you flag that and say, what effect does that have on our staff or time or stuff like that, if you don't mind?
Yeah, we'll tabletop it.
Okay.
Just parking.
Yep. Bring it back. Just. Okay. Strategic initiatives. First one is tourism. Second one is economic development. Third is planning. Oh, infrastructure. Okay, I'm sorry. All right. All right. So what I heard so far, corporate services were all right. There's agreement in principle for that capital budget. All right, infrastructure and development. So we go to planning, that section there. Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. It's a question about S1, the tree canopy replacement. I guess the question is that I noticed in the 5-year capital, the additional money is shown in 2025. I'm just wondering, is there a reason maybe we haven't received the developer contributions? And I'm curious as to why we couldn't attempt to tackle that project in its entirety in 2024.
Through you, Mayor Craig. So we have received the funds. The funds that are sitting in the reserve are related to 2 development sites down near the golf course and golf links. We split it into 2 just to spread it out over 2 calendar years, but certainly, I mean, if council wanted all those funds allocated to 1 fiscal year, that could be done.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I think in the future, if we do get some development funds from certain areas, we might want to consider putting those funds back into the area that the trees. So I'm not sure if that's our policy, but maybe Adam, you can help me out because, you know, there was a lot of concern about those 2 developments and the trees that were removed. Are you considering putting the trees back in that general area? Thank you.
So through you, Mayor Craig, certainly understand where that point comes from. The challenge with that is that, you know, those lands being redeveloped, it really, and being private property takes up the large, you know, footprint or mass of that. So we'd be looking at public spaces, whether that be within the road allowance, parks, stuff like that, where we'd be trying to rebuild our tree canopy.
Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Mayor. Some may have lost sight of it, but the Natural Vegetation and Tree Canopy Committee meets tomorrow afternoon, and I think we're very close to not only bringing a bylaw before council, but a policy on how we want to handle the issue outside of the bylaw. And once that is concluded, there may actually already be elements within the policy that might speak to how we might use these sort of funds. And if not, we can definitely make sure that we look into how council would decide on how it would want to best spend this money.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we have agreement in principle regarding capital purchases or capital expenditures in planning, right on. Total development services there. Right, we're moving on to environmental services, keeping in mind that these are self-funded through water fees. We have a page and a bit of, first section is total number G. That's on page 130. Any questions about water? Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. It's just a comment about G091, the Kincardine Water Treatment Plant, reservoir waterproofing. I would say that one is an absolute must. Oh, if you're wondering whether you have backing in principle, things related to drinking water, that would be one of them.
Councillor Stewart.
Thank you. This is an overall comment that we're carrying forward quite a large dollar value for 23. I believe it's around 10 to 12 million dollars. And a lot of these projects that we're looking at underwater are carryovers. Some of them are carryovers. We have to be careful, and you know, we need to at least acknowledge that we need to have these projects finished in the first half of 24, if at all possible. Because it just seems that, you know, the projects are important, but we're waiting almost 18 months to get them done. So, you know, it doesn't really reflect well in the public that we budget for them, but we're not really spending the money until 24. So I think it's imperative this year that we actually get a lot of those 23 projects finished by the end of June, if all possible. Thank you.
So I acknowledge that there are some scheduling issues. Would you like to speak to any of these, Adam, or one of your team?
Sure. Thanks. Through you, Mayor Craig. I guess through the month of December and then an update, I believe even into the new year, I did provide council with the listing of projects under infrastructure and development that were being carried forward into the new year. Within that, there are a total of 14 projects that remain that are deemed incomplete as of the end of the calendar year. And so with that, an example within there, there's 2 items under the fleet section. Both of those were procured within the 2023 fiscal year, but due to the timelines in terms of delivery. So an example, a single axle plow was actually ordered in the first quarter, but won't arrive until about mid 2024. It's just that long of a lead time. There are 2 large projects that are centered around development, Mount Forest Ave and Kincardine Ave. So chicken and egg, and working with those developers there to try and get to a point where we had agreements and we were comfortable bringing tenders and that to council. So those are both slated for construction this year. Certainly one of the big financial projects that you'll see is the Queen Street sewer main replacement. And the vast majority of that work was completed within the calendar year as planned. And so the remaining funds that are there are a combination of savings found through the contract as well as surface paving that'll take place in September of 2024. Beyond that, there's certainly some others, the water meter replacement program, and we've been working with that proponent since it was awarded. The hope is that by roughly May of this year, we're hoping to have that project wrapped up. A lot of that really comes down to, 1, their supply of the product, and 2, when they're able to come in and do it. Another big one in there for us is the Durham Street sewage pumping station upgrades. And so that project was awarded in the 3rd quarter of this year, but we're still seeing long lead times for generators as well as MCC panels. So, certainly point well taken. But I think, over the course of the last year, our group certainly did make good efforts to try and get things out in the first half of the year in hopes that we would get everything done, and anything that is there, I'm confident will be. And what we've presented to council, I don't really have a concern in us being able to manage that list either.
Yep, thank you. So we'll move, Councillor Blackwell, please.
Sorry, thank you. I have 2 projects within the water budget that I wanted to chat about quickly. One is the roof on the water treatment plant. Obviously, is that something that needs to happen now based on the age of it? But if expansion plans are happening at the water treatment plant, will that be something that can?
What number was that?
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. This is G057 on page 159.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Craig. And as I go through this, I'll call upon my managers too, if there's anything further that they want to add in. With the roof there, so last year there was longer than last year, but there was a review done by Garland Canada, and so within that they did recommend a number of roofs be rehabilitated. So we did do a number of projects last year. This was one that we were looking at, however, did defer it so we could understand, what the Bruce Power Water project implications may be. So any of the works that are proposed within that facility are within the guts of the building. So it'll be piping and instrumentation changes, MCC upgrades, stuff like that. So we're confident that the building footprint isn't going to be impacted. The state of that roof certainly needs to be addressed. They're having issues with that roof in particularly leaking there. So we would suggest that it is a priority project for that site, especially when you're looking at drinking water supply to the community.
Second question.
Yes, thank you. The other one I was looking at was L014, which is on page 205, which is the Elgin Market Building. I'm just wondering, it's kind of.
Excuse me, we haven't got there yet.
Oh.
We were still basically, I know we
Oh,
hopped
okay.
ahead, we were still.
Apologies. Yeah,
Still
sorry.
underwater. The G numbers there. Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Thanks for the explanation, and I understand that projects do go over. We just have to be careful, and that's right across the board. We have to be careful in all departments. Just wanted to go to G091. My fellow colleague was saying this is very important. This is the waterproofing of the roof. I just wanted to do a comment, there's a rock garden there that's very precious to the community. So let's make sure that we try to preserve it, or at least if we have to rehabilitate it, because we're getting a lot of comments, probably not positive, we rip up the rock garden. So the other question I have is one of these projects. It's G93. It's the filter number 1 lining. I'm trying to understand this because it says filter number 1 at the Kincardine treatment plant, but then it talks about the funding coming from BEC, which is the Bruce Energy Center. So I'm a little confused. We don't usually take funds out from one reserve to pay for another project in another reserve. I don't know if this is a typo or something that just need to take a look at G093, because the funds shouldn't really be coming out of the BEC, I don't think. Thanks.
Okay, all right. If you have the answer and you can tell us quickly, then that's fine. Manager, yep.
Through you, Mayor Craig, Councillor Stewart's likely correct that funding should be coming from water reserves and not the BEC. I'm sure it was likely me and not the Treasury Group.
So at this point, I'm seeking agreement in principle for capital expenditures in total G water. Okay. To what department would you like, Councillor? Strategic initiatives. F001, yes. Manager Fiozzi, this will be coming your way.
Just through you, Chair, I'm just curious because we have done a lot of work with the downtown dig, so I'd just like a better understanding of what we're spending the 230K on. Just given some of our other communities, I don't see any projects for anywhere else. So I'd like an understanding because it's looking pretty good. And so I'd like a better understanding on that. And while we're at it, for the 9662 Christmas light replacement, is there a reason why we're replacing our lights? That would help me.
Through you, Mayor Craig. So regarding the downtown beautification, we did receive a red grant last year, which is going to share some of the costs that are in this budget, but it does take the speakers into consideration, the wireless speaker set that's going to be running downtown Kincardine, banners, the seasonal lights, and wayfinding signage. So that's kind of packaged up in there, and it's specifically for the red grant to complement that grant application.
And the Christmas lights, please,
Yeah. So through you, Mayor Craig, so the other piece, the other one is on the Christmas light replacement, and those are the snowflakes that are around the light poles. We had previously thought we could restring them last year, and we were going to do part of them. When we put them back up, we realized there was more that weren't working properly, and so there was some conversations around getting some estimates around a different type and style of light, because that may be causing the problems. And so that's where we have the additional costs put in for the Christmas light replacements. The seasonal lights in the grant are different than the snowflake lights. They're the ones that are in the park in Kincardine. And so that's what that replacement is.
Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. I just wonder if there could be some expansion in relation to the Christmas lights. Does that include Tiverton then?
Through you, Mayor Craig, we do, we have put in funds for the Tiverton lights, and we will continue to, as they sort of wear out, we will replace those as well. So yes, it's part of our seasonal light, which is also in our operating budget.
All right, moving on to H.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I guess all I was trying to understand, I guess I understand that there's a grant and we don't want to lose the grant funding. I totally understand that. Was there anything that kept it constrained to just the Kincardine downtown? If you could just help me the terms of the grant, because that takes away most of my other questions. Thanks.
If there's a straightforward answer, then that's fine.
Through you,
Manager,
Mayor,
yeah.
through you, Mayor Craig. The grant was specifically for downtown Kincardine. After the downtown construction, we wanted to build it back up to a state that felt like it was, a welcoming and really nice place to come and visit. So we did specifically mention or have it as Kincardine.
I believe the grant had to be matching funds, Counselor, so we couldn't, had to match the funds that we got through the red grant. Okay. All right, we're still moving on to H, wastewater at this point. Any questions regarding that section? Counselor Stewart, please.
Thank you. This is actually, through you, Chair, this is actually aimed, I noticed that in the Treasury part, the operating budget, that we're only increasing the wastewater revenue by 1%. But we have a heck of a lot of capital projects here, and that 1% is basically, I believe, very little. It's about $12,000. So I'm wondering, why aren't we keeping up with the capital budget with the wastewater reserve budget? And, looking at these projects, there's 164 and 1.4 million. There's quite a few of them. So I'm just trying to understand, we have a 7% increase for water, but we didn't have a 7% increase for wastewater. I'm not sure who can help me out, or we have to park this one.
Director, please.
Through you, Chair. So yeah, we don't just increase the revenues by the exact rate of the rate increase. So it was 7%. However, we also review our actuals. So if we find that we were not meeting our budgeted revenue for 2023, we would adjust 2024 accordingly. So because we were under our estimates in 2023, we adjusted that for 2024. So you won't see a significant increase.
So to rephrase that, there was sort of a surplus in 2023. Is that what you're telling me?
No, so I'm saying that we projected the revenues for 2023 to be higher than they were, and because they didn't materialize, we had to lower our adjustments for 2024.
What I also heard you say was you keep an eye on the numbers, and the increases are based on both capital and operating expenses?
No, so for our utility bills, like when we make certain estimates throughout, when we prepare each budget, we're estimating how much revenue we're going to collect from our billing. And when consumption doesn't meet actuals, so if we make certain estimates based on what we think consumption will be for sewer and for water. So then when we prepare the budget for the following year, we look at what the consumption actually was, and we realize that we're not meeting those projections, and we adjust going forward. But it doesn't have anything to do with capital. It's only based on like cubic meter consumption times the rate that's approved by council.
I'm not quite, I'm a little confused. So let's put this in the parking lot. It's fine for the budget for this year, but I think we need to understand the revenue generation and the fee increases and everything else, because I think it should balance a little more than it really is, because we've spent a fortune on wastewater with all the things, and I don't quite understand, and I don't want to go through a big explanation, but we'll approve the projects, but for now, maybe we can circle back at that at another time to take a look at the generation of the revenue and everything, because I think we're under. I know you think you're over, but I think we need to increase it for future, because I don't know if you realize that Queen Street was a huge expense and we didn't have the money in the reserve. So I just wanted to say we need to park this and maybe review it later on. Thank you.
Yeah, the CAO has identified an explanation report sort of thing. So we can approve in principle total H wastewater capital expenses. Moving to waste management, L. Any questions regarding that department? Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. Now I get to talk about L014 on page 205, which was the Elgin Market building. Just kind of curious, it feels a bit like that project is asking for some direction in terms of whether we want to take the building down or leave it. And do we have any kind of agreement with the school noting that the building is on school grounds?
Through you, Mayor Craig, the building has been identified as there could be some structural issues with a corner sort of slinking and sliding away. So we're not looking for direction from council. The big thing with the Elgin Market building is that we do methane testing there from a previous landfill. So we would likely, in consultation with our engineering firm for waste management, determine if the building should just be rehabilitated or if there's an opportunity just to remove it altogether and look at alternatives for methane testing. And I can't speak to the agreement, but this would certainly be time sensitive that we try to get there, obviously in July or August.
Councillor Prenger, I think you're in line.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So, sorry, I don't quite, I'm not quite understanding. What exactly is the 10,000 request for then?
So through you, Mayor Craig, we would speak with our new waste management engineering firm to determine best practice, whether that would be to try to rehabilitate the sinking corner because the building has to stay for the methane testing purposes. My recommendation, if we don't have to maintain the building, would be to demolish it and remove it altogether, just for future savings that you're not looking at doors and roofs and things of that nature.
Okay, thank you. So it's to figure out what to do, not to do anything. Thanks.
Okay, yeah. So it's more for us, okay, Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Maybe this is a question for Adam. It's project 9472 Mount Forest Avenue servicing on page 182. Just want to ask the question about some of the financing. I'm a little bit shy when it comes to.
Councillor Stewart, you leaped ahead on us here. Oh, you leaped back again on us? 9472.
That's wastewater. Aren't we in wastewater?
No, we had.
Oh,
it
I'm
further.
sorry. We went right through wastewater. Can I go back? Thank you. Just wanted to ask about the funding and everything, because this is one of these agreements we were starting to talk about, that forward type agreement to get these developers to sort of contribute before it's all our speculation and them. How are we doing with that with OPF? Because I know they're, are we securing sort of the money, or is it still up in the air, and is the risk rate? It sounds like it's going to be ours for a while we're getting this project done, and it's long overdue. So just wanted to know, when do you think that the OPF and the other developers going to actually sign the agreements?
Thank you, through your, Mayor Craig. So both developers have signed the agreement. Within the agreement, they have, under the financial responsibilities, an opportunity to provide us with either a letter of credit or a cash deposit. And so we have secured a letter of credit from OPF and are working on that with the other developer. Works are set to start this spring and would be completed by June of this year. And then within the agreement, we would actually bill them for actual costs then at the completion of our work. So about mid-year, we would be billing them if they chose to go the letter of credit route. If they provided a cash deposit, we would have that those funds to work with and reconcile in mid-year.
Thank you.
Any other questions regarding section L, waste management? So we're looking for consensus on the capital projects in principle. Good. Moving forward. Stormwater. Consensus on those capital expenditures. Okay. So there's a total for environmental services. Well done, environmental services team. Good for you. Operations. The first is for road section. Any questions regarding any of those capital purchases, capital expenditures? Councillor Hinchberger and then Blackwell, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Well, as everybody should know, that all council meetings except for the closed sessions are open to the public, but this is probably one of the meetings that the public watches more than maybe any other one. Project 9150 Highway 21 and Russell Street intersection, I-013, the Bruce Ave reconstruction, which has implications going out to 21. And the Kincardine Avenue servicing, which although over at wastewater, does it well. So, and I know we've had some information shared with us before. If there's any kind of update that the Director of Infrastructure could, of Development do, could roll these three into a nice little package and what this might mean for the community, what this is going to look like, and do it in a way like you're talking not to council, but to the public. Thank you.
So through you, Mayor Craig, with respect to these three projects, Kincardine Ave, that work has been tendered. We're working on securing an agreement with the beneficiaries, so the landowners and developers there, to be in a position to actually sign the contracts there. Providing that we can execute on that, that work is scheduled to start in the spring and be completed by about mid-year, around June, or at least the majority of it anyways, from a servicing perspective. With respect to Bruce Ave, we have completed field work in that area using operating funds from last year to do that. So engineering is basically waiting for us to tell them that we have an approved budget. They'll complete the design, and our intent then is that we would tender it as early as we can this year with the hope that we would start construction about mid-year, say June, July, and have that completed by the fall of this year. With respect to MTO, we've completed land transactions with them for the road widenings that were municipal property. They're still working on that with private landowners. The last update that I had from them is that they're hoping to be in a position to go ahead and tender this year and commence the works at both Kincardine Ave and Russell Street. We're working on Russell Street with MTO on an agreement that'll come back before council. And that's for two components of that. One, to take a look at the east leg, so the stub of that, to construct it while they're doing their works. And so there will be some financial considerations around that. And then from a longevity perspective, us taking over the maintenance of the sidewalk in that intersection, being that it's their controlled intersection, there's some obligations to us. So those are forthcoming and hopefully coming to council in the next few weeks with MTO. And then they're going to continue to work on getting their land sorted out. So that could be a stumbling block for them. As far as timing, I don't have that from them yet, but I'm certainly pushing to try and get that clarity.
Follow up, please.
Thank you. And by the east stub of Russell Street, you're referring to east of 21, south of the Meridian building into the Smart Center lands that can further lay the groundwork for getting on with some combination of residential and commercial development in that area. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct, Councillor.
Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. Through you. I'm just looking at the breakdown of funding for Bruce Avenue reconstruction on page 216, project I-013. I'm just wondering, given some of the other projects we're working on, whether there's any developer contributions. I know realistically we need to cover the rehabilitation of the road surface, but whether the extension of sewer and water.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Craig. So there is the adjacent development with David Brown that is underway. The agreement there is that they're funding the cost to extend the water main. So the water main currently, or sorry, when they started their work weeks back, it was in the Wick Boulevard vicinity. So they have extended it from there out to their development. Anything beyond that with regards to rehabilitation of the road, changing its cross section to an urban standard, we've taken those on, and that's strictly due to the condition of the existing asset. That development has been hanging around for over a decade, and I can tell you that the funding models have changed significantly from the day they started talking to us till we entered into that agreement. Originally, the intent was that they were going to be covering half of the cost to upgrade the road. But being that we were in a position where I felt that we had an asset on our hands that needed to be addressed anyhow, the only thing that they funded was the water main extension. The sanitary sewer cuts between McCullough Crescent and Wick Boulevard. There's a section of public land there and an easement with a private landowner that when that development went in, they had that foresight to look at how they were going to service the Brown lands.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. Roads are very important to me. Being Ward 2 and Ward 3, I think we own the majority of the road surfaces, unfortunately, but we do. I have a couple of questions. 214, which is 9147, which is Tiverton Public Works shed repairs. And the other one related is, I think it's I-015. That's the roof replacement Underwood. Just wanted to, and this is actually towards Adam, we're talking about, I think we have something like 25 or $60,000 on a study to look at sort of pushing all our operation facilities into one. Is that correct? So should we really, I know that, I don't know what stage that's at, but you and I talked about that quite exclusively and, quite extensively back in the last term to see if we could consolidate a lot of stuff. And I'm thinking that maybe we should just push these off at least to the second half of the year and let that study come forward, because I could really support, I think that, infrastructure is costing us a fortune. If we could start to consolidate some of our buildings, we could be saving a lot of money. So I'd be really interested to have that study come forward, maybe approve the budget, but don't really do any work until we really see what's in that report. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Craig. So you're absolutely correct. Between community services and infrastructure and development, there is $100,000 that was allocated in the 2023 budget. So we did complete an RFP and have secured a firm that we'll be working with here in the first quarter to take on that study. I would anticipate we're probably looking at sometime early Q2 to have that report back from them, and that we'd be able to share with council. In regards to the two projects that you noted, 9147, so that is I'll call it a historical project that actually was in the budget from the last term of council. We did go out and get estimates, but also did a procurement process on that. It came in over budget, and so we did bring a report to council suggesting we park that until we complete the study. So it is on hold until that study is done. And I-015, certainly, agree with you to try and limit what we're investing into these structures until we know what the horizon looks like for our facilities. That's certainly reflected in our operating budget. We did defer a number of items within it that we felt we could push off. This year, however, though, the roof is leaking, and we're hoping to avoid, any further structural impacts or anything there by doing this repair.
Councillor Stanoff Gray, please.
Through you, Chair. I would actually I'm going to counter what you've said, Councillor Stewart. I would have a big problem with pushing out these expenses. One, when we went on our bus tour, one of my first events as a councillor, Adam, I believe it was you who said that shop is one of the best shops we have. The one that we have there, and right? So we're going to not do the necessary maintenance and let buildings become dilapidated, and that's our excuse for not moving forward with them. I also don't see a world where we're going to be moving different equipment that gets stored in the Tiverton shed back and forth from one consolidated location. So for me, this would be a big deal. We need to use the assets that we have properly, and we need to maintain them, because we know pushing out costs increases the cost of those repairs later. They come at a higher cost with inflation, and I'm happy to see that they're there, and I completely disagree with Councillor Stewart on this one.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Yeah, I think you misinterpret what I was saying. To be honest, all I was saying, we would approve the money. We just might delay the projects until after the thing. So you disagree with me, which is fine. I also like to make a motion. Sorry about this. I don't have anything, but something's come up since the budget. There was some work done on Lake Street down at Invercuren, and the Public Works and I have talked about it.
Just
Hold
a minute.
on.
No,
Yeah.
I was just about process. When we get through all this, there's
We'll
going
make
to
a
be
motion.
the opportunity for anybody to bring any capital projects forward. In this department, we'd like to add this. So we're just trying to approve this as it is, and we'll talk about
Great. And I'll wait till the end.
any proposed additions to capital budget. I should have mentioned that earlier. So you just make a note of that, CAO, so that we. Yep, right on. So we have a proposed budget for roads. Do I have consensus agreement for or agreement in principle for those capital expenditures? All right. Moving on to J, bridges, culverts, storm. Any questions regarding, section J? Counselor Hinchberger, please.
Thank you through you, Mayor. I'd like to move that council defer a decision on project J034, the Ward 1 pedestrian bridge 6 between Princess Street and William Street for a period of 3 months. If somebody seconded it, I'd explain why.
Deputy Mayor, please.
Okay.
That's weird. Are we gonna do
Can
that
you-
now?
Well, it's about an item that's in the capital budget. That's all I'm talking about. So, so can you repeat the motion, please, just for clarity?
I'd like to move that council defer a decision on approving a capital project J034, the Ward 1 pedestrian bridge 6 from Princess Street to William Street for a period of 3 months.
Director, please. We have a seconder. It's Deputy Mayor Clark. I need some guidance here about the process of deferring a budget item.
Well, it's currently closed, the bridge.
No, it's about the process for the motion, not the bridge. So what's running through my mind, Director, is that it seems to me that the councillor is asking for agreement in the budget, but a deferral of any work. And just pull, you want to pull it all out? So, okay, Councillor Hinchberger, just explain your
All right.
your logic here.
Okay, so here's my explanation. So the Blue Water District School Board was given funding in 2019 to build a new senior school. It's almost certainly not going to be on the current property that it is. One of the major uses of this pedestrian bridge is for students going from Princess Street to William Street and the KDSS site. I feel like we're making a decision here today based on something in the circumstances around it that's going to substantially change in the next couple of years. For instance, I just managed hypothetically, had the project gone ahead as planned, the new senior school was nearing completion right now, it would provide a whole different framework around the justification for continuing this work. And there will be another project later that has similar questions as well. So that's my thinking is that if we wait at least 3 months based on things that, delegations that we had at Roma, we know the board is working towards acquiring a site, these types of information, I think there's a high probability that there'll be more information about what the future is going to look like in a period of 3 months that would really better inform us about doing this. The other thing I would say, is that as far as safety is concerned, the situation's in a safe state right now because the bridge is closed.
Deputy Mayor, any comments? Don't have to, okay. Could I get a comment from our staff, like what are any implications of Councillor Hinchberger's motion? Like if we defer it and then choose to put it in, it's a budget amendment? It doesn't affect the tax rate anyway, so Director, please, if there's comment.
Yeah, so I would just remove that project from the budget altogether, and then if council wants to add it back in, we can just do an amendment after the time.
So do you like to make a friendly amendment?
To myself? I guess if I didn't, I wouldn't be friendly to myself. Yes, I would. Would you like me to restate the motion?
That would be a great idea.
Terrific. I'd like to move that council remove capital project J034 with the additional verbiage from the 2024 budget.
Seconder agree with that amendment? Sure. Okay, Councillor Blackwell?
Thank you. Through you, I'm wondering when we rediscuss this project, if we can also have an estimate of what it will take to remove the structure and rehabilitate the area, because if we aren't going to repair it, I expect that would also be a significant cost.
It would be subject to a further staff report, I would expect. Councillor Prenger, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I don't often disagree with Counselor Hinchberger, but in
Don't
this case, I'd say his assessment that a majority of people who use it, at least during the week, might be students. But I've recently had constituents approach me about this bridge, and they are not students, and they are concerned about it because they do use it and they can't use it right now. So I don't know if I'm comfortable with removing this from the budget.
Well, you get to-
Okay, thank you, Counselor. Any other comment, discussion? So there's a motion on the floor that we remove this item from the capital budget. All in favor? Any opposed? And that's carried. Any further discussion about bridges? Councillor Blackwell and then Stewart, please.
Thank you, through you. I'm wondering, on page 225, when project J020, which is our bridge master plan, when we're expecting to see that? We also have in here, further work preparing for Brownshill Bridge. So I'm just wondering whether we're expecting to have that, prior to some further decisions on all of our bridges, or when that will come.
So through you, Mayor Craig, first and foremost, I mean, with entering into the new contracts with engineering firms, we'll have to have that discussion with the new proponent in terms of timing. But from a staffing lens, the vision and our goal here is to have that within the calendar year before we get into budget preparation and deliberations for 2025. And that'll hopefully help guide us in terms of, you know, future decisions around Brownshill and any other structures that may be there. So, you know, within the first 3 quarters this year, we're hoping to have that, if that's, you know, technically feasible.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you, and through you, I believe, Adam, we did this in the last term. We did a bridge assessment, because we usually do it every 5 years. So if we have done anything like that, can you make sure it gets on the shared drive for everyone, so we're well prepared when we see the new one? Because I think we did one in, was it 2017 or 18, or we did something about the bridges, because we now have a rating for all the bridges. Thank you.
So through you, Mayor Craig, just for council. So every 2 years, we're required to complete, they're referred to as OSIM inspections on our structures that have a span greater than 3 meters. So that information provides us with the bridge condition index. So those are there every 2 years. We completed them last year for the most current ones. We've never done a broader master planning exercise that takes a look at, you know, the feasibility of either maintaining or considering a different fate for a structure. And in that, I mean, the process through consultation looks at realistically the impact to that road network and the users if, you know, if some other decision is made with it. So.
Thank you, Director. That was a significant conversation that's been had both at a couple of recent municipal gatherings. The harsh reality of municipalities like choosing, like, can we afford to keep this bridge open? It's not about well, it is about the traffic patterns. What does it mean? But the significant capital cost is really challenging. So. All right, so we've had the conversation about total J Bridges culvert storm. Do we have agreement in principle with the capital budget as suggested here? Very good. Fleet, section K. It's page 131 in the capital budget. Any questions regarding capital expenditures for fleet? Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you, and through you, 9278, which is page 231, it's to do with the new mower. It's a zero-turn mower. In the justification, you talk words, sometimes what I like to see in justification is the financial piece, because what's happening is we're buying a new motor, zero lawnmower for $65,000. It looks like we're going to be able to reduce contractors, but we still need to add a new maybe single person, or because I noticed that we're thinking of adding 2 new people for parks. So in justification, I'd like to see the finances to say, okay, the new motor, we get rid of this, we do that. And I don't see it right here. So I'm hoping that in the future that will be done a little bit differently, please. And the other one is actually, I believe it belongs to, oh my God, what's this one? K015. This is the big compactor at our waste facility. Just wanted to ask a question, and I'm hoping I get the right answer. Is this compactor that we're gonna replace as a refurbished unit, is that coming from CAT, I hope? Or who's actually, where are we buying this refurbished? Has it gone through the CAT sort of engineering or not? Because I worry about if it hasn't gone through the original manufacturer, what sort of warranty are we gonna get? Thank you.
Through you, Mayor. So this particular compactor, a company, excuse me, called Marcel out of London. They're a reputable refurbishing company that specializes in compactors. They do provide warranty on certain units. We would be looking for a unit that has low hours, that has had the majority of the stuff refurbished, so that, you know, ultimately it is more or less a new unit altogether. For the price point, it is still a significant amount of money, but compared to a new unit at 1.1 million, this would eat up a large part of our capital fleet allotment in a year. So going this direction would allow us to, you know, look at these units, inspect them, have our mechanics look over them, and ultimately we feel this would be the right route to go to save some money overall, and also lead times is a leading factor in going this direction. Some of the new units are 12 to 16 months out, is what I'm being told. So for our compactor itself, it is on its last legs. So we would be looking to replace this as soon as we can.
Councillor Stewart?
Thank you for that explanation. Just another question, please. I worry about, these are specialty sort of type of equipment. It's not something that we usually have 5 or 6 of them. You know, and I worry about the skills of the mechanics. I hope, you know, because this thing can't be moved that easily. I mean, you can't move it down to the shop and bring it back. Is there a maintenance contract opportunity with this? Because this piece of equipment, they can last for easily 20 years or so. Are we getting a maintenance contract too, or do we have the expertise in-house? I mean, these things are really a specialty type equipment. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Craig. So historically, with the current unit, we've certainly undertaken some refurbishment work in-house in the past. We do have, you know, our mechanics are great at what they do. We have also floated the equipment down, you know, to experts in the London area in the past too. So it would really depend on the nature of what we're looking at, along with, you know, how much work is on their plates. But at the end of the day, if we don't have it in-house, we would use the experts down, you know, down in London or wherever that may be.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see any hands. I'm wondering if we are in agreement in principle with total K fleet capital purchases. All right, it's 10:28. I would recommend that we break for 15 minutes for a rejuvenation of blood supply to our heads. So we're back at 10:45. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. We're resuming our budget discussion and the capital appendix B carried forward and capital budget forecast. It's page 132 in your book, number 1 in your heart, no doubt. So I'm sorry, that's an old movie thing or something. We're starting at letter Oscar. 13. Well done. Oscar. We're starting on Oscar 013 hydro service upgrade. It's regarding the airport capital expenditures. Any comments regarding that? Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. Through you. Just wanted to check in with staff. We have a 2013 airport strategic plan. I'm wondering if there's a plan to bring forward a report, kind of updating us on where that's at and the different deliverables we have for our airport services agreement. I'm just not sure that I want to move ahead quite yet with the hydro plan until maybe we have some of that data. I just want to, reply and then I'll perhaps make a motion.
And Director, please.
So through you, Mayor Craig. Yeah, staff can certainly prepare a report and, and speak to the status, what's been completed, what is still outstanding from that strategic plan work, as well as the current ASP and their deliverables. Just real quickly too, I mean, the reason this project landed here, we were in discussions with a potential tenant to build and erect a new structure there. And to be able to support that growth and development, hydro upgrades were necessitated. So we're going to continue to work with Hydro One to understand, the full extent of what that project would look like if we ever, ever needed to, even if council isn't able to support this year, because I think it's an important element that us on staffings and understand, what it's going to take to actually be able to expand at that site if that ever did come to fruition. Anyways, I just thought I would share that on the back burner, in a sense, we're still going to work with Hydro One to understand those full details.
Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. So based on getting that report, I'd like to remove this item from the capital budget and reflect on it when we have that report. Thank you.
Moved by Councillor Blackwell, seconded by Councillor Kavanaugh. Is there any further discussion? Councillor Stanoff-Gray, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I guess the only question that I would have before I'm willing to vote on this, so this would be a question more for you, Adam. Couple like small facts that I have that I wouldn't mind confirmation of. Like one, when the weather's bad, I believe our orange service lands at that airport. So if this is a mechanism that's going to make the airport more self-sustaining because we have more rental fees coming in from the hangars, I don't see our airport going anywhere based on, emergency landing, all the different things that also facilitates outside of what I'm going to call recreation. I would like to understand, one, what that looks like, and two, whether this makes it more self-sustainable, because we should really be gearing ourselves to make the airport a self-sustaining asset. So I would like to understand that. Thanks.
Sorry, was that a question? Okay. No, I'm sorry. No, I just you're writing it down. I just wanted to make sure that we had the right context here. That's all. Oh, no. Okay. Director, please.
So through you, Mayor Craig, yeah, certainly, Orange and other services are utilized there beyond recreational purposes at the airport. What I would suggest is we could build that into the staffing report so council could understand, what the overall uses of the site look like, and have some good data to present to you, if that's okay.
So what I just heard you say, I think, was the exclusion of this from our capital budget does not affect the operation of the airport in this year, in the current 2024 budget year.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So there's a motion on the floor, seconded. Is there any more discussion regarding exclusion of this from the capital budget? All in favor of excluding? Anyone opposed? And that's carried. Moving on to V. General, any comments regarding any of those three capital items there. Councillor Stewart, please.
Yes, I just wanted to understand, because I think the treasurer talked about $200,000 or something like that added on. Was that V002? And that's the EV charging stations at Victoria Park? Maybe we can ask somebody to expand on that. It seems to be awful expensive to put one or two of these EV stations, and I know that we can charge for revenue, but what's the return on our investment? Please expand, thank you.
So through you, Mayor Craig, and I'll maybe touch on both because there are two projects there related to EV, and just to give a full picture of that. So V001 is a replacement of the existing level 2 charging units that are in the municipal parking lot behind the bank area. So V002 is a new project. Those would be level 3 charging units, so fast charging units. And so right now there is a program with the provincial government called Charge On. Applications are due this week here. Corey's been working on that with a vendor. And so with that, there would be funding up to 75%. We wouldn't intend to go forward with a project if we were unsuccessful with that funding opportunity. With those two units that are proposed within that, they actually have the capability of charging up to 4 cars at once, or charging 2 cars with basically plugging the plugs together from each unit just to have a higher wattage rating to be able to charge at. The difference between a level 2 and a level 3 charging station, you're probably looking at being in the 15K range for a level 2 unit, and going up to a level 3, you're 100 to 100 and a quarter based on the information that Corey and I have learned. So when it breaks down between a level 2 and a level 3, a level 3 is for, people that may be passing through the community, have an hour or two to kill on their way to somewhere, but need that boost quickly. A level 2 charging unit is somebody that's going to be plugged in, and they may be there for 4 to 6 hours to get charged up to get to their next location.
Just to confirm, the 125 is the full funding amount for the 2 level 3 chargers, and that's 002. And I think I heard you say that it would be staff's recommendation not to proceed if we did not get the funding model or the funding provided.
So through you, Mayor Craig, just to confirm and correct it, it's 220, so 220,000 for that budget, and we're making application for funding support up to 75% of that. And yeah, staff would recommend that if we're unsuccessful in that funding opportunity, that we wouldn't proceed with that work there at Victoria Park.
Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. Through you, I'm just a little curious about the Victoria Park and why that's been selected as the only area. I'm just thinking about the number of events that we have there and how often some of those parking spots are used for things other than parking. Additionally, like the way you're describing the units, it's almost like you'd have 4 cars, so it would almost need to be in the middle of 4 vehicles. Would that not work better?
So just as I'm sorry to interrupt, but
That's okay.
That's really operational. Like we're just talking about the funding, and I'm sure we'll get a report about where, and we'll have opportunity to input.
Okay.
But the theory of purchasing these and the capital we have to expend, regardless of where they are, they'll be placed in a good spot in our municipality, but we'll try to stick with the funding model rather than the placement at this point. Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Yeah, it looks like the life cycle would have to increase by double almost if it's 220. But just wanted to know, is there a revenue piece with this? I know we're going with EV Charge On program. I'm not sure. Do we actually collect some revenue from the hydro being used at this?
So through you, Mayor Craig, there are different models available. There are models that we could have elected to run with where a third party would have recouped and collected that revenue. and they would be responsible for maintenance and upkeep of the site. The particular model with the vendor that we're entering into the grant application with, we would be eligible to collect that revenue stream for the use of the site. And what we charge, I believe, is up to us. I don't know the firm details on that specifically. That's something that would be a next phase that we have to look into.
Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Was trying to do the quick math in my head related to funding. So revised budget of 220,000, assuming that we're looking for 75% funding from the province, which by my math would leave a $55,000 contribution as compared to the 35 original. Is that correct? Okay, thanks.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
Councillor Prenger.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Respectfully, I think the location does matter. It matters to me whether I would want to approve this or not, because if we're not going to put it in the right place, then I don't want to approve going forward with it. And so my question about the fact that these are at Victoria Park, does this mean that you can only park there if you're charging? Like an electric vehicle is the only vehicle that's allowed to park there, so therefore we'd be taking parking spaces away from other vehicles.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Craig, no different than accessible parking spaces, or, maternal, paternal type spaces. These would be designated spaces for electric vehicles to park in, no different than we have in the municipal parking lot now. We've worked with a couple institutions, but primarily one being Ivy. So Ivy was selected with Bruce Power and the county and is doing a network project essentially. And so through that, there is a station that will be installed at the Davidson Center. And so with them, we provided them with a list of municipal owned sites, and this was one that they determined to have the best benefits to us. One, because it's accessibility, it's proximity to the downtown, and a number of other things. So those are details that we could look back on and share with council if they wanted that information as to why we came to the conclusion that that location was the best suited for us.
So we're looking for agreement in principle of the capital expenditures for general, total V general. Question or agreeance?
Just a quick question. Do we have to put the 75% funding, or do we, because we decided we wouldn't probably go if we don't get it. So that's sort of implied, please.
Acknowledged, yes. General consensus for that, those capital expenditures? All right. So that's the total operations capital budget then that we've just addressed. Well done. Community services, parks and facilities, section N. Any questions regarding those 4 capital projects listed? Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Yes, it is. Thank you, through you, Mayor. It's project November 12, trails ash tree removal. Just a solid yes, I would be on this. The question I have is about timing. And I think it's important. I wanted to know whether we're getting on this as soon as possible. But for instance, I'm a regular user of the trail system near my property, and that includes over near the Kincardine Golf Club. There is an ash tree. I'm pretty sure it's an ash tree that came down recently across the trail pathway near the 5th green. And I can't help but notice now that when I'm out walking at times, say when you get into a freezing situation, that you can hear the trees creaking, and I'm taking a mental inventory of which ones are ash. So there's actually some very real examples now where we've actually had ash trees come down over the trail network. And so I just really, not only would I want to approve this project, I would want to approve getting onto it ASAP. So my question is about timing.
Director, please.
Yes, through you, and thank you for the question. We're obligated to do it when we're not in bird migratory season, and so typically that is fall. I can share with you in Kincardine's case, we are a little bit lagging when it comes to the impact of ash trees. Many communities have already experienced the a significant amount of ash trees that have come down. So what we're doing right now, Counselor, is when we get those work orders, which we've received a few, staff goes out and removes those trees that are on the trails. But I can tell you my preliminary conversations with SVCA to this date is that we are obligated to wait until the migratory bird have concluded. My understanding is that is the fall.
Counselor?
I guess my follow-up is there's no provision for on a case-by-case basis under like the scenario, the tree's dead and you can verify that it's not actually being used by migratory birds?
Thank you for the question. Yep, there is, and we have been doing that. In fact, internally, we've taken, I'm going to say about 20 to 30 trees down already with our staff alone. It's when we start looking at trees that are impacted in a corral type of atmosphere when we have to be cognizant of bird migratories.
Counselor Prenger, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Sorry, I'd just like some clarification because I'm a little confused. You said that it's the fall, so we have to wait until fall, or we have to do the work up until the fall? Because it's my understanding that like Saugeen Valley does a lot of their tree removal during the winter. It's the best time to do it in a lot of wet areas, et cetera, when the ground is frozen. So if we're not allowed to do it, if they're allowed to do it during the winter, then why aren't we?
Again, thank you for the question. And I have done quite a bit of work with SVCA staff, and I've been I've learned an awful lot from them and have been most welcoming of the content. And yeah, I recognize that they probably have done some tree removals in the fall, but I doubt they would do a lot in the spring. And I would suspect, and I am sorry, I'm no expert, and I'm taking the lead from my experts at SVCA. In my most recent conversation with them about 3 weeks ago, they said, yep, we would need to wait until at least the fall. That doesn't mean we wouldn't get our ducks in order and do the RFP process, the tender process, to ensure that we've got a reputable company in place for that. And as soon as given approval through SVCA and they would project manage that, we would work with them.
Counselor Blackwell. Oh, I'm sorry, Counselor Stewart first and then Blackwell.
Thank you very much. Through you, Chair. Let's talk about, which probably don't hide underneath your tables. 9615, 275. This is Birchwood Public Walkway Improvements. The director and I had a brief conversation, and a good conversation, and I just wanted to confirm with the director that that conversation between Jackson Construction was done, and they would be more than prepared to take a look at 207 and put a rock walkway down there along the slope. So I just wanted to tell the council there's another option that I think the director and her staff will take a look at, to put a rock walkway. So it would do two things. It would prevent moving or removing trees on 209 Cliff, and it would actually reinforce the bank. So we're thinking of moving it over. One of the concerns that the director had, there wasn't anyone willing to do that when they started to go out there for an R4Q. But the Jackson group decided that they're going to take a serious look at it. So we'll bring those into the mix. Just wanted to tell you that so we can include that on our project list. Thank you.
So we are still just considering providing the capital so that somebody can do it. And I appreciate the information, but focus is providing the capital to complete the project. Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. Going back to the our director, in light of what Councillor Stewart has just said, does it still require the 20,000? Are you looking at, is that the upper end, or do you know at this stage?
The 20,000 previously that was identified to us, we have to recognize the fact that there's a lot of engineering that goes into this as well. We as staff internally have been trying to reduce this as much as possible. Initially, back in the 2023 budget, staff had recommended $45,000, and that was reduced to 20. What we've received from our engineering company is that in order to do the specs for the drawings, to do the RFP process, which we are more than capable of doing it, we're still probably looking at $12,000 to $15,000 from an engineering firm. That's excluding any materials to build.
Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Just based on what Councillor Stewart said, I just want to understand the scope of this project. The means and location of traversing down the bluff to the trail is now focused on going down behind 207 and not between 207 and 209. Is that correct?
We as staff are still going through our original course, and that's going down between the two properties, 207 and 209.
Thank you. Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. I just want to pop back over to the ash tree removal and the 60,000. Given that we're going to be waiting quite a few months to be able to start contracting out, is it worthwhile to expand that budget, do you feel, to actually start to try and get ahead of some things if the timing is so restricted?
Thank you for the question. Personally, I think it's going to be a multi-year project. Every year, we're going to be putting money in aside. This gives us a really good opportunity to do some mulch culling in some areas where we recognize the fact that there's an abundance of ash tree. In the interim, through our operating budget, I feel that we're able to maintain the work orders that we get in from the trees that are falling currently. Yes, I can appreciate the fact that there are members of the public that have identified that this is a drastic issue right now with trees falling down, and that's because it's just really hitting us in the last year or two. We recognize the fact that when the boar hits an ash tree, you're at least 3 years with it in the ash tree before you start to see an impact. And so as we're seeing those impacts, as we're getting those work orders, we're able to maintain those individual ones within our operating budget. If council decides they want to increase this, we certainly would just change the RFP to reflect that.
Councillor Steinoff Gray, please, and then Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Just kind of going back to what our directors just said. We did have a presentation relatively recently about the state of some of our ash trees. I guess my question would be to you, is the 60K appropriate? Because it sounded like we were in liability land if these things start falling while people are out there on the trails themselves. So I'd be curious whether or not you think that this is an appropriate budget to actually resolve the deficiencies that were brought forward in that report.
Thank you for the question, and through you, I feel this is a fiscally responsible amount that we're putting into budget. And again, I recognize the fact that this is going to be a multi-year project, being cognizant of everything that we have in budget, and yet we've got lots of risks and lots of our budget at other areas as well. I think this is a reasonable amount to get us a good amount done in our first year.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Sorry to come back to 9615. I have no problems with approving the 20,000, but I think there's some incredible sensitivity with the community here. So I'll ask the director, before you do an R4P or anything like that, can you bring it back to council, at least inform us, and make sure that we're aligned with what your plans are? It's just that there's so much sensitivity to this. I think we need to get it correct. So if you wouldn't mind putting that on your list, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Chainsaw.
So you got Mike's direction there.
Last one, I promise. It's just a follow-up to Councillor Steinhoff's Gray's question. While we're in this interim period, is this one of like the high priority items to use the Trailblazers program to have them actually out there identifying what might be very high risk ash trees along the trail network, and then we have a process in place to act on them?
Thank you for the question, and through you, we've got actually 2 layers of mitigation. We do have our Trailblazers program that has about 20 volunteers out right now inspecting trails. And to be fair, as much as they will have been trained so much as far as what an ash tree looks like, sometimes not everyone knows what an ash tree actually is. Our second level of mitigation is also with our volunteers, who are also out on the trails as well on a regular basis and have identified issues with trails. We rely a tremendous amount on our informed public as well through our work order program that have issued work orders. And plus we have skilled staff that have seen trees that have been impactful and need to be removed as well. So we've got multiple layers of mitigation. So I'm quite confident in the program that we have right now.
Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. I want to talk about a different project. So is there anyone else perhaps maybe that wants to touch on the tree piece? It's still, yeah, it's the bollards. So it's the next page.
Yeah, go
And
ahead,
zero
that's,
1-3 trails, bollards. My concern is just to ensure accessibility around those. I've seen some place where they've done bollards and it's like a gate, but the sides aren't very big for people to get around. Many of our trails have folks with strollers or wheelchairs using them. And so just to be cognizant and make sure that we're talking with the accessibility committee to ensure that all of our bollards are keeping access to the trail for everyone.
is there agreement in principle of the capital expenditures listed in trails section? Next section is parks. It runs, there's a dozen or so projects there running over 132, 133 in your book. Any questions regarding any capital expenditures there? Councillor Kennedy, please.
Yeah, through the chair, just, it's one of the carry forwards, the backstops cannot park. I'm just wondering, ETA, just hoping it'll be early spring or later in the fall when we do that, so it doesn't disrupt, playing. Just a question to start with.
Through you, certainly, we've expressed that desire to have those done before the ball season starts, and I've been told that there shouldn't be a problem with that.
Councillor Blackwell and then Stewart, please.
Thank you. I'm hoping to talk about the McPherson Park Playground Project P053, which is on page 316. So currently that project has a budget of 200,000 to replace the equipment. And I would like to put a motion forward that we double that budget to at least 400,000, pulling from the contingency fund in order to be able to create our first accessible and inclusive park.
It's a motion on the floor, seconder. Councillor Deputy Mayor Clark. Councillor?
Thank you. So in our community right now, not everyone has the same opportunity to play. I think that play is one of our core, perhaps not our obligated, but definitely one of our core responsibilities in terms of creating play space, recreation space for folks in our community. I know that play is critical to social, physical, and cognitive development. In many cases, current standards for playgrounds, through no fault of our own, of our staff, or anybody, but they fall short of actual inclusive and integrated play. Even in sections where playgrounds have inclusive or accessible features, they're often segregated, which cause isolation for those with mobility devices or others with differences. So the benefit of an inclusive playground and actually focusing some of our resources and time here is that we can design something that recognizes and celebrates difference. It can meet the physical needs of all children as well as any caregivers of different abilities. We have many seniors and grandparents in our community who do find some of our playground surfacing difficult to walk on. And we can do something that can engage all the senses, looking at hearing, vision, movement, everything that might help a child to develop or experience something. I'll leave it. There's a great quote by Susan Stoltz, who is a facilitator with Kids Included Together. And she said, if we consider how much children without disabilities grow as a result of their involvement in play, we imagine what another child stands to lose when they are excluded from that activity.
Director, would you like to comment on the proposal or give us some background on the plans for the playground, please?
Certainly, and through you, and thank you for allowing me to talk about it a little bit as well. Anytime we change a playground, it impacts our larger community, and we're very sensitive when we go through this process that we acquire a significant amount of community engagement, and that's through our caregivers that are taking users to parks, those with accessibility challenges. We're cognizant of parallel play as well. And so anytime I've been part of a large playground concept like this, it's several months of consultation And I would, in this particular case, I would do exactly the same. Coming up with a dollar figure is a dollar figure. And we take that, when we look at an RFP, we work on the dollar figure, which is sometimes different than what we do with a lot of other projects. And we typically, what we ask is for, is several renditions of what that, if it's $400,000 may look like, if it's $200,000, what may look like, as well as some components that we definitely want to be seen in that. We always ask for the companies to provide us at least 2 or 3 designs. And we as staff don't decide on those designs. We encourage the staff or the community to come out and provide input on a preferred design. So projects like this are all encompassing of the full community, and we would work in any capacity that council would like us to, depending on the dollar figure.
I'd like to direct another question to our Director of Corporate Services. There was a particular funding source identified in this motion. Could you comment, please, whether that is the, from your perspective, the preferred source of funding should this motion prevail, please?
Sure. So through you, there was a couple of options that you could use, and the other one would be the Community Benefits Reserve Fund. Those are the ARMO wind money that we receive every year. So we do have funds left over from that as well, if council wanted to use that. Otherwise, we really only have a few funds, one being the Life Cycle Reserve Fund, which we're drawing on for the most part for all of the projects, and the Contingency Reserve is the other option. So either of those 3.
Any questions or comments from council? Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Yes, through you, Mayor. Actually, that whole dialogue kind of beat me where I was going here. And I wonder if Councillor Blackwell, I'm fully supportive of having a fully accessible, in maybe even beyond playground in the municipality. I'm just thinking that the Community Benefits Reserve Fund 75 might be a more appropriate source of the funds than the contingency/capital reserve.
You'd like to make a friendly amendment to the motion?
Yeah, I'll make a friendly amendment to my motion. I'm happy for it to come from the Community Benefits Fund. That's certainly, I'm comfortable with that as well.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor, through you.
Concurrence with the,
Oh, yeah, sorry.
for the change in the motion.
That
That's
came
all.
before it's-
You can
yes.
still talk. You're welcome. to.
Yes, I'm happy with that. Can I talk? So my question to the director is, my understanding was the 200,000 was for an accessible playground. And maybe if you could just comment on, and I don't know whether or not you can, the scope difference in between, 'cause I'm certainly all in favor of having an accessible playground. I'm also aware that there's a lot of accessibility issues throughout the municipality. And there is merit in argument that perhaps some money could go to various other issues. So I just wanted to know really what the difference would be between a $200,000 accessible playground and one that's 400,000, if that's in your scope for you to comment on.
Thank you for the question. Through you, I'll do my best because there's a lot of moving parts that this could impact. What typically comes to mind immediately is the surfacing. So there's different schools of thought on what's considered accessible surfacing when we look at playground parks, and the ideal one in everyone's eyes is certainly the rubberized flooring, which is a poured rubber surfacing, which is accessible for many individuals and far more than any other aspects that are considered accessible. However, that increases the price significantly when you do a poured rubberized. And I've been part of projects where we've done a combination of both, where we've done half rubberized and the man-made wood chips. I know those man-made wood fibers many individuals say they're not accessible. They are deemed accessible though under the code. So, there's 2 schools of thought for it, but if you wanted to have it all rubberized, certainly would probably almost double the price in some cases.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's actually very helpful. So we're really, in your mind, talking probably about the difference in terms of what the ground is for as opposed to the equipment. Is that a fair statement?
Thank you. And through you, you are correct. When we talk about fully accessible though, you're right. It's not just ramps. It means we talk about parallel play as well, which increases the footprint when we look at a playground footprint. So, If that's the case, then we could be looking at a wider space as well. Those are really preliminary answers for you, and there's a lot of aspects that would need to be considered.
Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I bring this up because there's a motion on the floor that'll be voted on. Just from the Armagh Development Agreement, the municipality agrees to publicly acknowledge the contribution made by SP Armagh to any municipal projects. One of the realities of the environment that we're in right now is a desire to either control expenses or increase revenue. I see here that this possibility of the way to fund this is a way to grow partners who are willing to come forward and put some of their money towards sponsoring things that can benefit our community. So I think there's some added benefits beyond just this one particular project by doing it in a way that we're talking about here.
Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. Through you. So I have two points I'd like to make. So one is I think that the 400,000 certainly is going to expand the options that we have. I do agree that I think this is a project that we could find partners for. There are many grant opportunities that we could explore. So I'm hopeful that there are options there that I will be working really hard to try and find. The other is a bit of a difference between what an accessible park and what an inclusive park is. So based on spending time in parks with folks with a variety of abilities, under the guidelines, many of the things that are deemed accessible is anything at ground level that you can play with at ground level. So that's why you see so many things.
Point of order.
Oh, yeah.
Excuse me.
Point of order, you're expanding too much on accessibility. We're just talking about finances for now and whether we want to move ahead in finances. That's really up to the director to bring back what she wants to do. So you're sort of getting away from it. We could actually tabletop this or parking lot, but I don't really think this is part of the discussion.
So we acknowledge the value of the report that our director is going to bring back to us regarding the differences between inclusive, accessible. The challenge here is that we're being asked to substantially increase this budget, and we really don't have even though each one of us has a vision of what that is, none of us has the vision of what that is going to be. So it could be that we could offer the increase, but acknowledge once we see, like, just because we say 400,000, it could be that the project is not 400,000. It might only be 200,000, but include all the features that we need to have a fully inclusive one. So I don't mind personally expanding that budget, but just because we've expanded it doesn't necessarily mean that we have to spend the whole thing. Davidson Center Park was rubberized for a number of years, and it's not there anymore for budgetary and maintenance. There's a whole bunch of reasons why it's not there now. So it's not just as easy as saying, well, we're going to make it all inclusive. There's a whole lot of information that we need to receive from both Accessibility Committee and from our director. Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. My question is that we have spent considerable amount of money on a parks master plan.
Excuse me.
But this has reference to this. Let me tie it through.
No, there's some procedural issues. So
Okay.
you had asked me to rule on a point of order. So my ruling is that we were wandering too far into the operations side of the discussion. The budgetary process is regarding budget. So we will look forward. Yes, Councillor Blackwell.
As it's a capital project, I'm wondering if I can speak a little bit to the capital items that might be included in an inclusive park.
Those are items that will come forward in the director's report. I think those are it's the director's expertise that will identify the options and perhaps the community's inclusion in this. So, Councillor Prenger, please.
Thank you, through your chair. Am I allowed to request something be in that report? Or do I do that at a different time?
When the we're talking about budget at this point. So I suppose in the same fashion that we talked about what sort of EV chargers, briefly, yes, briefly, please. Okay.
I'd just like to request that the potential health hazards and risks of rubberized surfaces be included in the report, please.
Well expressed. Thank you. Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. Just to go back, with all the parks capital projects, I am concerned about, we could actually probably approve the dollar amount, maybe not. That's really up to us. But I'm worried about like how are these going to fit in to the parks master plan? And this is one of the things, because the master plan is going to tell us what. So maybe McPherson Park won't be the accessible park. It might be someplace else. So let's just be cognizant that we are going to see a parks master plan. So when we start looking at all these capital projects, we just might want to approve the thing, but come back and look at them when we finally get the master plan, which I'm going to ask the director, when do you think that's going to happen?
Okay, before you answer that, there is a motion on the floor specifically about the budgeting process. And though the master plan is part of it, that will occur regardless. So the motion on the floor at this point is to increase the capital budget for the, I'm sorry, oh, there we are. P053 Park McPherson Playground Replacement, increase that from 200 to 400,000. All in favor of the motion, please indicate. Opposed? And that's carried. Director, did you want to talk about timing for the master plan coming forward or anything, or just nod your head, say it's yes, it's coming?
Yeah, I can share with council. Thank you through you. Council will be receiving a draft copy by the end of February, and it will be presented to council in March.
So we're moving on to other capital items within the parks budget. Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Thank you very much. And through the chair, I'd like to discuss P051, the DC track refurbishment. I would like to remove this from the capital project right now, until we hear from the Blue Water District School Board and what the plans are
Would
going
you
forward.
like to make a motion?
Sorry,
regarding
that's my
that?
motion. Thank you. That we remove it.
Seconded by Councillor Hinchberger. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you very much. Apologies for that procedure violation. I have trouble supporting something where I don't know where the future holds, and much like the bridge that was raised earlier, there's a lot of implications in moving pieces here, and by removing it, I think we can get a better picture before we commit 300,000 to something.
Director, I'd like to refer this back to you. Can you tell us any implications that might arise from this, should this motion prevail?
Thank you. And through you, my only concern right now is the existing condition of the track. Come spring, we will have a considerable amount of users on it through the school board, through their training and through track meets. And in its existing condition, and you can see from the pictures, there are tripping hazards. So I would look for council maybe to have some timelines to that so that we may be reactionary with moving something forward.
What did that mean?
At some point, we're going to have to make a decision for this year about this track. And so there is a thin coating of rubberized on top of an asphalt track as well. If it means bringing the rubberization off that existing asphalt trail and it's only an asphalt trail, then staff can put on lines and it's an asphalt track for the season. I'm concerned about opening up a potential litigation if someone is injured on that track.
So though the capital might be gone, there would be some operational expenses incurred in a lesser degree. Councillor Hinchberger, please.
I guess, can I propose an amendment, and if I'm the second or the original? Okay, so I would like to propose an amendment that, just adding on to Councillor Kavanaugh's motion, and that staff be directed to remove the thin performance layer from the Davidson Center track and return it to its asphalt base. And my understanding is that there has been some discussion about this, and this could be achieved inside the operating budget of the department. It's, which is the,
Okay, so
that-
is there a seconder? Are you all right to expand that?
I have no problems accepting that amendment.
Okay. Yes, yeah. Is that friend?
That wasn't a friendly amendment. You're doing a motion?
Our clerk has suggested that it changes the intent rather than just the expense. We're also directing staff. So it is an amendment. So you need a seconder to your amendment, which is Councillor Steinoff Gray. Can you discuss the financial implications of the work?
Thank you, and through you. Certainly we can, excuse me, based on what we have in-house, we believe we can take it off in-house and put down lines. The other financial implication may be existing revenue that we do get for the few number of track meets. They may decide to go elsewhere for the track meet, and as long as council realizes that. I would not be surprised if we got some letters of concern that the rubberization comes off. I'm just providing that for awareness.
Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Trying to put a different sort of perspective on this, this is a $300,000 project to refurbish part of the track. It's not a full refurbishment. It would be $800,000, according to the estimate, to fully refurbish this. I've spent quite a number of time in the last couple of weeks looking at aerial photography of schools throughout the province in municipalities the size of ours. They invariably come with track and field facilities of their own. So for those who might express a concern related to that, I could ask them to imagine the scenario where we're sitting here, say 4 years from now, after putting $300,000 to $800,000 into a performance facility, when most of the users of which we're going to be gaining revenue that the director refers to are now out using a facility at a school. So.
Councillor Kavanaugh and then Councillor Stewart, please.
Likewise, and through the chair, I just don't feel comfortable operating in the dark when there's a bigger conversation here, and there's one major community partner that hasn't come in, at least not to in front of council and discussed, and at this point, I wouldn't want to go forward with something until I have a bigger picture.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. I'll support my two counselors and just sort of say that we built this for the high school, I assume, because they didn't have the property. And that was a great community service, but they're not coming to the table for now. But also, this is used by a lot of high schools outside. So it's really difficult for taxpayers inside our community to support something like this if it's not self-generating. And it definitely is not self-generating. It'd be hard to collect the 300 to 800,000 from the community. But we also probably need to park a few other things. If we're not going to refurbish the track or anything, we might want to take a look at the,
Stick
sorry,
with the
that's
track.
getting off topic.
Stick with the track. Stay on track, Councillor. So we are still dealing with the amendment to the motion, which considers taking the lining off the asphalt track with in-house. That is the amendment that we're discussing. The rubberized surface off. Okay, so we're still talking about removing the rubberized surface. Councillor Kennedy and then Blackwell, please.
Yeah, through the chair, you know, like I know a lot of people, you know, might not know these names, but you know, Andy Burgess and Kerry Houghton, who now sinks their life into training kids on that track. And I understand where my fellow councillors are coming from, but every time we stroke a pen, it does really affect a lot of people in our municipality. And it's just, I'm wondering if we do strip the track, can they use it for track practices, or is it just going to be off limits? I'm just asking those questions for the next year or two till.
So it's the functionality of the track should the rubberized surface come off.
Yeah, and thank you for the question. Like anything, once you start to dig, you never know what you're going to find underneath. If the asphalt is in good shape, I have no problems with, the municipality should have no problems with continued usage on that track if it meets the needs of those users.
Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. My question is around how much lead time we would need to get the track prepared for spring season and whether we have time to delay it or whether the decision needs to be made today.
Director, is it a long process to strip the rubberized surface?
Yeah, thank you for the question. We would have to do it after the ice comes out, as a majority of our staff are allocated for inside facilities right now. So we would be looking at, excuse me, beginning of May. It may impact some of the practices that start on that track. And I would be guessing right now, but we're probably looking at least a week to 2 weeks to take that off.
Right, so we have an amendment on the amendment to the motion that we peel the rubberized surface from the asphalt track. All in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried. So the new motion is that we exclude this capital project. Here we are. P051 track refurbishment, exclude that from our capital budget. And instead we strip the rubberized surface and use the asphalt as prepared by our municipal staff. All in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried. Are there any further capital projects you'd like to talk about in the parks section? Councillor Steinhoff-Gray, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I'm looking for clarification and I might be missing it. I'll just ask the director. I see where we have, well, we haven't moved out of parks yet. I guess the question I have is, for the washroom facilities currently with the Tiverton baseball diamonds, I know there was originally a project to repair the roof for the booth building / washrooms, and I'm just not, I don't think I'm seeing it. I see the Tiverton Arena washroom refurb, and then I see the splash pad. I was just curious where I would find that work that was originally proposed for the Tiverton baseball diamonds. Isn't the washroom supposed
Director,
to be being
please.
done though?
Director, please.
Yeah.
Through you, that the roof was replaced, I think it was beginning of last year.
Yeah, I meant the washroom, sorry.
Yeah, that's been replaced.
The washrooms were?
The roof was replaced on the washrooms at Tiverton.
Okay.
Balllands.
Okay, sorry.
Councillor Stewart, you had a question?
Yeah, P056 and P058, that's to do with the bleachers at this track and also the viewing area and accessibility. This whole track thing needs to be discussed. I think we're decided to park it right now and just refurbish it. I'm not sure what the council feels. Should we park both of these things until we really understand what's going on with that track?
Director, please.
Thank you for the question. This viewing area has long been on the list of areas for improvements from the accessibility perspective in their plan. Whether or not the rubberization is off the track or on the track, we're going to continue to have users use that track. And some of our users have accessibility issues, and this is their only access to getting on the track. I would caution council of not proceeding with this, as it does put us at a deficit when we look at our overall accessibility issues, catalog of issues. These are identified on them.
And a bunch of that viewing is for the soccer that happens in the middle of the field as well. Correct. Councillor Kennedy, you had a comment?
That was my comment.
Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. Through you, I think that servicing in order to have everyone be able to access the track is really important. People do use that walking space for a variety of reasons, and we have many athletes of various abilities. So I agree with having the access to the track. And is it possible, though, to perhaps reduce the scope of, like, I'm trying to understand, are you going to be paving the entire viewing area? Is that the current plan?
That was our current plan, but if council prefers we reduce the scope, we can certainly look at that.
Counselor Kennedy, please.
Yeah, through the chair. P064. I'm just wondering, event, what's that? Good?
We're still in 5A. They're not done with discussion.
Oh, okay, sorry.
No,
Go ahead.
no,
No?
you can go there. There was no other comment about, the accessible area, so go ahead and talk about the special event, picnic tables, please.
Just point of order, can we just, when we're, we don't interrupt, I don't interrupt other people, I'm just wondering, we go through the mayor, Councillor Stewart, I'd appreciate if we could just all do that, please, thank you.
So the procedural bylaw says that all comments come through the mayor. So I hadn't seen either of your hands up to talk about the accessible thing. So I was just addressing Councillor Kennedy's comment, but we can come back. Yeah, absolutely. Councillor Kennedy, please.
Okay, through the mayor, P064, picnic tables, event picnic tables, is there any chance, we could bump that up a little bit for 2 or 3 years here? At least this year to start with, just to get some more tables, a little more for all these events and different things in the parks.
Would you like to make a motion, Councillor Kennedy?
I would, yes, please. If we could double that for this year.
So we have
If
a
we have the
motion that
capacity,
the special event picnic table budget, capital budget be increased to $50,000. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Hinchberger? Councillor Kennedy, please.
Yeah, I just think, our tables need to be upgraded. I think for a long time, we didn't maybe stay on top of it as well as we did or budget enough over the years. And I think if we, start this process, we could get caught up here in the next few years. Thank you.
Could you explain the program, please, Director, about the number of tables, the extent of their use, that sort of things? Please.
Thank you. And through you, what staff is proposing through this budget request is that these picnic tables only be for special events. So in the past, we would have to remove benches from some of our parks. We have shifted our picnic tables in our parks to be a more robust type of picnic table, which is limited for staff to move because of the weight of them. This particular one is just for special events. So staff would move these from our park shop to where the special event is. My only concern with increasing the capacity is that we simply don't have storage space for a lot more. We would have to look with it throughout the community to see if we have some other areas where we could store them.
Councillor Pranger, please. Oh, yeah, we're on this motion, yes. Councillor Pranger.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So I think this is for the director. I'm not clear as to how many benches this 25,000 will cover, and if that's the number you want, or if you would prefer to have more money for more, or like, I'm trying to figure out where Councillor Kennedy's request is coming from, because if municipality could benefit from more than what you're asking for, I'd like to know the numbers behind that.
Yeah, for 25,000, we can get approximately 40 picnic tables. They do shorten their life expectancy when we are transporting them a tremendous amount, and that's why we're indicating that these ones would only be for special events.
Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Thank you, through your mayor. This would or would not result in the turnover of our entire current special event. No, that's not the answer is no. Thank you.
Councillor Blackwell and then Stewart, please.
The director was answering in a nonverbal manner, and I
Oh.
think it would help to
It-
hear it verbally.
Through you, historically, we've had 50 of them, and we've reduced them because of the condition of them and the potential harm that they may do from users on them, so.
So the follow-up would be is what do you anticipate from a municipality of our size would be an adequate inventory of special event picnic tables?
I would have to go looking because through you, the municipality of our size doesn't usually provide picnic tables to special events to that size.
Yeah, I think where I was kind of going is if I have to sort of rip the Band-Aid off, so to speak, I'd prefer to do it just all at once. that's where I'm saying.
So if we've normally had 50, you said, and now we're gonna replace 40, we're just about at our complement of picnic tables anyway. Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. Through you, it kind of got brought up there a little bit, but my question was, are these for municipal special events or for all special events? And if they're for all special events, historically, I don't believe we have charged for these. Is that something we're considering in the future, considering that we're replacing them all?
Thank you for the question. Through you, these are for all special events within the municipality, and no, we historically have not charged them to rent them or for us to transport them for them.
Councillor Stewart?
Thank you. Through you, I think the 25,000 covers us for 24, and I think, you know, getting the picnic tables, moving them and everything else. And yeah, I would recommend from now on, special events, especially non-municipal events, should be charged because there is a cost to taxpayers for these. So I think 25,000, I would stay with 25 for.
Councillor Kavanaugh?
Sorry, I was just going to raise a point of order. I think we're veering into operations at this point, and if we can just focus on the capital.
Point taken. We have a motion on the floor, moved and seconded that we increase the capital budget of E064 to $50,000. All in favor of the motion? All opposed? And that was defeated. Are there any other capital items that you would like to speak about? Councillors Prenger and Stewart, I think you had some accessibility questions.
Council President asked me to go ahead. It's just to do with 056 and 058 again, P. I look at this, you know, I look at this as sort of a Band-Aid. We're going to rip off the rubber and everything else, and we're going to do this. But, you know, it comes back to, I'm not sure if the park master plan, but I also would like to take a look at these two projects and say, if the school goes ahead with their own track, would we be changing that whole field into a sports field that doesn't include a track? I mean, we're not looking 5 years, 10 years down the line. And so we're trying to do things that will help us next year or this year, but are they really going to be important for the community 5 or 10 years down the line? Because I don't know what we have planned for that park long term. Because if the school is building a track, we might not need this track, but.
Would you like to make a motion, Councillor Stewart?
Yeah.
And then we'll decide. That's the best way to do
It's
it.
a tough one because you get into accessibility and inclusiveness. But I'm going to make a motion, and I'm not sure if it's going to pass, that we actually pull P056 and P058 from the 24 budget. Thank you.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Prenger? Councillor Hinchberger, would you like to make an amendment to that motion? Councillor Blackwell? Councillor Prenger seconded the motion. Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. Through you, I have two questions. One is the P056 is for the bleacher replacements. Could those bleachers be taken elsewhere if they are removed and replace other bleachers that may also be in need of repair?
Thank you for the question. And through you, yeah, I just wanted to add a little bit of content too about the particular bleachers is that our insurance provider has deemed these bleachers as a risk. And therefore, if we were to replace these particular bleachers, we could certainly relocate them. If a track was no longer there, we could certainly relocate them to an alternative location.
Follow up, Councillor Blackwell.
Yes, thank you. My other question is for the P058 section, which is if we were to reduce the scope and just have a path going to the track and a small paved section for seating, do we feel like that would meet the goals of the, I mean, it doesn't meet the goals, but do you think that that would be something that we could put forward to the accessibility committee as a reduced scope?
Yes, Councillor Kennedy.
Councillor Stewart, I just hoping our comments can go through the chair, please. Thank you.
Well, that's what point order.
Okay. We continue to be passionate about the things that we're interested in, which is an awesome thing. But as we discuss, when we keep the formality intact, it works just better. All right, where are we? Deputy Mayor. We have a motion on the floor. Are you speaking to the motion regarding the removal of these from the capital budget?
I intend to, but I think Councillor Blackwell was in the middle of either asking a question or waiting for a response.
Councillor Blackwell.
Yes,
Thank
sorry.
you, Deputy
Thank you
Mayor.
through you. I had just asked whether we could reduce the scope of the project that would still meet accessibility needs without being, paving the entire viewing area, given that we may not know the future long-term of the track.
Let me answer that. There's a process thing here. I'm going to take the executive prerogative to split these two motions apart. One specifically removing the bleachers, one specifically addressing accessibility. That, they're the same, but they're two different things. One of us might be interested in bleachers, one might be interested in accessibility, and you have opportunity to address each one. Did you want to respond to the scope question?
Thank you for the question, and through you, I think from a staff perspective, we need to take that back to, it's a little preliminary for me to say that, yeah, we could cut it back. My concern would be is what impact it would have to the users. So if, with all due respect, I would ask that we take that back to review it.
Councillor Hinchberger?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Trying my best to get us back into process here. I believe my colleague, Councillor Pranger, who is a seconder of the original motion, might want to help out in the direction you wanted to go.
Councillor Pranger?
Thank you, through you, Chair. I had a few things that I wanted to say, but haven't had a chance yet. So I was going to suggest something like you did. I don't know the correct process for doing it. If I can make a friendly amendment to my own seconded amendment, I don't know if that's possible. Or if it's not friendly.
About splitting them apart?
Yeah.
Well, I
can
was
we-
just going to do it myself anyway.
Yeah. For processes, is it better if I do it because I second it? I'm not sure how. Does it matter?
Need to split it apart.
Mhm.
You can make a,
So if we just make a friendly,
say that you're going to split them and pull the two.
so
So
you'd
the-
like to make that amendment to split the items apart
Yes. I'd
when
like
we
to make
consider
that
them for
motion.
removal,
Yes.
okay? And do we have a seconder for that motion, please? Councillor Blackwell, all in favor of the amendment? Anyone opposed? That's carried. So the motion now reads to exclude bleachers replacement and track viewing. We will deal with them individually. Deputy Mayor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. So a couple of points for me. I can certainly get behind supporting the inclusion of both of these into this year's budget, particularly if the bleachers are raising issues about safety. I think that just needs to be done. The accessibility and viewing aspect of it, once again, I have concerns not only about the user, but the length of time that any alternative for a track may take. So there is still quite a lot of use, certainly in the summer on the soccer fields. So whilst the track may be scaled back, I would still want to see that area accessible. Like, we're doing so much within our, I'll stick with the budget, sorry. So I want to see that area accessible. So I'd like to see both of those included in this year's budget.
Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, through you, and I don't want to be picky, but you can't talk about accessibility with PO 56. It's not mentioned in that capital project. It's PO 58, which we aren't discussing right now. We're discussing PO 56, the replacement of bleachers, correct?
Actually, the amendment that we were talking about was just the ability to, actually, we approved the amendment. It is just about the exclusion of both of them individually. So one is just as applicable to be discussed as the other, because we're having We did. Yes, go ahead. Okay, now that they're separated, the clerk wisely has suggested our discussion will be regarding the bleacher replacement. The discussion is entirely right now about bleacher replacement. Councillor Stewart.
Thank you. Just a question through you, Mayor. The replacement of the bleachers, it looks like the boards are in bad shape and everything. Is that the only problem with the bleachers? Like if we replace the wooden boards, would that keep the bleachers above the insurance claims and everything else and would allow it to keep going for another 5 years until we figure out long-term plans with this whole area? Thank you.
Even the structural integrity through you, it would be questionable. I think those bleachers alone are probably a couple of decades old. And in some cases, we move bleachers to other areas as well. So I appreciate the suggestion of just doing the boards. But once you start to compromise with bleachers, it should be the entire structure should be replaced.
Director of Corporate Services.
Sorry, I just wanted to add to that because I happen to have the insurance report in front of me. And the recommendation from the insurer was to install back and side rails on that bleachers. So they can't stay as is. You have to actually make modifications to the bleachers, even if they were to be relocated elsewhere.
So I bet you'd like to call the question, wouldn't you? I think so. Councillor Steinoff. Councillor Steinoff Gray. Actually, I can if I want to. Councillor Steinoff Gray.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I feel like you've already said it, but I guess in my mind are the bleachers that we're purchasing, could we look at like movable structures? Because if they're movable structures, then I'm sure we could find a use case.
Excuse me, that's not talking about the removal of this. That's the next steps. Motion is about removing the bleachers. What happens after that is not part of the discussion.
This is just the removal.
The removal of the bleachers. That's all we're talking about.
Not the removal of the bleachers.
Removal of the project. Is that opportunity? Does council need more information about what this project actually looks like than what is available in our package right now? We're running around a project that's worth $50,000. Though it has some implications to the inclusivity in our community, it's a tiny, tiny little thing.
Keep it. A motion to keep it.
We already have a motion on the floor.
I'd like to call the vote.
Call the question. Okay, it's been instructed by the Councillor Blackwell to call the question. So we have the motion to exclude park bleachers replacement from the capital budget. All in favor? Anyone opposed to it? So that stays in the budget. We also have a motion regarding track and field viewing area and accessibility to exclude it from the budget. Is there any discussion regarding that? Councillor Prenger, please.
Thank you, through Chair. Yes, and I had seconded this motion because while I am in principle very for improvements of this area, I do think it is one project where I'd like to see a bit more information before deciding on what exactly to do with it. It's not that I don't want to do it. It's not that I don't want it done this year. I actually think it should be. I've played soccer there and done many track and field things there, and I understand the need. I just want to know more about the project first, please.
Councillor Stewart, please.
I agree with my fellow councillor. Somehow we got to park this and sort of look, because right now proposing is the whole area. And we talked about maybe shrinking it, but that needs to go back to the director to come back. So how do we do this that we sort of park it, but it could be another budget item down the road after we get additional information? That's the question to the chair.
Well, that would be a budget amendment proposed through our council direction and our Director of Corporate Services to skillfully manage us through that project. So the motion on the floor is to exclude track and field viewing area and accessibility from our budget this year. All in favor of excluding it from the budget? All in favor, anyone opposed? And that was defeated, so they're both in the budget. Anything else from our parks budget, capital budget? Councillor Blackwell, please.
This is a small and insignificant question through you, but on page 332, there's soccer goals. It talks about it being at Bruce Avenue. The picture is of the DC fields. I'm just curious which fields will actually have the new goals.
Yes. Hi there.
Hello. Thank you, and through you, Mayor. It'd actually be both. That was a mistake, so it should include the flats as well.
Any other questions regarding the capital expenditures of parks? Do we have agreement in principle of the capital expenses for that? All right, moving forward. If we put our nose to the grindstone, we can have our capital budget done by lunchtime in like a half an hour. Can we do that? I'll tell you in a half an hour. All right, we're moving to facilities. Any questions regarding the capital expenditures? It's on 133 in the budget binder, and a different number perhaps for the projects. Yes, Councillor Blackwell.
Thank you. Through you, in our facilities budget, we have a number of capital projects related to HVAC, lighting, those kind of things. I'm just wondering whether we've been looking at grants and different programs that are available to us to potentially reduce some of those costs.
Through you, yes, certainly with the LED lighting, we have been successful over the last couple of years with some funding. As we find funding as well, sometimes it's difficult to budget for those because they are short-lived budgets or short-lived funds, but anytime we are aware of them, we certainly apply for them.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. Page 341-9581, conversion of parks and rec facilities to natural gas. I believe in that, but are we replacing new stuff? Is the one deep fryer and two stoves and one grill, one oven? Are they ready? I mean, I'd rather replace them when the end of life than just go ahead and replace them all now. I just don't quite understand. Because if they're only 2 years old, why we replace them? The savings is very little. Thank you.
Through you, certainly I don't have the years of those appliances in front of me. I suspect if staff had thought they should have been replaced, we would have replaced them right now. But this is kind of an easy win to get them converted. And certainly as we start to look more in depth into some of the elements of the Davidson Center, I suspect those will come to fruition probably within the next 5 or 6 years. But at this point, it hasn't been flagged that they are required to be replaced.
Follow up.
Another question, sorry. The other question is, I know that how do I put this through you, Chair? We lost a key person in the facilities. The manager left us in the end of August. This is one of the areas that unfortunately has a lot of carryover. Needs to be, and I know that you're capable, that we're going to get a new facility manager, I hope. But I'm hoping that the old projects from 23 will be put forward because we're really behind in some of this stuff. And I'm not saying it's a fault. I'm just saying that we need to, in 24, get these projects up and running before we even maybe tackle some of the 24 budgets. Because, you know, there's about $12 million worth of old projects that are being brought forward for 24 still, and those are all 23. So I'm hoping we're getting somebody in place soon and that a lot of these old facility projects will be completed. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And through you, I think the only comments, a couple comments I have in regards to the carryover is that all of them are through different varying levels of readiness, or some of them are close to completion, some of them are have at least started. And in some cases in the world of Parks and Rec, a lot of our capital budgets also rely a lot on community engagement, which takes time. Also, when we work closely with the Accessibility Advisory Committee and recognizing that they meet once a month. So we wait for those meetings, we present to them, we go back, and we can go back several times. So with that all in mind, it sometimes pushes some of our capital projects into a following year. Also, in some cases, I know for our buildings and specifically is there still continues to be somewhat of a delay in some of the equipment that we're ordering from at the supply chain. If we have specific HVAC units that we require, we certainly recognize that there is some delays. So I'd like to think for all of them, we're able to at least say that even without having the manager in place for the last 7 months, we were able to get quite a bit of them done.
Councillor Stanoff-Gray, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I'd like to look at 9561, the Medical Center Centralized HVAC Controls. This one is kind of,
Sorry, pardon me, point of procedure, I guess it would be. Since we're going to be talking about this, I'm just going to declare my pecuniary interest. In accordance with the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, I, Roy Kavanagh, declare general pecuniary interest with regards to items R9030, R9561, and R9564, which is the medical clinic conversion to natural gas, the medical center centralized HVAC controls, and the medical center first floor repaint for the general reasons concerning spouse's profession and income, as well as having a shareholder interest in the Dr. A. Kavanagh Medicine Professional Corporation. Thank you.
You can, oh yeah, you just wanted another muffin. That's awesome.
I apologize.
Councillor, go ahead, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. This one just struck me as odd because we're just looking at the controls, which made me think, is there any potential for warranty here? Like, I'm not sure why we're doing the HVAC controls and there isn't like overriding HVAC issues. So I was just, if you could help me understand whether this is an age of product or if we had an issue with the product that was installed. I was just curious because it just struck me as odd, if you don't mind.
This is, thank you. This is through you an enhancement to the existing HVAC unit there. So what it allows us to do is be able to maneuver the controls remotely. So it's going to be an enhancement and an efficiency enhancement as well.
Cool. Tell Mr. Councillor Kavanagh he can come back in again, so. Around the corner. Any other questions regarding the facilities capital budget? Seeing none, I would ask for agreement in principle then of the approved. Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm not sure where we went, so I'll have to come back. Through you, I wanted to talk about, oh, now I've lost my page. The project at the W.E. Thompson building to replace the door. Looking at the scope and possible long-term thoughts for that building, having it be identified as one of the possible surplus ones. I'm wondering if there's a smaller scope and repair that we can do rather than replacing the entire door frame. Obviously, it doesn't look like it's in very good shape, but is there an option for a smaller repair there? Sorry, this is on page 378, project number R106.
Certainly this one through you, this project was recognized early in last year that it definitely needs to be replaced. And I'd like to think that staff has presented to you the best fiscally responsible approach in order to fix that door. We have received a considerable amount of complaints from the tenants, certainly from an issue of not only aesthetics, but also safety. And so we went through a process of getting some quotes. This was the most reasonable quote that could be completed in the most significant time frame.
Okay. Is there agreement in principle then that we approve these capital projects? Excluding the, acknowledging. All right, We have the next department, which is the fire department. Are there any questions regarding the proposed capital budget for fire departments? Councillor Stewart, please.
Yes, let's pull 9052, and it's a comment 389, women's facility upgrade. This project's been on the books since 21. I've been through it and we approved it every time. I'm just hoping that this is going to be done in 24, please. My only comment, I don't need anything, but we can't keep it on the books forever. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other comments, I'm looking for agreement in principle then for the capital budget for the fire department. Okay. Excellent work. We have opportunity now for just a few minutes. If anyone has capital projects that they would like to propose to include in our budget discussion, and we're going to start with Councillor Stewart, Kennedy, and Steinoff Gray, please.
Thank you. And through you, we had some work done on Lake Street, and that's sort of the justification, but I just wanted to
excuse me.
do
No.
a
I
motion.
will make a motion
Yeah.
and then we'll come back to you
And
first
I
for
was going to do
discussion.
that. A motion to include in 2024 a $70,000 capital project to upgrade Lake Street down in Erie Huron.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Hinchberger? Councillor Stewart, please.
Let me explain. What happened is that the Lake Street is a single lane gravel road, one way, of course. We decided that we would upgrade the manhole covers. Most people didn't realize we had 13 manhole covers along that road, and some of them were 2 feet below the surface. So when we raised the manhole covers, we disturbed a lot of the bed. And we found out that, and we've talked, and I've talked to Adam, of course, about this. And we probably, over the years, somehow we've been adding gravel and more gravel. And some of the gravel standards way back 20 years ago were not really an A-type gravel. And what we're finding, we have more silt than gravel on the road. So it becomes a mud bath, potholes all over the place. It needs some work. Finally, what Adam has proposed to take about 6 inches off the road and to redo it with grade A gravel or some sort of type of combination. And the cost is costly. It's about $70,000 because you can't grade the road, and put it on the side because it's only one lane. It's a very small, tight road. So I'm asking the council to approve a new capital project for 24 for $70,000. Thank you.
Did you have any indication where that funding source might be?
Unfortunately, it will have to come from the life cycle because it is a road. It is it's a core item. We have to maintain our roads, unfortunately, but it would have to come from the life cycle fund. Thank you.
Director, could you comment on, give us some direction on this, please?
So through you, Mayor Craig. So in consultation with staff, and some of this driven by concerns from residents and communication with Councillor Stewart as well, for some time we've had issues with the quality of the surface on Lake Street. And so during the work that we completed down there with the raising of the maintenance holes to grade, we had staff provide us input in terms of what the I guess composition of the granular material, the quality of it was like. And while there is adequate granular material there in depth, the quality of it from the surface perspective is far too silty. The individual that provided us their opinion and has an extensive amount of experience in road construction outside of the public sector indicated that essentially what's there is going to create a poor surface when we have any wet weather. Drainage isn't great there. We don't have storm sewers. Naturally, water flows to the lake and being right beside it. So we had some discussions internally on how we could address that without making it an extensive project where we're looking at full reconstruction, storm sewers and all of that kind of thing. Beyond the cost, it may not be the most appropriate for the volume of usage and cottage country and all of that as well. So we're suggesting through this that we go in and we basically take out the top layer and put in a good quality material, compact that again, making sure that the water can drain away from the road, and then that'll help us address potholes that continually arise as well, because there isn't anything to really bind down there any longer. So.
Any further discussion? So we have a mover and seconder that we add $70,000 to the infrastructure and development capital budget for improvements to Lake Street, funding sourced through the life cycle reserve. All in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried. Councillor Kennedy, please.
Okay, which one to go first with?
Just
First,
just
I
the
know.
first, just the first
I know,
one.
I know. Okay, towards seniors, I'm making a motion to put $250,000 into the capital budget to build a new band shell at Dunsmore Park. You don't want any more of my talking now, correct?
Where would you like the funding to come from?
The contingency fund to start with.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Blackwell. Councillor Kennedy.
You know, I realize that, I think, you know, the director will let me know this is targeted for 2027. I just don't believe that we're spending enough monies on seniors in our budget. And Dunsmore Park, you know, maybe Victoria Park would be right there too, as the most used park by seniors. I just believe that putting it off 4 or 5 years will double the price. I believe we have a lot of projects on the go, you know, which could make this tough. But I believe we could hire a project manager, have the high school included, to build this for half the price that we'll build it for in 5 years. And I'm hoping council will consider this. Thank you.
Director, would you like to speak to this, please? Your option. Any further questions from council? Councillor Stewart, please.
Yeah, through you, Chair, I think we already have a project to look at this new band shell design. It's actually project 9644 and there's $25,000. It says new design, but you know, you're talking about a new band shell, which is, you know, either one or the other. We're not going to build both of them. So are you saying forget about this and just go right into a design build?
Just a minute, Director, can you clarify the intent of the items identified in the budget, please?
Thank you, through you. That particular capital budget item, Councillor Stewart, is for Victoria Park design, and that process has already started with a consultant. And we anticipate going to community engagement within the next few weeks. So they're two separate ones.
Follow up, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. And it's good to hear that you finally, you know, moved ahead on this one. But if you're talking about a new band shell, like, aren't we just replacing the one down in the other park? And, you know, we could incorporate and only have one. I mean, I don't think the budget can really afford two. So, you know, if you're looking at a new band shell, instead of having it down in that park, have it over in Victoria Park. It seems to be logical.
Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. Knowing that we have a number of possible projects in the works already, I'm wondering whether, well, I have two questions. The first question is, if we are doing all of the design work around a band shell in Victoria Park, is it possible that we would be able to do a second band shell down at Dunsmore Park with the same design? And would that save us money, or would we need to do a specific design for Dunsmore itself?
Thank you, and through you, what I heard last year at budget was the Victoria Park band shell was to be all encompassing the design of the actual park, the footprint of the park, and therefore staff are looking at the full footprint of the park and where it makes good sense to put a new proposed design for a pavilion or a band shell, whatever we want to call it. I'm not sure if council would want to have the exact same design in both locations, and certainly the money that we're spending right now isn't for engineered designs by any means for a pavilion. You may want to see something completely different because they're two different environments. You may want to see something more of a beach theme down at the waterfront. We also have to be cognizant whatever we design at the waterfront, wind tends to carry music or noise or whatever the case may be if it's windy down there. So I just share that for your information.
Follow up, Counselor?
Yes, I think you through you. I spent many nights playing on that bandshell. It's a very strong memory of mine, and listening to the Dunsmore family play. My question for Councillor Kennedy perhaps is, would you be comfortable moving this to 2025? I agree that 2027 is too far out. I'm just cautious because we do have so many other projects that we're doing public consultation on. To be able to do this perhaps justice, I would like a little bit more time.
Yeah, it would be. I just would be kind of interested in at least the consultation maybe happening this year, if that's possible, that council would consider at $25,000 to do that.
Counselor Hinchberger? Yeah, we might get there.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I share some of the comments from Councillor Blackwell. I'm a regular user walker down there. Completely agree that the area between the pavilion and the washrooms is, especially if we do a accessible park over at McPherson, is going to become more of an eyesore. I do agree with Councillor Blackwell. I'd like a little more time and information before swinging for the fences. But I would offer to Councillor Kennedy that I'd be more than happy to work with him offline. And if we had a good enough information, bring something back at a later date.
Is there a broad notion of when a later date, this year, next year?
This year, like I would expect that offline, recognizing the limitations on not achieving quorum, my colleague and I can spend more time having coffee down in our vehicles, looking at and discussing and gathering information related to Dunsmore Park, and bring it back as soon as possible. It possibly, very possibly this year. But
so I'm hearing two or three different stories here. First off, there is the desire for a band shell, which I would expect that part of the park is included in our waterfront master plan. I know that it is identified for a later date, and there's intent by council or desire by some council members to expedite that date, speed it up a little bit. So I'm not sure whether it is your desire to leave that motion on the floor as presented, or whether you would like to amend it for a different purpose within the scope of the waterfront plan, like for the consultation process or something. Like, it's your motion. You can decide what you want to do with it, but you've heard the conversation as well. If you would like to leave it as such or amend it, or anyone else's amendment, that's your prerogative. Otherwise, I'll call the question as it is and we'll see where it lands.
No, I'm fine with the amendment, working with.
We don't have an amendment.
Okay, so I'm gonna make an amendment. Is that what you're asking?
You can do that.
Okay. I'll make an amendment that we'll bring back a report to council at a future meetings in 2024 from a couple of members of council and staff on maybe some recommendations of a possible band shell at Dunsmore Park. Does that sound right?
So if I might just offer you some words. So what I just heard you say is there's the retraction of the request for the monetary inclusion in the budget. And you would refer this, the council direct this to staff for a more focused study, more focused report on the inclusion of the band shell. It might come next year, the construction, but, you know, it's not our job to generate the report. It's our job to direct staff to generate the report with our support, with our inclusion. But if you want to speed up the process, we refer it back to staff and get them to start the process.
Yes, that's good.
Okay? And do you agree with that amendment, Councillor? Or is Councillor Blackwell? Do you agree with that? Is there any further discussion about that? All in favor? Anyone opposed? That was carried. We'll go to Councillor Steinhoff, Correa, and then we'll come back to you, Councillor Kennedy. Do you have one request that you're going to make?
I have a couple, but I'll start with the first one. So,
Actually, I'm looking at the time. We will come back. I'm gonna call us for the break. We're gonna come back, have a conversation with some of us. It's 12:30. Staff has some things to do. We have some stomachs to fill. We'll be back in a half an hour after lunch. Okay? To finish up the capital report. So council is put on pause. Pardon me? All right, welcome back to our special budget meeting for 2024. We have significantly completed the carry forward and capital budget forecast projections, and we have some additional add-ons being requested. We begin first with Councillor Steinoff. Gray, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I'd like to look at bringing back project P011 Tiverton Ball Diamond upgrades. I think this was what I was actually alluding to in the earlier section. So this project was removed, and it was basically the reason for it was that they felt that staff felt Station Beach washroom facility would need more work and had more use. So because that additional work was proposed for that washroom, that's why we're moving this one out. But I do think that a washroom facility does need a proper washroom facility at the park is important, especially as we move the splash pad. So in Tiverton. So again, that was the project P011. It's
So we need some clarification because I'm looking through and cannot find.
it was
P0.
it says that it was identified as a 2024 project, but it was removed with the 5-year capital forecast and 2023 budget report.
That's the important part.
Councillor Hinchberger.
If I could, in the 2023 budget document, in the 5-year capital plan, it was identified as a 2024 capital project. In the 2024 budget, it's not listed as a 2024 project and is not in the 5-year capital plan in the 2024 budget.
Okay, so tell me a number and the project so that we're all on the same page here.
I'm actually not sure what it would cost, which is why I think I'd have to ask for. This is the dicey part. I know that the Lions are also looking at a washroom for the splash pad. I actually think this is more of a report that will have to come back for consideration in 2024.
Okay, so you're asking for a report from staff regarding,
Washroom facilities for in relationship to the baseball diamond in Tiverton and the future Tiverton splash park pad.
okay. Director? Do you need a seconder for that?
I don't think.
Councillor Stewart already had his hand up. Director, just comment, please.
Thank you, through you. No concerns. I actually had a conversation with Jim McTier this past weekend about that very thing. So happy to prepare a report for council.
Excellent, thank you. Councillor Kennedy, please. Oh, all in favor? Anyone opposed? No, that was pretty easy, that one. Didn't do the-
Okay, my first one is this where I would bring forward the SMART proposals?
Bet you'd like to make a motion, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Oh God, give me a second here. Yeah, I would like to make a motion that council consider one of the 2 proposals that were sent to them from the SMART Board of Directors for the municipality of Kincardine.
Which one would you like to propose?
Number 1.
Which is? Like we just need some specifics for the motion, that's all, so.
I messed that up. Number 2. Okay, I just got to open my notes here. So the one I was recommending was number 2. Sorry. about
Okay, which, a dollar number for us, please?
Just give me a second here. I should have asked you that question before. It's a 4-year contract. This option allows for spreading the cost over a longer period of 4
No,
years.
just the number. We'll get
oh,
into
just
the
the number?
details in a minute.
Okay, sorry.
What's the number?
The number is $1,000 initial payment would be required.
No, 100,000?
Yep. Plus a yearly payment of $50,000 to SMART.
Is there a seconder to that motion? so we can get it on the table for discussion. Deputy Mayor, thank you. When we get to it, yeah. Councillor Kennedy, could you expand a little bit on the request, please?
Sorry, through the mayor. SMART, since it got direction from previous councils, has been working on this plan for over a year to increase the service in the municipality of Kincardine. After a lot of work got put into this by a lot of individuals, especially Stephen over at the office, he came up with a couple of different scenarios here for us to consider. Okay. Yeah.
Keep going.
Okay. You know, option one, this option involves amortizing the total cost over 1 year to recuperate the totality of the cost. An initial $180,000 would be provided to Soggy Mobility to cover the vehicle purchase, which I believe we would own in correspondence with Stephen. For the remaining $70,000 as well as normal ride fees, we propose a cost of $250 per kilometer. This approach may be sustainable if the municipality is ready to make a full investment in the immediate enhancement of accessible transportation services. Number two, the one that I recommend, was a 4-year contract. This option allows for spreading the cost over a longer period of 4 years. An initial payment of $100,000 would be required. The cost per kilometer for the first year would be $250 per kilometer. For the remaining 3 years, there would be a yearly payment of $50,000 to SMART. The per kilometer cost would be dynamically adjusted to ensure full recovery of the vehicle's value and assorted costs over the contract period. This plan provides the flexibility for the municipality and smooths the impact on budget allocations. Okay.
So the intent of that is to purchase a fully accessible vehicle, provide a full-time driver for enhanced SMART service within the municipality of Kincardine. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is accurate. Yep.
Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. And thank you to Councillor Kennedy for bringing this to the council table. I certainly am in support of the expansion of SMART. I do think we probably need a little bit more information in relation to this. The proposal seems to be the purchase of a vehicle, but it's still uncertain as to whether that would remain a municipal asset. So I think my my recommendation, I perhaps will propose a friendly amendment, is that we look at we direct staff to come back with a full report assessing effectively the proposal put forward by SMART, because we haven't had a staff report, and it's very difficult to make a decision in a bit of a vacuum as to, one, whether there's confirmation that this is a vehicle purchase for the municipality and whether that makes fiscal and economical sense to do it in that manner. But I have to say, and I emphasize the fact that I do support the expansion of SMART. I think it was cut back sort of just before COVID or during COVID. And as a result, the service has become significantly more limited as to what it was pre-COVID. So all in favor of that, but I would need before that further information in relation to this motion.
So you're proposing that there be a more in-depth staff report as a friendly amendment to the motion?
I am.
Councillor Kennedy, are you in support of that amendment?
Yes, I am. Can I just add one thing? There is a Bruce County transit study that's being reviewed right now too, that might be important information to study along with this.
Do you want to speak to any of this? Okay. Are there any questions from council regarding the amended motion? Yes, Councillor Stanoff, great.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Just off of some of the information we received from Roma, I'm looking at my CAO. Would it be appropriate to also include the potential of the inclusive grant that we learned of that applies $60K to increasing accessibility? Is that something we could apply for with this?
It's possible, although if it's smart doing the purchasing, it's possible that it'd be something that they would be applying for.
Counselor Stewart, please.
Yes, I can support the friendly amendment to it because this needs to be studied a little more. To have a vehicle exclusively for King Garden. I'd really like to see the numbers and everything else, especially if we're gonna have to do capital. So I agree. Let's send it off to the staff in SMART and let them come back to us. Thank you.
Counselor Hinchberger, please.
Thank you, through your mayor. I also support Deputy Mayor Clark's proposal. Just to put it in perspective, I sit and it isn't lost on me that we spend $270,000 a year as a net deficit for the airport. And if we're trying to think of what ways we might choose to spend $270,000 in support of our community, I think it's absolutely a possible option would be towards Saugeen Mobility and Regional Transport, or even a slight expansion of the program where it goes maintaining its accessibility component of it, but also reaching in a little beyond that into other transit. So.
All in favor of the motion? Anyone opposed? That's carried. Counselor Stanoff Gray, please. Do you have another one? Counselor Kennedy?
Yeah, last one. Oh, sorry. Yes. Oh, go ahead.
Did you have one, Counselor? Deputy Mayor?
I do, but
Okay, where you go?
okay, so, this, the motions I'm about to bring to council are really from the Accessibility Committee. And if I can just bring it up. I'd like to have, put forward a motion, that there is a staff report concerning the updating of all municipal crosswalks to make them fully accessible. And I think one of the concerns has been whether or not we can have sort of a beeper system. And I'm not sure that I have the correct terminology. But I would like to have a staff report as to, yeah, thanks. I'd like to know both just costing, what we're looking at for that, and have to, sorry.
Is there a seconder for that motion regarding a staff report? Counselor Kavanaugh? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor. Just
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to know a little bit more about what the cost really is of that and how feasible that is to get done. So that's why I'm asking for the report in relation to that.
Any more discussion? All in favor? Counselor Kennedy, you have another one?
One more, sorry, through the chair. Just making a motion to put aside $50,000 for a future outdoor pickleball courts, wherever they might end up in the municipality. Okay, so.
The mover is seconded by Counselor Kavanaugh.
Yep.
Counselor Kennedy, please.
Yeah, just I think in the next 2 or 3 years, I'm hoping we can, once we get our recreation plan, we can decide.
Okay.
What's that?
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay, we can decide where the best place would be to put some pickleball courts. I just think it's important for seniors to know that that's something that we're thinking about, and we'd like to get done here in the next 2 or 3 years somewhere. And I'd just like to put a little bit of money aside to start that process. Thank you.
And would you suggest that that funding would come from where?
The contingency fund, sorry.
So is that, I understand what you're saying, but I'm wondering whether that is a reserve fund issue or whether it is a increase. Maybe I can get some direction from our director.
Through you, Chair. So if you're raising additional funds to set aside for the pickleball courts, then that would be in the operating budget as a transfer to reserve funds. So it would affect the tax rate. That's similar to what we do with a couple of the items we have in there, like the DC pool study, the landfill reserve fund transfer that we have. So that's if we're specifically going to be raising funds to earmark for that project. If you just want to reserve money in one of the existing reserve funds for that project, I guess that's a different thing. You wouldn't necessarily need to put that through the operating budget, but that's just then earmarking those funds for that use.
Right.
So it's quick and easy to put it through a reserve, but I'm not sure that it's good financial planning to do that, or whether we should acknowledge it for what it is, an expense to the taxpayers. So, okay, we'll make, please make the distinction which you would prefer.
Yeah, I'd like it earmark it, your second thing there to set aside in that fund, please.
Sorry, did you mean from a reserve fund or on the operating, a tax rate increase?
Not an operating tax increase, no.
Director, please.
So for that, could I suggest the Community Benefits Reserve Fund again?
Okay, thank you. Comments, Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Thank you very much. This is something that Councillor Kennedy brought to my attention and something that I wholeheartedly support. Last year, we had 3 delegations come and present to us. We had the Tiverton Lions raising money for their splash pad. They completed that and we gave pre-budget approval in December of this past year. We had the All-Wheel Park for the Kincardine Lions come forward and present this morning. And I look at pickleball, there was a report that came out, which was the third group that presented. There was a report that came out in here on Kinloss, our neighboring staff, and they said that it would cost for new courts, brand new, they were looking at about 200,000. So I feel that a 50K commitment on behalf of this council should hopefully motivate that group and suggest that this is something we're serious about and encourage them to continue their work fundraising so that we can get this sooner rather than later.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Through you, Chair, I can't support this. We actually had a great delegation from them and we actually opened up an account. We had this donation thing all ready to lay out and we actually closed it, I believe. Is that correct? We closed their account. You know, they had a whole year. They haven't put a cent towards this. I'm trying to figure out where the community support is for this. Then you're asking the taxpayers that are non-pickleball player to play for this. I just can't support this. I mean, at least in being a line and in the splash pad, you know, we went out to the community and raised the $330,000. So to put money into something that I can't get the community even put the first $10,000, I can't support that. Sorry.
Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I might be putting words into Councillor Kennedy's mouth, but I think what we're trying to do here is signaling intent. It's not actually to commit. And I guess my question might be for the treasurer. If I look at Community Benefits Reserve Fund 75 or the Recreation Reserve Fund 72 that looks like it has 3 sub-accounts, but this not, without essentially is just shuffling around money to show an intent. And we might, are you suggesting that we could have a second account under the Community Benefits Reserve Fund 75 with a label of pickleball, and all we'd be doing is transferring $50,000 from one part into another that we could move around any which way council would choose at a later date?
So through you, Chair, I wouldn't actually separate out a new line item, but for our own internal purposes, we would just designate that and have a marking on it so that we know it's earmarked for that purpose. It just, you wouldn't see it as a separate line item.
Okay.
But it would be there for that purpose until council decided not to proceed with the project or they did proceed with the project.
Yes. So it's not actually, it's not actually a commitment to spend money. It's signaling an intent at this point, subject to change, that we are showing that we are taking some consideration towards a future contribution to a recreation type in the municipality. That's kind of what I thought I was hearing. So. Is it? So.
All right, so I'm going to have our clerk read the motion one more time just to clarify what we're voting on here.
So I have that council earmarked $50,000 for future pickleball courts in the Community Benefits Reserve Fund.
And Councillor Stewart has asked for a recorded vote.
Stewart?
No.
Blackwell?
Yes.
Kennedy?
Yes.
Steinhoff Gray,
Yes.
Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Clark,
No.
Hinchberger,
Yes.
Pranger
No.
and Mayor Craig.
No.
That passes 5-4.
Right, are there any other suggested add-ons? Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. So, um, council may remember that, the accessibility committee effectively brought a delegation. So I'm just going to go through, and ask for motions one by one, if I can do, concerning their delegation. So I'd like to bring a motion, that from the capital budget, there is funds set aside for the Davidson Center Pentangle Room, former Old Seniors Room, accessible kitchen and washroom, effectively to be revamped. The council, yeah, that's my motion. I can.
So I'm a little, I don't disagree, but can you give us some sort of a number or something? Because like if there's no direction in that regard, Deputy Mayor, I'm afraid that we are just leaving ourselves open to a project that will either frighten us or not be suitable enough for accessibility. Or is it another report to staff? Like we would like to expedite this, I think, have something concrete done. But having said that, it's pretty challenging for our staff to proceed with that. So can I get some help how we might do this effectively?
Sure. I think, my intention is certainly not to speak at this time, but to add some context would be, really seeking the intent of the council to look at making those rooms accessible. When you ask about like a monetary amount, there is, as far as I'm aware, there has been no report on this, so there is no monetary figure that I can give you. I think the, addition perhaps to that motion will be for there to be a report coming back to council. So at the moment, I guess I would be seeking the intention, effectively, that there is funds earmarked for making those rooms accessible, but there will need to be a report to look at what the value or the cost of that would be. I don't know if that's helped. You look more confused.
So it would
I have-
come from a reserve fund of some sort.
I'm thinking the community benefit is what I would be thinking on that.
Seconder for the motion? Councillor Kavanaugh? Is there any further discussion? Our deputy mayor has given us some broad guidelines. Yes, Councillor Stewart, please.
I agree. Is this the only thing that you're recommending? Because if there's a list of for accessibility, I'd like to see it all at once because I really do believe that this probably should come back to the staff and the staff should bring it forward because there seems to be, we don't really know the dollar value yet. And I haven't seen it coming from the staff yet. So this is really just coming from yourself or the accessibility committee. So I think it'd be prudent for us to send it back to the staff and the accessibility and get some numbers and bring it forward. Thank you.
Response, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. To address Councillor Stewart's point, this is from the delegation on November 22nd, where they had specifically listed effectively 4 things that they were requesting from council. I'm happy to go through it. I had, taken some guidance that perhaps I should break it down into separate motions. That's why I've done it. But to give a context of it, what they would be seeking is, making the Pentangle room and the like accessible kitchen and washroom accessible because there was some maintenance done and, it's not accessible. So that's item 1 effectively. There was a request, you may remember, for $100,000 allocated to the budget for accessible projects. There is a query as to whether that would be capital or operating. You may remember the delegation where, they spoke about some types of the projects, and I believe that the washroom and the kitchen were included in the types of projects that they were looking at ensuring were made accessible and updating all of the accessible parking spaces within the municipality. That would be operating, but just to give you context, because you were asking about what we're looking at.
Yeah, those issues were identified in the catalog of issues when Ms. Woods came to present to us. Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So I think what we're essentially asking is the staff to assign a capital project number to what you're describing and prepare a project summary page like we'd have in the 2024 budget document that would lay out the project, the description of the scope, the justification for it, and the cost. Is essentially what we're asking you.
I respond, Mayor, through you. I think that's what we'd be asking for in relation to the accessible kitchen and washroom. On that one. So line item 1, yes, I think that's right.
Further discussion? You have a no? So the motion is that we refer to staff the catalog of issues to be brought back in a format.
Can I read what I?
Okay,
So what I have written down is that council earmark funds to bring back, to bring earmark funds for the Davidson Center Pentango Room, former Old Seniors Room, accessible kitchen and washroom, and that council direct staff to bring back a report to provide details. I'm just not sure what the earmark fund.
we're going to go to our Director of Corporate Services, who does know the answer.
Through you. No, I don't necessarily know the answer for that, but I would just recommend that you treat it in the same way that you would have treated the other item that was going to be deferred. Like, we can always approve the capital budget as is and then make amendments as we get information, you know, over the next course of the next few months. We can always add a project specifically knowing that this is not going to be funded on the tax rate. So we can make an amendment after the fact. That would be my recommendation.
So I'd heard reference to the seniors room, which is fine, but I also heard reference to the crosswalks and park and those separate motions that you were addressing that as, or was it an inclusive motion?
The crosswalk was already voted on. I think the report for the crosswalk was already voted on. So this one is to deal with the Pentango Room, accessible kitchen and washroom effectively that's adjacent. And I take our director's guidance on that. That's fine for it to go off as a staff report and help us allocate a financial figure to it.
All in favor of the motion? And that is carried. So we'll look forward to a staff report regarding that. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Now that everyone's had their lunch, it's time to throw something bigger into the mix. I would like to bring a motion that council direct staff to recreate a capital project for the refurbishment or construction of a community center, kitchen, and washrooms in the village of Tiverton to the amount of $3 million, with funds in this line item to be drawn from the appropriate reserves.
Seconder for the motion. Councillor Steinoff Gray. Councillor Kavanaugh.
This is something that has been an impact in our community since the amalgamation in the early 2000s, and recognizing that every time a project like this gets delayed, it becomes further and further out of reach. The original proposed cost that I could first find was an estimated $4 million for a new facility. By the time it reached the 2022 budget deliberations, it was almost $7 million and had grown to include a hall, kitchen, library, washrooms, offices, and storage space. I acknowledge that the $3 million amount that I want to put forward won't build the dream mega facility that was coming forward 2 years ago, but I do believe that this amount, with some help from community partners, we can provide Tiverton with a safe, clean space where they deserve to gather as a community. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, please.
I would just need a little bit more information. Like, I understand the thrust behind that, but just where the 3 million has actually come from and what would be provided for that in terms of the, yeah. So I just need a little bit more information.
Councillor Steinoff Gray, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I actually believe, and I could be remiss, I'm looking at Councillor Stewart, that the Lions had a estimate done on kind of refurbishing the community center, which is a really important part of the village of Tiverton. So I would be curious if that was available to help justify the estimates proposed.
Councillor Stewart.
Yeah, absolutely. There is 2 or 3 actually cost estimates that might be a little bit dated to retrofit the existing, plus also I was on the committee to look at the new one, and you're right, Councillor Kavanaugh, it did come in at 7 million, and that was just a cost estimate. We never actually went for R for P. So 3 million wouldn't even come close to a new one, but it could actually maybe take a serious look at retrofitting the existing one. So I'd like to propose a friendly amendment, that we take the, you know, we take a look at doing an updated retrofit estimate of the existing one and see what that would look at, and maybe ask somebody over there. I'm not sure who wants to take that one on, but probably more than likely, Jane, you'll have to take that one on too. But let's do a friendly amendment. Let's take a look, because that's something that I think we could get our hands around. I believe the new one would be in the 12 to 15 million right now. And you know, then it becomes just, we just can't do it. And so, if you'll accept a friendly amendment, we'll get the staff to look at the cost estimate to retrofit the existing one. Thank you.
Councillor Kavanaugh?
Any progress is acceptable to me. Thank you.
So just so we can clarify this for our treasurer, your original motion stated what exactly? Just slow down.
The original motion was that council direct staff to recreate a capital project for the refurbishment or construction of a community center hall, kitchen, and washrooms in the village of Tiverton in the amount of $3 million, with funds for this line item being drawn from the appropriate reserves.
And the friendly amendment was that it be regarding the refurbishment of the Whitney Crawford Community Center. Just to update those, the numbers that we had. Is that encapsulate sort of the intent of your motion, Councillor?
Correct. Through you, Chair, we also have a reserve fund for the Whitney Crawford Community Center, I believe of 325,000 already sitting in a reserve fund. So we could use that reserve fund to sort of move this project ahead for some sort of future date to take a real serious look at this. Thank you.
Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I was really closely listening to the wording of the original motion at the, oh, we're on the second one here. Just a couple questions or comment first. Absolutely agree that the situation as far as community and center in Tiverton is not acceptable. Your motion, or even the amended one, I'm assuming is covering an array of possibilities, including location, whether that would be adjacent to the existing Tiverton Sports Complex or something to do with the existing Whitney Crawford Community Center site. Just to clarify, that's
great. Go ahead.
The intent of the motion was to leave it as open as possible. I simply want the commitment of that council is committing to the funds to make something right, as opposed to narrowing down any specific one outcome. I realize that this process, going back and updating assessments that are probably out of date for what things would cost, will take some time. But again, to me, as a capital project, it's less about the finicky specific details of it and more about a commitment to the big picture.
As we continue to debate, it's not for or against. It's also the acknowledgement that we are receiving a Parks and Recreation report that and a facilities report. So there's a number of staff-led reports that will help us guide in any decision. So I'm sitting here thinking that personally at this time, I don't either want, I want neither to approve it nor defeat it. Because if we receive a report, we pass this one, it says, let's maybe refurbish the Whitney Crawford Community Center, and the report comes back, and I don't want it to, but it might say, no, it's not worth it. So like I just want to guide council in acknowledging the work that's being done by staff already, and we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves in the direction that we might end up not actually being able to go. So like, as you keep that in mind, like carry on with the conversation, but just be aware that we're getting two significant reports back that are going to help guide us in this, that we don't have that information yet. Councillor Hinchberger, you had a thought on your mind, I think. You don't have to, there's others in line. Were you going to say something, Councillor Branger?
Thank you, through you, Chair. It might be a question for you. My understanding is we can approve this motion. We can change our minds, can we not? If we were to get those reports and it was information that said, whoa, we were way off track on this, we gotta correct course, we can do that. So I don't think we're forcing ourselves down one single path, no matter what happens, if we were to move forward with the proposal as it is.
Yep, you are absolutely correct. Yeah, it's, we're not stuffing ourselves into a box, but information is a good thing. Councillor Steinhoff Gray, and then Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I really agree with the path that's been discussed in the motion that's in front of us right now. We spend a lot of money on consultants and reports, and we've had a lot of studies on the Tiverton Whitney Crawford Center, but we haven't actually actioned them. I think that this is a good opportunity to look at the foundation that was built through those studies and just reassess and have an understanding of the price points at play to help us make this educated decision, because it is something we have to do. So it's something the community needs. It's something we have continuously heard Ward 3 advocate for. And I think building off of the framework that we've already spent money on is a really good thing. I know we're doing the master parks plan and the master facilities plan. I highly doubt they went into the level of detail of these original drawings, and I believe there were drawings included in that. So like we already have a framework that if was a working framework, we could just bring up to relevant cost. So I'd hate to throw out, what's that saying? Throw the water out with the baby. I always, yeah, sorry, I butchered it. But the point I'm trying to make is I'd like to really leverage what we've already paid for.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you, and I agree. There is a credible amount of work. It's just putting it all together, and I'm sort of leaning towards the mayor that we might want to just defer this like a month and maybe even put a ad hoc committee together, because we need to start to pull that information and bring council, staff, and community together. Because we can shortchange this quite fast, because drawings are all laid out. Most stuff is all laid out, especially for a new one. The old one, it's pretty good. So, but we need to start to pull that all together. So I'm not quite sure how to do this, but if we could maybe even, I know Amanda and I, or Steinhoff Gray, Councillor, and would like to be, and maybe a ad hoc committee would be perfect for this thing, bring somebody in from the staff and also bring community in there and really be able to come back to the council with a real sort of plan that we can maybe even put some numbers around. So I'm not sure how to
So
phase
if I
that.
might, comment, we're sort of wandering off budget again into strategic planning. You have commented, Director, we do have monies available in a reserve fund for the Whitney Crawford Community Center. Is that accurate? So if we were to incur some initial costs in studying what this refurbishment might look like, we would have funds available already to pay for some of those initial costs.
Through you, Chair, yes, we have around 230,000 available in the Whitney Crawford Reserve Fund.
Okay, so we're back to the motion again, which is to, Clerk, can you read that for me again? So we know what we're talking about. We've kind of heard the intent. We kind of heard different options. That will be a council decision once we take the next step down the road, how we develop that plan going forward. Could you read that motion for us again, Clerk, please?
So it's that council put $3 million from the appropriate reserve fund to retrofit or reconstruct the Whitney Crawford Community Center with a kitchen, washroom, and hall, and that staff be directed to bring a report back on the retrofit of the hall, was what was said.
Satisfied with that? I think the intent of the motion was to have a little broader scope than that, rather than just the only a retrofit of the Whitney Crawford Community Center. It just, what was the initial direction, please?
Sorry, yeah, that council directs staff to recreate a capital project for the refurbishment or construction of a community center, hall, kitchen, and washroom in the village of Tiverton in the amount of $3 million, with funds from this line item to be drawn from appropriate reserves.
Yep. So we're putting, what we're doing is establishing a capital project for $3 million. Well, that's what a capital budget is for, is to establish a number in the budget. Like it's, other than that, it remains a strategic goal of some sort or other. We can establish what that number is. But the establishment of a goal puts it in the capital budget. Director, please.
Through you, Chair. So I just wanted to clarify in case it wasn't clear, like we have 230,000 available. We do not have 3 million available for this project from existing reserve funds.
So I'm going to suggest that regardless of what we do this year, we're not going, like, I would be significantly opposed to the expense of 230,000 in this year by the time we get plans and ideas and consultation, all that done. So like I do not disagree with where we're heading. What I am questioning is whether we need to establish a new capital project for that when the director says, affirms that we have the money in the bank, in the reserve fund. And if we begin the consultations, if we begin the conversation, it will give you a far better idea what to do in next year's budget than it will in this year's. But if it's just the affirmation of the direction that we want to head in our recreational strategic plan, so to speak, based on the reports that we're getting, that for me, that's the better path to go. I don't disagree with it, like if you want to do it, but that's the creation of a capital account. Counselor, please.
Through you, Chair, just to make sure I'm hearing properly, because it'll help me understand where I land on this. Obviously, at best in 2024, we would be expecting to have the estimates available to us on what we want to do. There's no way we would already be in the building process. I understand that. So am I hearing, because, with pickleball, we just made a decision based on our intent. We were flagging our intent by moving money from a reserve into an earmarked line for reserve. So if we're using the Tiverton Reserve to move forward this project by way of estimates, do we have a motion that would stand here to move that money for the assessments to bring up to date the plans that have been developed? Because there are plans on the shelf for the retrofit, for the extension off of the existing arena, and I believe the new build. I think they have plans for all three scenarios that could be brought up. So I guess for me, so that I understand, we have money in the reserve that would cover that. So would we flag that money for such an assessment in this budget? Or would we not be because the money's available? I just want to clarify what I think you said, so I understand better.
The money is both flagged and available. Pardon me? So the reserve is a reserve to be used for the any constructive work in Tiverton for recreation facility, is it not?
So through you, Chair. So the funds are available to be used for that facility. You just have to make sure that you approve the transfer out of that reserve fund for work to be done in 2024, if that's the intent. So it would still impact the budget. It would just be shown as a transfer out of that reserve fund to authorize the spending.
All right, so we do have a motion on the floor, moved and seconded. Clerk, please.
But just to be clear, so the motion is that council put $3 million from the appropriate reserve fund for the refurbishment or reconstruction of a community center in Tiverton with a kitchen, washroom, and hall. And then the second part was added by friendly amendment that directs staff to bring back a report on the retrofit of the existing Whitney Crawford Community Center. That's all that I have right now.
So the question is the appropriate reserve fund too, like, where do we come up with that? CAO, please. And then
Sorry.
Councillor Prangle.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, the amount that's available is not insignificant, right? So whether or not we actually have $3 million to set aside and whether or not you can actually vote on that particular portion of the motion is it's a procedural matter. Obviously, it's a matter for discussion in general about the big picture, but I think you need to understand for sure where it is that you would be deriving such funds, and whether or not it would be most appropriate to borrow, what the financial strategy would be for that kind of an undertaking. So adding it as a line item, it sounds perhaps not like too difficult to do, but it is a pretty significant change to the overall capital budget.
Councillor Pranger, you were next up in line.
Thank you, through you, Chair. It was on the lines of what our CAO just discussed, that like, where are we gonna get that 3 million and move it into the correct reserve fund to do that? Is that even possible? Doesn't sound like it is. So I'm in principle totally for this. I think we need to suss out a little better, what we want to put down for a figure. Maybe we want to change the number in terms of earmarking an amount for figuring it out, for planning, project planning, or initial planning stage, and which would include the report from staff and anything we had to do in terms of updating the figures and the drawings already. So I don't think I can't support exactly the way it is. I think we need to either do another amendment or start over.
Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. I wonder if I can do a friendly amendment. Can I do that? Where I remove the 3 million completely from that motion?
That's not friendly. That's taking all the money away.
But I can make an amendment.
Ye-
Just make a.
So clerk, give us a suggestion of what that emotion,
It's just removing the 3 million from so there's no value in there.
so what we're asking now is a report from staff to bring forward the draft plans to facilitate the conversation about creating recreation facilities in Tiverton.
That's correct.
That's your motion?
Sorry, that's correct, yes.
Seconder for that amendment to the motion? Councillor Hinchberger? So what we've effectively done is moving ahead, but we've not established a dollar figure. We have monies left in the reserve that we can use if we get that place, okay? All in favor of the amendment? Yeah. All in favor, is it going with about the amendment, or is it about the main motion?
Yeah.
Okay, all in favor of the amended motion, the amendment for the motion, that which removes the money element from the path forward. And that carries. All right. So now we have a motion that talks about addressing the needs for community recreation in Tiverton. We have a reserve fund that can fund it, and our CAO has a comment that she would like to make.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I just want to make sure I'm understanding the path forward here, because I'm a little confused in terms of timelines. If we're requesting a staff report, when we have plans for 2 major consultation pieces to be coming back to council this year, are you looking for something after that? Because to me, that would make the most sense. Yes. But it seems like this is a part and separate from those 2 significant consultation pieces.
So you heard the question. What do you think is the mover of the motion? Are we waiting for the plans that we've already asked about before we generate another one?
Through the chair, I was hopeful that when the plans that you're referring to came back, they would also include some of this as part of it. But if they're not, then I certainly hope that they would be quickly coming shortly after that. The original intent here was to secure that we could commit to moving forward on this project as an in principle thing, regardless of how numbers may change and vary. So if we pass this now and we wait and we have our our reports come back and hopefully they include some information. If not, then more information will be forthcoming after that, and then we can continue on with this.
Councillor Blackwell.
Thank you. Through you, apologize for putting our director on the spot here, but Director, do you know whether our Parks and Rec plan, I expect that it has, but I know that you've had some initial conversations. Will it reference recreational facilities in Tiverton and perhaps give us some background on being able to actually move forward in one direction or the other?
Through you, I have not seen the recommendations that are coming through the Recreation Master Plan right now. There's a lot of moving parts in the plan that I'm aware of, that the consultants have gone far outside the original scope for the plan, and in reference to a lot in Tiverton and a lot in Inverhuron, which is great. I wouldn't be surprised if you see within this plan the recommendation to have more of a thorough review of some of the components, such as the Whitney Crawford Center, such as other elements as well. The plan can only cover so much based on the funding that we've allocated for it. So to answer your question, I don't know how much of a degree that's going to be included in the plan as far as the Whitney Crawford Center goes.
Follow up?
Thank you. Through you, just to follow up that I think I'm always worried a little bit about getting ahead of ourselves. And I think that one of the things is if we potentially approve going and looking and updating the old plans, it may not align with what we want to do with existing facilities in Tiverton. And I think a broader conversation needs to happen about all of the existing facilities in Tiverton and how we move forward with those, as opposed to just one. So I would just like to have an opportunity to read the Parks and Rec plan and have a long conversation about our facilities in general before moving forward with one. I am very supportive of community centers. I believe that they're the heart of the community. I believe that we need to look at them. I just don't know that I'm convinced we need to do it right at this moment in this way.
So I think the intent, as suggested by the mover, is that this also signals our intent, our desire, but it also acknowledges the reports being brought forward by our director from Community Services, and we'll know better at that time. But I think this really strongly signals that this council is interested in the community needs of all our communities. All in favor of the motion? Any opposed? That's carried. Are there any further add-ons to the proposed capital budget? Councillor Pranger, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Am I allowed to ask a question before putting my motion forward? I don't know what the process is. Are you going to tell me to stop and do the motion first?
Well, I would ask you to say the motion, because then we know what we're talking about, that's all. Well, you get first dibs to ask the question once your motion is up, and if someone seconds it, so that's, we try and stay away from conversation without knowing what we're talking about.
Okay, so just bear with me so that maybe we can talk about this, because it might not be the appropriate place. I might be bringing something from operation in here, but I don't know, and that's why I wanted to ask questions. So I'll just put it out there. We'll see what happens. I'd like to put a motion that we add a small capital project to the budget for the dog park. I'll say in the amount of $7,000.
Operations? What is the budget threshold? Might I ask the director of corporate, like $7,000 project, is that capital or operations?
Through you, Chair. It sounds like it would be in the operating budget.
Do I have a chance to talk? Oh, no.
Seconder for the motion, Councillor Kavanaugh. There you go, Councillor Pranger.
Thank you so much, guys. So I guess my question for one or two of the directors, it's whoever can answer, is in our last year's budget deliberations, I believe we removed a line item for the dog park, and I could not find it in our budget, in the operating budget or the capital budget. So I'm trying to figure out where it was and if this is the appropriate place to add it back in. If someone has that in their recollection.
What is
would
the
love to hear it.
project?
It was to, it was improvements for safety and for a couple other things. So I believe there was a concrete pad at the gate proposed for safety reasons because it gets very muddy and slippery, et cetera, that type of thing.
Our treasury staff is having a look at that and they will respond. Councillor Blackwell?
Thank you, through you. I think if you look on page 65, it's listed under parks, and it's saying that there's grant revenue of 5,000 has been included in the budget to fund a pathway for the dog park. If funds are not received, the project would not proceed. Yes, within the operating budget. Yes, in 2024.
So would you like to withdraw that motion at this point and talk about it in operating?
Absolutely. Thank you, everyone.
Are there any other requests regarding add-ons for our capital budget? Seeing none, then I would like to ask for general concurrence or agreement in principle of our draft capital budget. All in favor? Excellent. Moving on to operating. Is too. Can be. So I appreciate that the staff has listened to council, and it was not easy for them to bring forward a budget that said 7% because there are not many communities anywhere that if there is an accurate assessment of their budget that it comes in under that. There are a number of items that were presented as options by our staff to reduce taxes to the proposed 7% level. And this is the opportunity now that we have to chat about what some of the add-ons or takeaways of the operating budget might look like this year. They are found on page 13, the list of options as presented. And I would be remiss if I did not say these are not things that staff want to do because they acknowledge each and every one of them has an impact on somebody in our community, their quality of life or something. So it is our opportunity to say this is a level of service that we want to return to what it was last year or the year before. All right, so we will begin the conversation regarding operating. Our manager of excellence, Ms. Clancy down there, is going to have a running total on the screen. As we add or delete items, it will be real-time numbers. Councillor Blackwell, you had your hand up first. Then we'll go to Councillor Steinoff.
Yes, thank you, through you. This is an opportunity for us to identify specific projects or, okay.
Operational.
I would like to make a motion that we return the guardrail replacements, which is 23,500 back into the operating budget.
Seconder. Everybody? Anybody? All in favor? That's carried. Councillor Pranger. No, you were seconded the motion. Councillor Steinoff Gray, please.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Thank you, through you, Chair. One of the other items that was on here that I wanted to look at was, where is it? I'm just trying to find it here. Hold on a second. Come back to me. I had it and I've lost it.
Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Thank you very much. And through the chair, I'd like to make the motion to return the Canada Day fireworks display to the budget.
Seconder for the motion, Councillor Kennedy. Any discussion? All in favor? That carried. Counselor Hinchberger, please. A microphone, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Propose that we continue with the yard waste depots in 2024. So that would be the opposite of permanent closure of the yard waste depot. About fourth from the bottom.
So there's a motion that we return permanent closure of yard waste back to the budget. Is there a seconder for that? Or Deputy Mayor Clark. Is there any discussion? All in favor? And that carried. Councillor Steinoff Gray, please.
I swear the Phragmites program just disappeared. I was trying to find it desperately, but I found it. I would like to replace the park's general contracting costs reductions. I know it includes porta potties as well as Phragmites, but I believe it's very important that we maintain our Phragmite program. So I would argue that we bring back that line item. I don't know whether that would require the full 23K. I'd look to the director for that, but I do not want to compromise our Phragmites program.
So though, that was a motion, right? Okay, second by Councillor Kavanaugh. I appreciate the ability, like your thought of splitting them, but I would really encourage council just to take the number for what it is, because it gets splitting hairs. Is there any discussion regarding the motion to return the park's general contracting costs to the budget? It's right below the fireworks and the guide rails. Discussing it? There was no other discussion. All in favor of returning that to the budget? That carried. Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you, through you. I'd like to make a motion that we reinstate the master cycling plan materials and arrows for a total of 8,800 with an impact of 0.04. Thank you.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Hinchberger, discussion? Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. This is one of those cases where we have adopted a plan that had multiple impacts on tourism, on recreation, on transportation, climate. And I think it's important that we keep moving forward with it. A good cycling network requires that you have a network so that it connects to each other. And so if we need to continue moving forward to actually connect various parts of town together.
All in favor of reintroducing it to the budget? Opposed? And that was defeated. Councillor Kennedy, please.
Yeah, I might not have got my hand up there quick enough, but maybe it didn't make a difference, sorry.
It's defeated. Any other add-ons, deletions, Deputy Mayor Clark?
Sorry. Thank you, Mayor, through you. I wonder if we can make a motion for the MAC general contracting to be added back in.
It's for $18,000. We need a seconder for that. Councillor Kavanaugh, discussion, please. Deputy Mayor, anything?
I think my concern particularly was in relation to the snow removal, and I saw later down that we were also looking at, I think, perhaps reduction of snow removal. And I note that in perhaps winters like this, it's not as crucial, but when we do have a heavy snowfall, I worry about liability issues and just generally delays in getting that snow removed.
Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? And that's defeated. Any further additions? Councillor Blackwell?
Thank you. Through you, I'm interested in returning the communications, graphic design, and AODA report formats to the budget at a cost of $5,000 with an impact of 0.03%.
Seconder for the motion, Deputy Mayor Clark. Discussion? Councillor Blackwell?
Thank you. Through you, I believe we have legal obligations to ensure that all of our materials are available in all formats and accessible for folks. We're a public service organization, and I think that that should be our a commitment that we make.
All in favor? Opposed? That's reinstated. Councillor Hinchberger?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, I propose to add back the municipal tree purchases line item.
Is that the top line?
That's correct.
First line? So that's a mover. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Prenger, discussion? Councillor Blackwell?
Thank you. Through you, I believe last year we spent approximately $40,000 or $50,000 on tree replacement. I'm just wondering what all is included in the $73,000.
Mayor Craig. So that 73 includes 25,000 in two areas within the operating budget for tree purchases and planting, and then the balance is our contributions to the tall tree program. So 50K for tree purchases that go on public property, and then the balance is to offset costs related to the tall tree program, which is for private plantings.
All in favor of reinstating it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's carried. Any further? Councillor Stewart, please.
Am I allowed to make a general comment about this whole process? That's a question. Through you. You looked at me.
Well, it is,
Well, maybe we'll wait till the end.
I appreciate that. We are trying to deal with specific issues in the budget at this point, so. Okay, before we go we'll come back, don't worry, we haven't forgotten yet. One of the issues that we deal specifically with the addition of these and the continuation of the services that we already have is also the request for added personnel within our municipal staff. And I think it would be a valuable conversation. We might not finish it, but we would certainly get it started. And do you want to speak to that, or do you want human resort? We're gonna leave this just for a moment. We'll likely come back, but if we talk about additional positions, then we're gonna talk about a change in the tax rate again. So we need to look at the little itty bitty picture. We need to look at the big picture. We need to look at the small picture and the big picture again. So if you could speak to that, I know that each and every one of us likely has a particular area within the municipality where we would acknowledge that present staffing could be enhanced or whatever. And we're not talking about the elimination of any positions. That's not part of the discussion. This is about, at this point, are there areas within our municipality that need an additional component to their staffing levels? So if you could speak to what some of the priorities might be, just to guide us about whether it's a full-time complement, part-time, whatever that means. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. So Council, you can appreciate that when we are putting together the budget, there are a number of areas where we see the potential for improvements. related to HR capacity. So what you have in front of you is as a result of the senior leadership team having reviewed with their management team originally and then putting forward for a discussion with all of the senior leaders so that we are putting something forward that we think is as reasonable as we can be to match the service levels that we understand council has set and desires for the community. So it's not to say that there are not other positions that we recognize we would benefit from. I would highlight one that has been discussed multiple times, which would be related to procurement. However, we have pushed that off, knowing that there are other things that are perhaps more community facing that we would like to see addressed first. You see a significant number of recommendations or requests related to community services, and that is in part related to the approach of the reorganization, where council had at the time of the reorg, identified that there were going to be opportunities to come back and loop back once more information was gathered. So through some, I would say, significant discussions over the past couple of years related to the functioning of that department. That's why we've highlighted that many positions as we see the need for boots on the ground to really assist us in moving us forward. It's not to say that there aren't other positions we are looking for as well, or that are even in this particular budget, but those are the ones that staff have identified collectively as the ones that we see needing to move forward.
Yeah, overall staff. Good.
Yeah. Right.
Yep. We don't have a page. Oh, we do. So the staff complement and the request is on page 409 in your book. Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Thank you very much. And through the chair, I appreciate that a lot of these positions are deemed to be very important for the future success and continued growth of our municipality. However, at this time, I'd like to make a motion to remove the Water and Wastewater Department Maintenance Coordinator as a staffing enhancement for 2024.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Blackwell? Rationale, Councillor?
Well, I agree that there are many things that the staff has worked hard to identify as being very important for the success of the municipality. Perhaps in light of where we're at with some of our other numbers, it's not appropriate to go forward with this position at this time.
Further discussion? All in favor of the motion? Okay, that one kept passed. Second, if we're going in order, there are requests for 2 parks and facilities maintainer. Comments, questions? Staff has been fairly straightforward in the acknowledgement that this is an area where there is significant need on the ground. Councillor Stewart, please.
Because of the situation going on with our organization and the introduction of a union, staff enhancements, I agree that you do need boots on the ground, but I'm not quite sure if we should be hiring full-time versus full-time with a contract. until we really see how 24 sort of ends up. So, you know, I might see my way to do this one, but it'd have to be maybe 2 full-time with contract only. Thank you.
So from a human resources perspective, is this the sort of uh, um, personnel shift that we can identify the dollars that that would be included with a position and have a staff report to direct us better what suits best for our municipality at this time? Rather than saying we're going to hire a full-time person, this is the new hiring model, so this is what it will cost. Can we include a number like that in the budget for those sorts of positions? And then determine the nature of that position later? Help me out on that one a little bit, please. Somebody talk to me. Or human resources.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if what you're suggesting is a pilot project with respect to short or a one-year contract for staffing, it just changes probably who applies in terms of their interest level and availability. So you're unlikely to get someone who is going to give up a permanent position that they have elsewhere to join on a contract basis. So those are the costs would not be substantially different. There would be perhaps some differences, but you're still going to be paying a percentage over top of the amount for vacation and in lieu of benefits, et cetera. So in terms of how that would shape up on the ground, I might defer to the Director of Community Services. But generally, you could try it as a pilot. However, there are challenges with that as well.
Thank you, and through you, the one challenge that comes to mind when we talk about inside maintainer versus an outside maintainer is with inside maintainers, it takes a good years for them to get fully certified in the job, and that's through our ORFA organization, Ontario Recreation Facilities Association. And so I just caution you with that. You know, if they're on a 2-year contract, we're investing in them to get them qualified to be able to work in the facilities. And at such time after 2 years, if we terminate those contracts, there's qualified staff out there that will go elsewhere.
Councillor Hinchberger?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I just, in total, there are 4 things related to community services. For the sake of discussion, I think I'd move that council approve the addition of 2 parks and facility maintainers to the organization.
Seconded by Councillor Kennedy. Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I usually get myself in a lot of trouble when I try to split the middle and go through the compromise here, but hearing some discussions about parks and facilities, the one is a lead hand for building maintenance, the other is specifically an outside maintainer, where the parks and facilities maintainers look to be positions in which you have some flexibility to both address buildings and parks. And it seems to me to be a fairly good compromise or a starting point, addresses some, I think, acknowledgements on the part of some councillors that we need some boots on the ground while not putting us into an all-in scenario.
Councillor Kennedy, do you have a comment as the seconder?
No, I kind of feel similar to that. I'm not sure if we can really afford to hire all 4 of them right now, and these 2 seem to be the right 2 in my opinion too.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. I think Councilor Kennedy just explained it. So we would go from 4 to 2, and we would approve just the 2, and the 2 would be these parks and facility maintainers, because I like the idea because they do have some flexibility. If we're going to train them, then we can actually use them inside and outside and everywhere outside. Thank you.
Further discussion? Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. Through you, having some discussion with our director, one of the highlights for me was the number of buildings and facilities that we have at the moment, and the scale of some of our community services needs. I'd like to see if I could get some feedback from her as to whether, if she had to prioritize which of these 4 positions she would most ask for, maybe if she can give some feedback on that to us.
Thank you for the question, and through you. There's very, very limited in when we talk about priorities, because they're all a priority, to be quite fair. And I can tell you too, it was difficult for staff to complete these forms, because we certainly don't want to be asking for more staff, but we're cognizant of the mental health of our existing staff, the overtime that they've experienced. And we're also cognitive of our tenants and our facilities, that we simply have not been giving them attention that they desperately require. And all of those facilities are public buildings. Majority of them are public buildings that people go in, that we as staff know are not up to the par where they should be, where this community deserves. And that's the medical clinic, the libraries, the art gallery, the art center, and the locum houses, and this building as well. And so if I could pick one as a priority, it's our non-recreational facilities right now, which has not been having the attention that they so desperately need. Correct, that is the lead hand.
So a motion, Councillor Kennedy?
Yeah, if I did a better job explaining myself, that'd be the only other option I would have went with. And to explain downtown and a lead hand, it just seems we're putting out fires downtown till we had to replace the main street. Same as what we're putting out, sending people to repair things all around our municipality. So, I would be interested in changing it to the lead hand and 1 maintainer instead of the 2 maintainers, but keeping it as 2 as 4, if council would consider that.
In an effort to provide flexibility, is it the sort of recommendation that we can identify financial support to hire 2 people? Or like I know that's more vague than what you had offered, and I'm okay.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, I think.
Councillor Stewart had his hand up first, and I'll come back.
Just a question, actually, through you, Chair. The lead hand, I noticed at the very bottom, the lead hand salary and benefit, but also it says it's anticipated that 1 additional van would be required. Is that the van in the cost, capital costs, or is that additional for the 60,000? Because then this particular person would require about 150, 160,000 to come on staff.
Thank you. And through you, we certainly could try it for a pilot year with a rental, being cognizant of the fact that we may have some additional fleet during winter times where we can move around. But as a pilot, all I suggest is don't be surprised if I'm back next year asking for a fleet for that individual if it is approved. And they definitely need a vehicle to get to between these buildings too. It's a tool in order to do their job.
Question, if I may, Mayor. On the same thing with the lead hand and building maintenance, have we really took a serious look at just contracting that out and getting contractors to look after some of our facilities? Because then you get a lot more, I mean, you're looking for a lead hand that really has to do a lot of different things and has to be an expert at almost, in all trades. Wouldn't it be easier to get a contract with a company that has multiple skill levels? And have we took a look at that, or we just automatically went with trying to hire somebody?
Through you, we certainly looked at different avenues in acquiring a position for this. We've looked at property management companies as well. There's not a ton in this area. The other rationale on why we put it in as a full-time employee, because you've got that sustainability then. There's someone that we may have to invest in with training. And it's not just a matter of being a handyman and going in and fixing some items. It's also a matter of assisting us with project management, long-term capital forecast, the invoices, the whole administration end of it as well. So you don't necessarily get that through a property management company.
Comment?
Just ask one more follow-up, because this is important, because a maintenance of a building that runs 24/7 is different than maintenance. So are you telling me that this particular individual would be just 35 hours a week?
This individual will be the 35 hours a week. It would probably be a flex week. So as an example, when we talk about painting at the medical clinic, this may be something that they could assist with, and they go in and do it on weekends or nights. There would have to be some flexibility in with their schedule.
Councillor Hinchberger, please just confirm the two positions that you had identified in your motion, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. The two positions that I had identified in my original motion were the parks and facilities maintainers identified on page 413 of the document.
Any further question? Oh, is that a question? No. Did you have another question?
Through you, the clerk just said something to me that got me a little confused. I confirmed to you what my original motion was. Are you asking me an additional question about whether I'm amenable to Councillor Kennedy's? Okay, there we go.
We just have one motion on the floor, which is yours, so. Councillor Kennedy, please.
Can I make a friendly amendment to that motion? What's that?
Just make an amendment, yeah.
Okay, just, I'd like to change that.
You'd like to move, what?
I'd like to, change that two people to a lead hand and a maintainer instead of two maintainers.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Deputy Mayor Clark, any discussion about that? Councillor Stewart?
I'm not quite sure procedures allow us to do that, because you're looking at a capital or you're looking at operating budget, but it's a different cost. The two maintainers are a lot less expensive than a maintainer and a lead hand. Are you allowed to do that? Because we should identify there's additional cost.
With the associated costs? Yep, absolutely. Further discussion? All in favor of the amendment, changing it from two to one and one. Okay, the amendment carried. Now we're voting on the amended motion, which includes the addition of a lead hand and a inside maintainer. No. Parks and facility maintainer. Any further discussion? One lead hand, one parks and facility maintainer. All in favor of the motion? Anyone opposed? And that's carried. At this point, we're going to take our 2:30 adjournment. We will reconvene in 1 hour after some people have flown up and down the road and had no time to relax at all. Okay, welcome back, council members, staff and public. We're continuing on in our discussion with the proposed operating budget for the municipality of Kincardine 2024. We're continuing our conversation regarding any new staffing enhancements. We are at page 422 on your book here. It is the records assistant, one-year contract, exclusively in the building department? Exclusively in the building department, funded by permitting stuff. This is the one staffing member that we have not addressed when we adjourned. And we are looking for a motion regarding disposition of this. Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. As you said, this is a position funding out of the building department, which is meant to be self-contained. So I move that council approve the addition of a one-year contract position for a records assistant as outlined on page 422 of the budget document. Sorry. Well,
Do we have a seconder for that motion, please?
We'll get it on the floor.
Deputy Mayor Clark. And we have Councillor Hinchberger first, and then we'll go to any questions. Do you have any comment?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. There's a little confusion around the table. I'll just read a couple sentences. Achieve the goal of having all municipal departments showing having the records in Laserfiche by the end of 2025. One-year contract position is required to assist with the digitization of roll files in development services. So although it's listed under corporate services and the division legislative services, it is in fact a building development service position. And I can tell you that personally, having seen the benefits of digitizing paper records, whether they're both municipal documents and town council minutes or historical newspapers, this type of thing, I'm really confident pays itself back.
Questions? Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you very much for the explanation. You sold me after you said development services, so thank you very much for explaining that.
Any others? All in favor of the motion? Anyone opposed? That's carried. Case, Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. Through you, it's not listed in the budget, but earlier in the budget process, I made a question about whether we needed additional human resources in our building department to address the increase in expected building we're hoping to have this year. I'm just wondering if we'd like to talk about that at all, or if our CAO feels that we're well positioned.
That would be the preferred path, and then we know what we're discussing. So if you would like to recommend an increased position in a particular department, go right ahead.
Sure, just to get something on the floor, I'll make a motion that we look for contract support in our building department in 2024.
Like one position?
One contract position to assist with addressing building permits.
Like building inspector or administrative staff? So I think we could refer to our CAO for some guidance in that area, so we can develop an appropriate motion.
So we don't have a motion on the floor at the moment. We are potentially going to need someone where we're not sure yet. So at least that's where we left things. That at the time that the budget was being prepared, we acknowledged that there might be a need within the year, but we thought we would wait until we saw the level of permits that were coming in. There are opportunities in terms of contracting for individuals. You can also contract with building services that do this on a general, like they do this on a regular basis for municipalities as well. Unless things have changed in the last couple of weeks, they have changed. Okay. Well,
So through your, Mayor Craig, so Dwayne and I have been meeting with HR. We did have I had a discussion with Jill as well previously, but to be prepared in case we see a significant amount of building taking place with all the developments that are underway with servicing. So we've been actively working back and forth over the last few weeks on a draft document that'll be a job ad for somebody on a contract, and that person we're looking for would have skill sets that can perform inspections, can complete review of plans, all of that kind of stuff, and on a casual type basis. So we're going to be continuing to work with HR to look at that. That wouldn't have a budget impact. It would come from the building reserve if we had to retain that service.
Okay. Any further comments, Councillor Blackwell? We good?
No, I think that that answers my question, that we may see something come later in the year. I'm glad to hear that, because I really don't want to be the one slowing down any development. I'm hoping we'll get shovels in the ground this year.
Okay, so at this point, when we look at the chart as posted by Ms. Clancy, we see that we have a blended tax rate increase, including estimated county and education, of 7.03. Our municipal rate itself is 8.91. No cursing involved in that one. So once again, there's opportunity here within our operating budget. There were items left on that list. I just wanted you to see where we're at with any proposed staffing changes. If any council members have any additional add-ons or deletions for our operating budget, this would be a great opportunity to identify them. Councillor Steinhoff-Gray, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, one of the items that stuck out to me that I don't believe we've added back yet was the storm sewer materials and weather stations. I know it comes at a cost of 10K and a 0.05% increase, but it makes me nervous when I see that we may run short on funds and materials and have impacts to our weather monitoring just based on adverse things that we've seen. So I just thought I would bring this one up because I don't know that it's something we should be cutting.
Would you like to make a motion on that?
Yes, I think my motions, unless someone can convince me why it isn't a concern, I'd like to spend the money.
What line item, how much are we talking about?
It's the
Councillor?
last line item on page 12, storm sewer materials and weather stations.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Deputy Mayor Clark. Okay, Councillor Steinhoff, any Steinhoff-Gray, any further comments to support your argument?
I think what I would be looking for is my opinion isn't the important one here. I'm going to look to our environmental services to help me understand what the impact is of not having these items. Because when I see that we may be short the materials and funds we need to deal with weather monitoring, I want to understand what that means. I don't. So I'm not comfortable cutting it unless I understand the impact.
Through you, Mayor Craig. So these stations were implemented as, I would say, new equipment to correlate with the CLI requirements through the new consolidated linear infrastructure. So part of that is in conjunction with being able to monitor weather stations, rainfall events, the effects those might have on your stormwater ponds, sampling procedures, etc. When we looked at budget considerations or whatever, this was marked as something as a reduction with the thought that we may be able to use stations that are, I wouldn't say close locally, but we'd be able to use different weather stations. Godrich has one, which we use for tracking the frozen water policy right now. So it might not be the most accurate to use a weather station in Godrich to determine the rainfall event, say in Kincardine, but that was the thought when this was marked as a reduction.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. Through you, are you using the facilities and this expertise from Saugeen Valley? Because they do all the flood controls, they're monitoring all the rivers, and they have stations all across. So what was the cost last year to do this? Do we know, or do you know what we cost? Because it just says 10,000 reduction. It doesn't say what this whole project cost us. Thank you.
So through you, Mayor Craig, this was actually in addition to the budget for 2024 consideration. So there wasn't actually a operating consideration put forward in last year's budget. As the CLI came into effect last year, this was something that we reviewed as a possible improvement for tracking. We don't have easily available access to the Saugeen Valley data, and quite often when you attempt to chase it down, it takes weeks to get that data back to you. But that's definitely a branch we could reach out to see if we could try to get ease of access to that as well.
So the motion is that we include the weather monitoring station in the budget. All in favor of that motion, please indicate. Anyone opposed? Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Thank you very much. And through the chair, often when I was doing my preparation for this, I was looking back through our previous budget as well to see if things that were suggested as potential cuts from last year as well. And one thing that in reflection, I think this council missed on last year was the proposed elimination of the MISIS. And so I'd like to make a motion to eliminate that from this budget.
Just a minute. Is there a seconder for that motion? Deputy Mayor Clark, please. Conversation.
The note that you'll see in the 2024 budget is that by elimination of a phone option, there's a little bit of savings to be had there. And my proposal is to basically eliminate that entire funding stream and remove all the operational costs associated with it.
I'm sorry, Director, is there a number or something that we can consider? And perhaps while you're looking, Director of Community Services, is there implications here that there's the thought process of the service provided by the MISIS? Could you just update us on the present value of the MISIS within our municipality?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I believe it was their recommendation for the removal of the phones. So certainly something that didn't come from internally from us. And they continue to work closely with the fire services. So I'm not sure if that answers your question in regards to the phone, if there was another one.
Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Sorry, for clarification, if everyone turns to page 74 of the budget primer, the last paragraph, it deals with the MISIS, and the line says the 2024 operating budget amounts to $12,100 in expenses. So that's where my recommendation to eliminate, or my motion to eliminate, is coming from.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, I think that if we decide to eliminate the budget, I believe we own the boat. I believe it's an asset with us that we actually own the boat. We don't, so who owns the boat?
The water rescue group through you own the boat. The water rescue group owns the boat. We support them.
Okay, so we could actually eliminate them completely. The
If
budget.
that's through you, if that's council's direction.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. Through you, I think I'd like a little bit more information, potentially a report on this. There's also a reserve fund specifically for the MISIS. It looks like it has about $31,000 in it. I'm unsure right now whether that reserve fund could be used to do the operating while we do a review, or whether that is strictly for capital. But I'm not sure that I'm ready to just completely remove it without at least some additional report in terms of who benefits, who may also be able to contribute to its funding, comparables to other communities, how their Coast Guard auxiliaries are funded, et cetera.
So a question to the director, please. Is it within our authority to use the reserve fund to fund the operating expenses this year, while we wait for a, just an in-depth, an appropriate report about the MISIS, for a recommendation for the next year's budget, actually. Can we do that?
So through you, Chair, I don't know if I'd recommend using the money in the reserve fund for that purpose. I was previously asked to look into the history of that reserve fund and what it could be used for, and I was unsuccessful in finding any documentation on that. That being said, I just wanted to clarify that the net impact on the operating budget is not the 12,000 because there isn't a revenue offset. So it would be $7,600. So that would be the amount that you would be reducing. But council could ask for a staff report to provide additional information, and then make a decision at that point, but I wouldn't necessarily just go right ahead and start using the money from the reserve fund.
So the number has changed a bit from 12 to like 5,040. Well, was it the revenue stream is 7,600 or
The net impact is 7,600
okay.
on the budget.
So would you like to continue with your motion, or do you want to reconsider or anything like that? Okay, no, that's fine. So there is a motion on the floor that we eliminate MISIS expenses from the budget. All in favor of that motion? Opposed? And that was defeated. Any other additions, deletions to the operating budget that you would like to see? Deputy Mayor Clark, please.
I'm not sure if I'm going out of order, but can I jump to the additional items for consideration on page 20? I don't want to go out of order, so.
So the additional items on page 12 and 13, are we substantially complete with using them as any basis for our additions or deletions? Okay, so we're off that list now then. Thank you. Deputy Mayor, go ahead, please.
Okay, so I would like to make a motion that we add $35,000 in to the operating budget for the idea training for council, staff, and community. No, that's why it's under additional items.
Oh, sorry, page 20.
Okay, so can we have a seconder for that motion, please? Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. I think this continues on from our discussion about the importance of the work that the IDEA committee does, particularly strategic initiative with regards to IDEA and inclusivity. I note that for this, we're looking at training, additional consultations. I think it's very important. I think when we look at the it's less than 0.26% because it's been broken down, but I do think it is important for a cohesive community. So I'd like to see that added back in. I think strategic initiative does quite a lot, and I think they do it on a pretty limited budget. So I'd like to see the 35,000 back in.
So the request, if you look at that chart, there's IDEA training for council staff and community, and it's broken into two parts. $15,000 for the Secord Monument. 35, okay. Councillor Hinchberger and then Stewart, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Just put it in perspective, we also previously chose to leave off with 35 grand in council training and travel on the previous page. So what we're essentially choosing is what we think is higher value for council right now.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Yeah, I just want to be careful because, we're talking about inclusiveness. And, it's a very hot topic right now, but as you add more and more money to our budget, we are going to exclude a lot of people, especially the seniors on fixed income. So let's be sensitive about when we talk about inclusiveness, because this is what this idea is all about. We might be excluding a big part of our community. So we need to balance that all out. So I can't support this, sorry.
All right, so that line item we are acknowledging the 15,000 that's already been directed towards the consultation. This is the remaining 35,000 of that. So all in favor of the motion to re-implement it in the budget? And that carried. Anything else from council members? Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. Through you, I'm looking for some clarification on page 20. There's a reference there to the tall tree program. I'm trying to ascertain whether that $10,000 is on top of the 73 we already added to the draft budget, or whether that's an additional expense to run the tall tree program.
Director, please.
So through you, Mayor Craig, it's built into that 73 that was in the other chart, so we've already addressed that. This was just simply if we were looking to just deal with the tall tree program and not bring in the 2 tree plantings that was 50K of that 73.
Thank you. Councillor Prenger, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I'd like some clarification on the water operations pilot project. It says here that it would have a $65,000 budget impact, but 0% tax rate increase. And is that just because it's included in like the water budget in itself? Okay. So I would like, have we addressed this before and I'm just forgetting? Okay, thank you. I'd like to put a motion that we put that back into the budget, or we add it to the budget, the water operations pilot project.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Stanoff Gray. Any further discussion about that, Councillor Prenger? Okay. Questions? Any clarification from our manager back there?
Through you, Mayor Craig. So the Walkerton Clean Water Center is a great local resource, quite close to Kincardine. The idea of the pilots would be to determine if some of the existing equipment we have in some of our facilities is either aged, needs replacement, or there is a better technology now available. For instance, the Scotts Point system, where the new well will be hooked up, hopefully in Q1 here of 2024, has what's referred to as an oxidation tank. That technology is somewhat dated now, and there's better technologies out there for things like iron and manganese removal for those types of facilities now. So I've worked with Walkerton in the past. And they work very cheap because it's for educational purposes only, and provide outstanding service and recommendations to the municipality once completed.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. Through you, I have a concern about the aquifers. You know, we keep talking about the surface stuff, and this is only talking about equipment on the surface, correct? But we really do need to do a study for, you know, Armo, Underwood, even Scotts Point, and definitely Tiverton. Is that the water underground, is it going to be satisfactory, or we're just wasting our time above ground? There is a lot more chemicals sort of migrating into the aquifers that we seem to have to remove. So I'm a little worried about, you know, I agree that this needs to be done, but the aquifers really need to be understood. And we don't seem to have any sort of projects really trying to understand what's underneath the ground. Thank you.
So I have a motion on the floor to include the water operations pilot project. All in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried. Councillor Kavanaugh, you had another?
Thank you very much. This is probably the last one for me. The Police Services Board has been working hard in partnership with our OPP partners. And one of the things that has come forward as a recommendation that you'll see here as an additional item for consideration is $12,000 towards the Police Services Board as part of a pilot project for e-bikes. It's quite a significant undertaking for the OPP to sort of revise their entire bike curriculum. However, we are in a unique position here with the location of our detachment. So I'm supposed to make this in motion and get a second. I'm so sorry. I motion that this be included.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Blackwell? Any comment? Councillor Kavanaugh?
I apologize. I'm just too excited. We're in a unique position here with our detachment location being as close as it is. Traditionally, bike patrol is a difficult thing to facilitate in a rural area where you'd have to load the bikes onto vehicles, drive them to the location and patrol. However, with the possibility of, the e-bike and introducing our concept of the clean energy frontier, we believe that this community would be an excellent spot to trial this program, and it would lead to more foot patrol or bike patrol along the waterfront throughout the center, or throughout this along the summer. Sorry. Of note, this is not a capital project. It would simply be a one-time cost for this year and funded through operations. Thank you.
Councillor Pranger, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Am I allowed to ask how many bikes that would cover and what type of bike?
Yes.
Because there are issues with certain bikes and certain models, so I was just.
So while I can't give you the specifics on which models would be purchased, the goal is for 2 bikes, and the idea would be to use them in 2024.
Councillor Blackwell, and then Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Thank you. Through you, kind of 2 questions for our representative on the Police Services Board. The first is, my understanding is that this might be another one of those pilot projects that the OPP as a whole is looking at as an opportunity to incorporate e-bikes, and they're wanting to trial them here. The other is, if it's a one-time purchase, would you be open to potentially funding it from contingency?
If I can reply to the chair, as long as our treasurer doesn't have any objections to the funding coming from a contingency, I have no issues with that. And yes, this, in order to make something happen at the OPP, if you think government runs slowly, like going all the way up that chain of command and convincing them to reevaluate and deal with sort of their traditions and hierarchy and possibly reconsider their entire bike program to include this new technology, yeah, it is something where we would be on the forefront.
Councillor Pranger, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. A couple more detailed type questions. This will cover 2 bikes, hopefully. Is that just the initial cost? Is there maintenance built into this? Who's going to pay for the maintenance of those bikes? It is more expensive than regular bikes, et cetera, et cetera.
So the idea behind the structure and the reason why this isn't some kind of capital purchase is that it's not something that the municipality will be worrying about as assets. So it frees us from that asset management or life cycle funding of it. If it helps clarify, you could think of this as a one-time donation.
Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Seeing as we'll vote on this, I'd like to add my support to what Councillor Blackwell has mentioned. When I see pilot program, that sounds to me like one time only with no guarantee of it being for it. So I'm not sure the applicability of sliding that into an operating budget right now, which gets baked in.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Can I amend my own motion instead of funding it from operations? Can I amend it to be funded from the contingency?
Who is the seconder for that? Who was?
Beth.
Oh, Beth. Yeah, yep, for that, okay. Director, is that appropriate use of that fund?
Yeah, it could still be funded out of the operating budget than to be funded through the contingency reserve. I would just add that we do have an old community policing reserve that has $1,000 in it. So I would recommend we deplete that fund so that we can close it, and then the remainder to be funded from the contingency reserve.
So we have a motion that we invest $7,500. No, how much is that? E-bikes. Oh, there we are, $12,000 for e-bikes. All in favor of the motion? Opposed? No, it's not my nature. Okay, any other additions, add-ons, deletions? Councillor Pranger. Take one.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I'd like to propose a motion that we add the food cycler initiative back in.
Do you have a seconder for the motion? Deputy Mayor, discussion, Councillor Prenger?
I just think it's for the 0.06% increase, potentially, it's a good and necessary program that I would like to put my support behind.
Further discussion? All in favor of including the food cyclers? All in favor of including the food cyclers? Anyone opposed? So that one was defeated. Councillor Hinchberger, you had an addition, a deletion?
Through you, Mayor, when you say addition, deletion, are we getting into some potentially bigger stuff that's on the back?
Well, we're still in the operating budget.
We're in the operating budget as a whole?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'd like to move that we make a reserve fund contribution of $235,200 from the accumulated operating surpluses, colloquially known as either the capital or contingency reserve, into the healthcare budget for 2024 to offset the total of physician incentive, nurse practitioner, and ER locum stipend program elements.
Is there a
235.
seconder for that motion? Deputy Mayor Clark? Councillor Hinchberger?
Through you, Mayor, this, at a high level, I think one of the things that the council is going to have to grapple with in the future of just exactly what the capital/contingency reserve is and operating surpluses within it. I can understand in one case that there's a thinking of that we should fund this sort of thing from operating the operating budget or the tax levy in a current year, yet there's been accumulated surpluses from previous years that are available if you're a person that thinks of it as a contingency reserve. I think too, especially listening to the delegation this morning from the Kincardine Community Healthcare Foundation, it talked about even with the existing funding model, there was generally this type of thing that the province was into operating and maintenance costs. And I would say that we're in the area here where we're doing that. And as a result, I think where we can, we should use surpluses from previous year. And also by doing this, we help to maintain the visibility on what exactly the municipality's role in this endeavor is. So it's a twofold for me. It's financial, and then it's based, there's a principle involved.
So I'm going to direct our comments to the director. Do we have a policy in place already that identifies the use or placement of surpluses, operating surpluses?
So yeah, through you, Chair, the operating surplus goes into the contingency/capital reserve every year. Yeah, that's a policy. So, but I think what Councillor Hinchberger is suggesting is to transfer from the contingency reserve into the healthcare reserve fund. Is that what you're? No.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. If I was to use an example, the table at the top of page 121 that actually shows the I've renamed it, by the way. I don't call it the physician recruitment budget anymore. I stroke that out and call it the healthcare operating budget. Do you have that table up? So if you see on the 2023 total budget, it had under revenue reserve fund contributions of 180,200. I'm proposing that in that same row over in 2024, a value be entered in there of 235,200, which matches the other transfer amount down in expenses. That's what.
And reiterate the purpose again for the transfer?
Well, twofold. I had a financial aspect to it and then principle. The financial one is that we have been accumulating operating surpluses over the past 6 or 7 years to the tune of $5.5 million. And if you view it as a contingency reserve, it's a bit like a rainy day sort of thing. This is the type of thing where I think that most people would even realize down in here that we would like to foresee a future where we're not involved to the degree that we are now. So that's my financial reason. The principal one is, to me, is that I think we need to really do a good job if we want to change the narrative municipally and in the province. After listening to things at the Roma conference, it's very important that municipalities keep the extent to which they're doing this very visible, because I don't think that you're going to see kind of policy changes unless there is actually more public awareness and engagement in what's occurring. That was the principal part.
Councillor Blackwell?
Thank you, through you. I know that I said last year that I didn't like doing this, but in this case, I will support this because there's been broad conversations across the province about the amount that municipalities are having to get involved in healthcare because of perhaps underinvestment at the provincial level. I think when you compare with other provinces, certainly our area is in dire need of physicians and investment in healthcare. This is something that I don't necessarily see as a core responsibility. It's not something that we should have to be doing in most cases, but we are, and because we recognize the need in our community. But it is something that I think that, as Councillor Hinchberger said, we need to be vocal about why we're having to do this and about whose responsibility it is in the end.
So this is just a straight contribution to reserves? From reserves. Councillor Stewart, please.
Through you, it's hard for me to agree or disagree to do something that we all know in this room is illegal, actually, what we're doing already. And I agree with my fellow councillor. If we're going to do it, let's do it visibly so everyone knows it.
Excuse me, we're going to stop
Sorry,
on a point of order here.
just
for-
a point-
Not a point of order, eh?
Point of clarification. I'm curious how what we're doing is illegal. If the chair would kindly answer or provide guidance from staff.
Well, no, I'll take that responsibility. Thank you. Hold, please. I'll be right back. So thank you for that question, but there are some significant legal implications here that we are not going to discuss in open session. So I do appreciate the question. The councillor's assertion is a noted. So thank you.
So with that understanding, and thank you very much through you, Mayor, and thank you very much for explaining that very delicately, I can support my fellow councillors' motion. Thank you.
Right, so we have a motion on the floor. All in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried. Some Councillor Stewart, please.
Yes, I'd like to, my motion would be, and this is going to be an interesting one, to remove the SRO budget from our 2024 budget. So the service resource officer removal of 78,000 approximately, and remove that from the 2024 budget.
Seconder for the motion. Deputy Mayor Clark, discussion please, Councillor.
Thank you. This one's always been a little bit of a bugaboo for me for years. I came from a high school of 2000 and we didn't have that resource, but the real problem I have, I see the value in it, but I don't understand why we all of a sudden paying the lion's share. And the lion's share is about 77 or 78,000. And I believe that it's in the budget on page 11, is it? That we're losing this OCIF grant. So instead of 77 minus 27, we're actually going to pay the whole shot this year. This, I didn't realize, and I found out even further, that this officer actually just doesn't look after our high school, looks after the whole sort of county high schools. So we seem to be paying, and it's just very much like, here we go again, paying for the track. We're paying the lion's share, but the school board doesn't feel they need to help, but they think that there's maybe value or they don't. So I'm thinking that we should just remove it this year completely. So that's my recommendation, to remove the position. Thank you.
So I'd like to have the CAO address the place where the officer works and how they do their work. CO, please.
Sure, thank you. Through you, so the resource officer is an additional officer that supports the Kincardine District Secondary School or Senior School. However, they do visit other schools outside of that school, including the elementary schools in Kincardine, but as well as in here in Kinloss. So both Ripley and Lucknow. So it's apologies, it's not all of the county's high schools. It is all of the schools where students may go to the Kincardine District Secondary School. The other piece of this, if I may, is there is an agreement with the provincial government. So we just have to contact them to see exactly how we would remove ourselves from that and what the cost would be. So I'm not sure if we know the total cost. I looked at it last year, and it's possible to get out of that agreement, from what I understand in a conversation with that particular ministry, but we would have to go through that exercise in order to change it.
So there had been that concern that we were funding other schools, but ultimately it is the Kincardine District Senior School and the feeder schools that feed into it that person addresses. Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. Through you. I have some challenges with this position, more from a philosophical standpoint. But I'm also very aware that our police services boards are in the process of shifting how they operate. I've also been reading about a new program being launched in Goderich that is using their school resource officer to actually train and enhance the work of teachers versus being an in-school resource. So I think there's future with this. I don't know that I want to cut it. I certainly have big goals for it to shift and change. And there may be opportunities in the future for it to look different from a funding model if it is going something community-wide or board-wide. But I'm not sure, maybe the Police Services Board rep, Councillor Kavanaugh, can mention how this may be impacted if we remove it at this point.
Response, Councillor.
Thank you very much. And through the chair, Councillor Blackwell is correct. The police services boards are undergoing an amalgamation that will see 5 local municipalities come together. However, in that process, because we have our contract and our agreement for the school safety officer enhancement, that will remain within Kincardine. I also want to say that I appreciate this council's frustration sometimes with the feeling that areas outside of the municipality aren't chipping in, even though they might see the benefit. In discussions with our OPP inspector, it was determined that if council's direction is to fund this, but restrict them to schools within the municipality, the officer would not attend Ripley or Lucknow and instead focus just on our schools within our municipality. So that is an option there.
Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. Through you. I'm wondering perhaps then whether it's possible to move forward with that, to have them be in the Kincardine area schools only, or the ones in the municipality of Kincardine, and have the OPP approach perhaps those who are outside of our catchment for contributions.
Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Councillor Blackwell, through the chair, Councillor Blackwell is absolutely correct that the hope is with the establishment of, when it finally gets here, of a new police services board, it's been a long time coming, that perhaps other municipalities would be more keen to participate on a more equitable level. But for now, I see no reason not to support it myself, that if the will of the council is to keep it contained within the municipality, I support that.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. Just looking at it, I guess, this whole program costs about $105,000 in the school. The school basically gives us zero. The police board or whatever the grant is, that's 27. We lost the other, so it costs us 77. I'm just really, really disturbed that the school board, they see the value, but they're not really come to dollars. And I just think that's totally unfair. They're expecting the taxpayers to pay the shot. And now that we lost the 27,000, we are paying an additional 27 this year. So I'm sorry, I just don't see the value of this whole program right now. Thank you.
Counselor Stanoff Gray, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I think one of the things we should acknowledge when looking at this is, one, the fact that we're always talking about how there's no real outlets for our youth. Um, I'm going based on memory here. I'm speaking off the cuff, and I apologize for that. But when the Police Service Board was here, that officer that runs the program told us people feel comfortable approaching her. Even when she's not in uniform, people come up to her, like youth from our schools. I I am like, the situations that our youth face are so drastically different than the situations of our own youth. They have such bigger things with the way the world shifted to deal with. And when you look at that presentation, one of the things I also noted as a result, it might be a spurious relationship. I'm not going to pretend to know whether it's causal or not. But one of the trends that's been continuously coming down is the number of incidents with youth in conflict with, like, the law. So you see those incidents going down, and for me, there has to be a parallel of some kind, and perhaps it is a spurious relationship. But that also changes our cost footprints in other areas because we do fund OPP calls.
All right, we have a motion on the floor that the school resource officer be removed from the budget. That is the motion that's on the floor at this time.
Sorry, through you, could I just amend that? Because it can't be done like that. It doesn't sound like, Jill, we can actually just close it right off, which is wrong then, because we shouldn't vote like that. We should amend it that, let's take a serious look if we cancel, can we cancel the contract? And come back to us. I think that would be appropriate. And then if you could feed back to us, we could actually cancel it 6 months, a year, but give us the figures and everything, because to try to cancel it tonight, we might be wasting our time. Thank you.
So you're moving we defer till we receive a staff report. Is that what you're saying?
That would be exactly what I'm saying. Thank you.
Director, please.
Through you, Chair, I just wanted to add that the grant that we received to offset those, the cost of that school resource officer, the expiry date of that grant is April 30th, 2025. So we're only looking at a few months into the next year anyway. So I would just suggest that perhaps we would revisit it at that time, that we wouldn't necessarily apply for a new grant next year.
Okay, so that means we fund it in these, like we would be looking at the same funding model as last year? Just say that again so we hear the words again.
So we applied several years ago in 2022 for the Community Safety and Policing Grant, which provides 3 years of funding in the amount of $33,000 per year to offset the costs of the school resource officer. So the net annual cost of the school resource officer is, I think, $82,000. So that's the amount that we'd be talking about. But we would have to investigate whether we can terminate this 3-year grant 1 year early. And I'm just letting you all know that the grant is over next year anyways in April. So it's just something to consider, whether you want to terminate early and we can investigate that, or whether you want to see it through to the end of April next year.
So because we did not have a seconder for Councillor Stewart's motion to defer, is,
You didn't ask.
I didn't ask for one, so we don't have one. So no, I'm not asking for one either, because maybe the right answer is not to defer. Because if we might end up, we can still get a staff report, that's okay, and the report might do the same as what we're doing. Is that your desire, Councillor Stewart, or where are we at?
Just a clarification, you say on page 11 that we lose 27,000 because the grant funding is no longer available. So I'm a little confused. I know there's 2 grants. There's one from the police board, I think, and one from, so could you explain which, are we losing one, but we still have the other one until April? Thank you.
Through you, Chair. So yeah, it's confusing, and sorry for the way I worded it. However, one's a grant, which is the one I just described, and then the other one was a fund that we received for the implementation of the legalization of cannabis. And we had funds of equal to $27,000 that were just sitting there for several years that we didn't have any use for. So we decided last year to apply it to offset these costs. So that was just a one-time amount, 27,000. It's depleted now, and now we only have this other community safety and policing grant.
Councillor Stewart, so where are we at? To remove it from the budget? Is that where we're still at?
No, I think what we're doing, if we could, let's ask for a staff report if we decide to walk away from this. Because there is still some grant money, if everyone agrees that, let's get a staff report back and let's take a look
So
at it
it's a
again.
motion to defer.
Motion to defer, please.
Seconder of that motion, Councillor Hinchberger, till Q2, Q3.
Q3 would be fine.
Okay. Any more discussion? All in favor? Carried. Good. Excellent. Anyone else? Add-ons? Takeaways? Where are we at? I think we're down at Councillor Blackwell at this point. We'll come back up the table again.
Thank you. Through you. I noticed in the operating budget that there is identified $8,000 for a new mural in the Strategic Initiatives Department. I would like to make a motion to remove that from the operating budget at this time.
Could you say what page that's on, please?
19. Under 6.
It's in two different places, but Councillor Stewart was right. It's on page 19 as well.
Oh, okay. There's also 8,000 in the budget for the installation of a new mural. So you're asking to remove that 8,000. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Prenger, discussion. Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. Through you. I absolutely love the arts. I think they're incredibly important for our community and for public spaces. My concern at this point is we don't have a public arts policy. We're in the process of going through some facilitation around commemoration and what kind of things we put in the public space. So I'd just like to hold off on adding new work at this point until we've kind of gone through that process and had some of those conversations.
Further conversation? All in favor of the motion? Anyone opposed? That's carried. Councillor Prenger, you're next up on the list, please. What page are we on?
I think if I've got my right page here, 37. Sorry, I was on the same page as Councillor Blackwell, but I had to skip ahead because that was what I was going to propose. So I'm proposing something that a little out there maybe. I'd like to propose a motion that council members not receive our 2024 salary increase and remain at 2023 salary, and so that we can save that money on the budget.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Steinhoff Gray. Discussion, please, Councillor.
Sure. It's not a huge savings, but it's partially on principle and partially to save some money because we're in tight spot. We always are, but we're in tight spots. We have things we need to do when we're trying to find money to do it. We're all surviving doing this job on what we're receiving this year. I don't think it's most of our primary income. I'm sorry. Are you not surviving, Councillor Stewart?
I'm a senior. I don't survive even on this.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I can't speak for everyone, so you don't have to agree. However, I am willing to continue at the same salary that I'm calling it a salary. It's just the wording we've used. Yes, right? Well, salary and benefits when it's, okay, sorry. Let me start over. On page 37, salary and benefits, it says that the variance from 23 to 24 is $12,788. Now that includes premiums for benefits and stuff. So it's not going to be a full almost $13,000 saving. It's going to be less than that. But, and it's so, like I said, it's a small savings to the municipality, but I think, I don't think most of us, so vote how you wish, came here though to make our primary income off this. We came here to make a difference and work for the community. So I'm suggesting we forego that increase this year, specifically, not saying we have to do it years coming.
CIO, yes, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, the challenge with not including a regular increase, it's very difficult to reinitiate it because it is always a tough budget year, and it's difficult to do a market review of what it is that council's compensation is about because it's based on, really it's up to council. There is no particular council that I'm aware of where you have part-time counselors where anyone is living off of what it is. And I think that there is a challenge, and I think I could find some reviews and documentations about this if I had a little bit of time, that demonstrate that not trying to, or not keeping up with some amount of inflationary increase does do some potential damage to having people incentivized to sit on council. So I could find some additional research on that, but I just wanted to note that it's a really difficult thing to step away from.
Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I think of potentially a compromise here, which would be is you allow the scale to continue to go. But what you're basically asking is that this member of council's resolve to contribute the delta between their 2023 and 2024 salaries back into the operating budget. Or in a sense, I hate to say this, but I'll be diplomatic. In some ways, it's probably going to be comparable in an amount to fund something that certain members in our community think we should anyway. So frankly, there's a part of me that, I hate to say it, wouldn't mind doing it.
Cool part is you can, if you take the increase and write a check to the municipality, you get a charitable donation, you get a tax receipt for it. Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. I can't really support this initiative. I mean, I like the idea that, you know, if you want to donate your salary to something, that's great, and that's up to your own prerogative. But I also agree with what Jill was saying. It's hard to roll this back. We've already taken, and I think we've aligned ourselves now with the increases that the staff is getting, because before that, we were a little different and they were a lot higher. So I'm thinking that you should really be playing around with this because it's not a huge amount. I agree. The mayor and I do have to survive on this because we don't have any other pensions except maybe CPP and everything else. But also, you want to attract good counselors. Sorry, Mayor. You want to attract good counselors, and the amount is, it's really a community service, but I also think there's a lot of time dedicated to this council. So I'm just going to say, we just hold it the way it really is, just really small. And if you have a special pet project, donate all your salary or the increase to whatever you like. Thank you.
Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. Through you. I think that is a bit of my challenge is I don't, did I say through you? I think I did. I don't want to presume the financial status of my fellow counselors. I think there's many people in a variety of positions sitting around this table. It does concern me, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario did a lot of research around who and why runs, but also who and why doesn't run. What are the barriers in some cases to running for office? I'm certainly planning to speak with our staff around what my potential increase is and directing that to a project of my choice, because I agree in principle with the recommendation, but I also think that it does perhaps put pressure on people that we may not know their situation.
Councillor Pranger, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I guess where I'm coming from is I've been on the receiving end of this as a staff member at an organization run by a board where they did this to the staff and not to themselves. I've also recognized that we've asked staff to cut their own operating budgets and do what they can to save money. And this was one small way where council could do it as well, to support and show our support to our staff in that way. That being said, I hear what the other councillors have said, and perhaps what Councillor Blackwell has suggested that she might try to do would be another option.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor that the CPI for council members be eliminated from the budget this year. All in favor? Opposed? That was defeated. Anyone else with an add-on or a deletion? Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Thank you through you, Mayor. I don't know how I should know this, but I think there's a high expectation that we should budget to receive a Westario powered dividend this year.
You're on the board.
No, I might be on the board, so in the corporate services part of the budget, I think it mentions a couple things where it did some conservative budget. One, it doesn't consider a dividend from Bruce Telecom, and it doesn't consider a dividend from Westario Power. So I believe my motion is that council direct staff to budget for a Westario Power dividend in 2024. I'll get to that in the, so I'm looking for seconder first.
Sorry, no, we'll
well,
put the dollar
okay.
value in before.
Then I need to ask a question first. Okay, I'll do it. Of an amount equal to what the dividend was received in 2023? I think.
You have a seconder for that motion, Councillor Prenger. Councillor Hinchberger, would you like to speak to that first, please?
I think I don't have anything more that I would say about other than what I just did. Thanks.
Director? Any comments regarding the motion? I acknowledge your conservative approach to budgeting as well too, and it's a challenge sometimes when we're not given clear direction from the organizations we work with. Councillor Stewart, please.
I support this one, mainly because if we do get a dividend, which it sounds like we're going to, it just go into the contingency fund anyway. So it's sort of an in and out. And once again, not everyone in this room or not everyone in our community really has the financial resources for large increases. A lot of people, seniors, are on fixed income. So anytime we can support reducing our tax rate, I'm in favor, as you can probably tell from my voting. Thank you.
Director, please.
Yes, through you, Chair. So normally we've been conservative and have budgeted 60,000, and anything that we actually receive in excess of that goes into the life cycle reserve fund, not the contingency reserve.
Okay, just for clarity. So we have a mover and seconder that we budget for a mover and seconder that the an amount equal to the 2023 Westario dividend be as policy is deposited into the life cycle. Yeah. Mike and Jennifer.
No.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor? Oh.
Did you reread the motion?
Oh, okay. Okay,
So
can you
it's
write,
that,
read
yeah,
what
that
we have here?
council direct staff to budget for a Westario Power dividend in the amount equal to 2023 to be deposited into the life cycle reserve fund.
Through you, Mayor, because depositing in the life cycle reserve fund would essentially be a revenue in and a revenue out. I believe as far as the operating budget for this year would have no change to the budget. So what we're actually doing is wanting to apply it to operating revenue in 2024. And, and if I could, because we clarified this, I'd just like to point out is that it's another philosophical question about there are some of us who you have investment income, some of it's dividend, some of them you might put towards capital, but there's absolutely some uses for dividend, which is operations. I think that is a fact of life, and in some cases, when it's done judiciously, should be a fact of life for a municipality.
Okay, so the motion has been clarified that the dividend would be directed towards operational costs. Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. Through you, just wanted to clarify, listening to the director, she mentioned if it was over 60,000, the excess would be directed to life cycle. So we're not doing anything, I think, outside of what we have typically done in the past.
Director, is that what you said?
Yes, we have normally budgeted, well, it depends on what year we're talking about. But historically, the recommendation by staff was always to direct any kind of dividends or anything like that directly into a reserve fund, the life cycle reserve fund. But in order to make adjustments to the tax rate, the 60,000 would have been in the operating budget for the last couple of years, with any excess received over that to be into the life cycle reserve fund.
So the intent is to follow the same policy. 60,000 into operating, anything over that goes into life cycle. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Any other, Councillor Steinoff Gray, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Seeing how we've just covered the Westerio Power dividend, I would also like to see some form of dividend, and I am going to look to our director for some feedback for.
Excuse me, can you
sorry.
make a motion so we know what we're talking
I would
about?
like to include a value for Bruce Telecom. So, in the operational budget, understanding that we either have the sale value or, the dividend. That's the motion, is to account for 200.
So you're, okay. Seconder for the motion? Councillor Prenger. Can you, all right, now's the time to justify what you're talking about.
You said Councillor Pranger. I'm not Pranger. Oh, sorry. No, I thought he was referring to Pranger, so I was confused. I apologize. So part of my thinking on this is I'm having a hard time, I guess, rationalizing, which is where the director will come in handy. Why we wouldn't include some kind of dividend format. We've always had it previous to, and I'm not sure why the sale of the asset would negate us planning this, especially because if we invest it properly, we can increase the asset value based on what it should be growing, cost of living, and have that extra funding from the interest earned off of the sale value. So I'm trying to figure out how we move forward with a line item. Maybe it's less than the 200. I'm open to friendly amendment, but we've always had it. And I don't see that income necessarily going away. I'm not suggesting that we spend something that should be carefully put into a proper planned use case, but I guess where I'm getting from is that took a huge buffer out of our budget. And when we have healthcare coming here, knowing the MRI fees and everything else, I'd like to understand how we account for that, because I think it should be there.
Thank you, Councillor. Do you want to speak to that?
Through you, Mayor. So the director noted the rationale as to why it wasn't included this year, correct, at the beginning of the meeting and in the report. So, well, there's a transaction underway, which is with the federal government for approval. And we're expecting this to come to fruition, hopefully by the end of the month. So in that case, we won't receive a dividend. I noted to the mayor that perhaps the motion that has been put on the table would not be in order as a result of that, because in the event that this transaction moves forward as we plan, there would be just a sale. And then the direction as to what to do with the funds from the transaction will be up to council to decide on. And so that's my caution, is that perhaps this wouldn't be something that would be, council would be able to actually direct at this point.
So we don't have a dividend in 2024 or 2023. We do have the funds from a sale, which, though we expect them to be within a certain range, we don't know what they are. We're not even sure it's going to happen this year. Like we expect fully, but we don't know. So it's pretty. I would suggest that it's not a wise motion at this point to count eggs before we've even got chickens. So that's my challenge a little bit on this one. But I appreciate the start, and we'll go to some other questions. Councillor Prenger, please.
Thank you. It was just because of something you actually said, Chair, so through you. We put almost every number in this budget based on best guesses and estimates, and not 100% full information all the time. So I don't think that should stop us from planning on having some money from this item. If for some reason the sale doesn't go through, would we not have a dividend come from it then? If we keep the asset, we would realize a dividend, and if we sell it, then we have the money from the sale to use however we please.
Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I think that's actually, if I'm using the word right, is a question of semantics. Right now, presently, we're in a possession of a non-current asset from which we've been getting dividends annually. If a sale occurs, we'll be in a possession of current assets, financial cash, from which we can do what council chooses to do with it. If I have to, I would simply propose that we budget for either a $200,000 dividend from Bruce Telecom, or $200,000 prior to the legacy fund being established to go into the operating budget in 2023. I get a little frustrated when some of the discussion seems to be for like a period of time the asset doesn't exist. And the other point I'll start to make is, if we choose not to do this, the asset still exists. It's going to be generating value when we get it. So we're either going to be doing something with operating, or our capital contributions in 2024 are going to be a lot higher than budgeted. Yet, and I understand, I'll take the heat off of staff because they've been conservative and should, but we are either in 2024 going to be much higher capital contribution than is currently budgeted, or we're going to have a higher operating contribution.
Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. Through you. This is one choice I'm actually pretty diametrically opposed to. I think having taken the Bruce Telecom as an operational asset and selling it, it has become capital. When we think about what we discussed when we were talking about the legacy fund, it was that we are going to use it for capital projects. I think if we start even just now trying to perhaps sneak in some extra money to artificially reduce the tax rate this year, I think that sets a really dangerous precedent for something that could otherwise really set us up long-term for some exciting projects that we want to take on. And I think it just, I'm not necessarily that uncomfortable with where the tax rate is at this point. So I'm not going to be supporting this.
To this point, council has not had a decision of any sort regarding policy of the legacy fund, whether it's capital investment operations, anything. We all have ideas of where it can be best saved or utilized, but from a policy perspective, we haven't had that conversation yet. Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you, and through you, friendly amendment to move from 200,000 to 250. Last year, we used the dividend of $500,000. We split it between capital and dividend. I'm from the school, more like what Mike is, that dividends are actually money that's owed by the taxpayers. They built this thing. The farmers over in Bruce actually built it. It's a great asset. It's going to be a legacy. But we're talking fairly large tax increase that, it's really, we're asking the community to pay probably, what is it, 6.27 blend right now? And there's no reason why we can't use, as Councillor Hirschberger said, either it's a dividend or the proceeds. Why wouldn't we use that money now to reduce it, to allow everyone, like I'm getting into this inclusive of the whole community. Not everyone works at Bruce Power. If we took away the Bruce Power, income, probably, what are we, 135, the average household? We'd probably be down around 60. We talk about affordable housing. We want to sponsor this. We want to sponsor that. If we keep having tax rates of this, we are going to force a lot of people outside our community. We already have. So I'm recommending soft amendment, friendly amendment, go up to 250, and we're going to use that money accordingly this year to reduce our tax rate. Thank you.
Councillor Steinhoff Gray, are you in concurrence with the proposed friendly amendment?
I'm comfortable with the friendly amendment.
And Councillor Prenger,
Yes.
further discussion? Councillor Kavanaugh?
Through the chair, I find myself concurring with Councillor Blackwell. The whole discussion that when it originally came through was the direction to staff to bring back a policy or a procedure on how to establish a legacy fund. And what I see here is basically undermining and attacking the principal amount before it can be established and be used for that. And I understand the frustration because when it transitions from its previous form to its current form, in essence, we are going 1 year without either a dividend or the capital to touch. But to start picking away at it now, and right now, I acknowledge that 250,000 doesn't seem like a lot. But if this is the same thing when it comes back, why not look at that $3 million that I proposed earlier for a community center in Tiverton? And if we follow that trial to its logical extreme, suddenly the 26 million that's proposed or could be coming towards us at the end of this suddenly becomes a lot smaller real fast. So in a way, I oppose this not on the grounds of that I believe that we should be doing everything possible to make things as affordable as possible, but instead to protect future councils and our future inhabitants from greater costs down the road.
Councillor Steinhoff Gray, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Respectfully, I guess my thought process is if it is invested because we don't have a community project in mind, as much as I would love to just fund the Tiverton Community Center, we don't have a project necessarily in mind, but if we invest it properly and have that high yield interest rate, we can always ensure that we have an offset what we dealt with for this year. But I do believe based on the interest, it would be much higher than the current dividend rate anyways. So I'm just suggesting that this is a mechanism for us to ease our way into it in a particularly hard financial year. I'm not suggesting that we dissect the whole. And I just think it's a little obtuse. I'm sorry to think that this one decision means we're going to dissect the whole.
Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you, through you. To go back a little bit, there was a question of whether this motion was in order. Is that if we don't have a dividend and we don't have a sale proceed at this point, are we able to move forward with that or not?
As was pointed out, we are in the gray area between ownership and capital fund. And honestly, Councillor, I don't know the answer to your question. I don't know the answer to that. Director, do you have some sort of guidance in how that works out, or Clerk, do you have some thought? I'm going to provide the director just a moment first, Counselor.
Sorry, through you, Chair. I don't have an answer into the legal question on that. I would just say if council wants to put 250 in and then that it doesn't materialize for whatever reason, then it just gets funded from the deficit, from
Yep,
contingency.
we got to find it somewhere, okay?
Thank you. That was my question that, you know, if we don't get either or, we are going to take it out of probably the capital or the contingency. So we always have a backup. We're hoping not, but you know, those are tough decisions we make now. And if we made the right decision, well, we'll be heroes. And if we don't, well, then the taxpayers will punish us. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor that we use $250,000 from contribution from Bruce Municipal, whether it's a dividend or a sale or whatever proceeds from, to mitigate tax increase this year. Councillor Blackwell.
Thank you, through you. So just following up with Councillor Steinhoff Gray, you said that it would be a one-time thing, so that would then automatically be a 1.2% tax increase next year if this is no longer available to us.
But so the recommendation was the one time only, and what the tax rate is depends on a whole bunch of issues, but it's a one-time contribution to the tax rate this year.
Through you, Chair. Yeah, I meant so much as that we could come up with our policy and know how we're going to address this moving forward. It's just in this year, we haven't had the time to deal with it because the sale went through slower than anticipated. There's been some delays. So it's really taken away our ability to be responsive. But I would say, given our history of having surpluses where we haven't spent everything in our operational budget that go back into contingency, I don't feel like it's a huge risk making this particular distinction.
All in favor of the motion? Opposed? And that's carried. Any further additions, deletions? Yes, Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, I'm gonna go back and revisit. Sorry, I'll just go back and revisit the accessibility committee. I'd like to make a motion that there is $100,000 ring fenced for accessible projects dealing with our catalog of issues to come from the community benefit fund.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Steinhoff Gray. Yes, Deputy Mayor, go ahead. Just explain your motion, please.
So part of the delegation that you'll remember in November from the Accessibility Committee has to do with a lot of small issues. So I don't know that it would fall in capital. I think it'd be operating. I think some of the examples given from the catalog of issues were ensuring that, for instance, everything in the bathroom were accessible, whether that was grab bars were properly placed and accessible, whether that was sort of toilet paper holders. But there was a fair number of what I suggest was low-hanging fruit that the Accessibility Committee thought with the proper ring fencing of funding should be prioritized as we continue to try and move towards accessibility. So there is a catalog of issues, as you're all aware. And within that, some of those issues have been on that catalog for quite a while. And so the intent of this motion is to ensure that the committee can try and move forward with having some funding that's effectively ring fenced to deal with those accessibility issues.
Councillor Stewart, please.
This is a procedural thing. We don't usually give committees funds. We usually approve all things. And I like your idea. I'm not opposed to it. The problem is just giving a large amount of money, proceeds without actually understanding everything. I don't know if we can put a parking lot on this one or something, because we asked for a staff report, and I'm more than willing to support once I hear it, and I'm sorry to be negative, but I just don't give out money without really understanding where it's gonna go. And I have the council agree to it. Thank you.
Can I respond?
Well, I'm actually going to direct it towards our Director of Manager of Legislative Wisdom. Hi there. What would be the expectation that council might have regarding understanding this motion, how we would manage or distribute or acknowledge the projects that they're going to address?
I would say that the committee would not receive the $100,000, so it wouldn't go to the committee. It would go to whichever department was doing that project. So on the catalog of issues, there's projects for all sorts of different departments, community services certainly being the lion's share of them. And so I would see the money being distributed to those, but Deputy Mayor Clark could maybe correct me if I'm wrong.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor, through you. No, and just to go to Councillor Stewart's point, I think the intent of my motion was that it was ring fence effectively, that those funds were ring fence for the purpose of accessibility. So you're quite right that the committee itself wouldn't be getting the funds, but it's just to ensure that there is money available when we're going through this catalog of issues. The accessibility committee certainly can put forward what they believe should be prioritized on those catalog of issues to be dealt with, but it's not for the committee itself.
Councillor Stanoff Gray, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. This is actually something that I could personally support, and I would remind discussions council had previously when we were dealing with our water safety committee and peer safety and the importance of empowerment. We select these people that serve on these committees based on their experience and personal I would say personal experience with accessibility in our community, which makes them one of the strongest advisors. So giving them the power to help earmark a certain amount of funds in our community, I think would really allow for some targeted approach to accessibility, in my humble opinion.
Clerk, please.
I would say that the catalog of, through you, the catalog of issues is something that's approved by council. So it's essentially council that is saying this catalog of issues is all the issues that we have in the municipality. The Accessibility Advisory Committee is an advisory committee that provides advice to council on what those issues should be. The $100,000 would essentially be not necessarily directed by the committee, but directed by that catalog of issues.
Councillor Blackwell and then Stewart, please.
Thank you. Through you, I certainly think that there's quite a number of issues on the catalog of issues that could be addressed. I guess I have two kind of points. The first is the Reserve Fund 75, having some conversations about different reserve funds. Would there not be limitations on what that could be used for? If it's a capital specific fund, and some of these things that they may identify are operational.
For you, Chair, yes, that is correct. So I guess it would depend on the project where you'd have to review and determine whether it is an eligible project under the terms of that agreement.
Well, I would offer a comment that the variety of projects lends itself actually to inclusion on the tax rate rather than a reserve fund itself. It's a half a point. Like if it's 100,000, give or take a bit. Councillor Stewart, you had a question?
Yeah, it's basically the same thing as along with my fellow councillor here. I'm not sure in this catalog whether it's capital or operational, so unfortunately, I'd like to support it, but we really need to know all the details. And it's at the 10th hour. I don't know what we can do, but we might have to bring this back next week or a couple of weeks. Might even have to add it to the budget. But right now, it'd be a hard thing to support because I don't understand where we'd be getting the money exactly and where it would go. Thanks.
Question for our director, please. I don't have my list in front of me. Do we have a reserve dedicated to accessibility? Okay, so could we make a transfer to reserves out of the operating account into the reserve that is designated to be used for this catalog of issues? If you take it, like if we designate the funds on our operating account with the intent of transferring them into the reserve to be used when needed by the department to resolve the catalog of issues, is that a plausible money path?
Through you, Chair. So yes, you could raise the money on the tax rate and then allocate it to a reserve fund, and then we would just have to track the usage of that fund. Yes, we could do that. I'm not quite sure right now which reserve fund that would be. That's why I'm hesitating.
Councillor Hinchberger, Blackwell, Stewart.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. The issue I have with that is that if you put it into the operating budget this year and don't purposely include it next year as in the summary of budgetary impacts as a removal, what you've essentially done is funded $100,000 worth of projects every year to the end of time. That's what you have done.
Well, if you designate it as a one-time, there's lots of issues that we put in and then take out the next year, whether it's all sorts of things, if we designated it for that. Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. Through you, I'm a little hesitant, perhaps to approve funding in advance without having the prioritization of what is on the catalog of issues, and what's actually feasible for our staff to complete. I think recognizing that our accessibility committee is an advisory committee that eventually council would need to approve it anyway. I'm wondering whether it's worthwhile requesting a report for the accessibility committee to identify the projects with an associated cost or estimate, and a work plan for our staff to actually be able to achieve some of this. I would feel quite terrible if we put a whole bunch of money aside and then said, well, we can't actually move forward with anything this year because we don't have capacity, or because we can't agree on which ones are the ones we need to move forward on.
Councillor Stewart.
Thank you. Could we, and this is actually through you, could we take 100,000 out of the 75 community benefit and just park it for now? I mean, we can always, I know you don't like to do this, council, but you can always move a transfer reserve fund into operational if we have to. But right now, we're really guessing on amount with no projects. And, we're going to come to the conclusion that we won't vote for it, or we'll say maybe no or yes, but we're really doing something totally unknown. So we got to be cautious about this, please.
Once again, all of this would be based on a staff report so that we are know as much as we possibly can about the report. I'm going to limit debate on this one. We either our options. We have a motion on the floor to include $100,000 taken from the reserve. We understand the intent is to get a staff report to develop the list of priorities for like in response to the catalog of issues. And I would also acknowledge that we're likely not going to get them all done this year. So it might be a continuing reserve that we have there for completion. But we also have the option to, we'll vote on that motion first. So everybody in favor of the deputy mayor's motion, can you read it again for us, Clark, just so we confirm?
So that 100,000 be used for accessibility projects from the catalog of issues on a one-time basis taken from the reserve fund. Okay. With reserve fund.
Yeah. Yeah. It is a reserve based on the director's, when we get the report back about what the project is, what the cost is, we'll also get the report based on what reserve fund it's coming from. No, it's not non-operational.
Oh, sorry.
It needs to be. We're just confirming the motion. Can you restate, did you have any connection to the, a staff report in your motion at all?
There wasn't originally, I don't believe. I'm happy for that to be amended for there to be the direction. No, and sorry, and there's no issues with it being one time from the reserve fund, just to address Councillor Hinberger's point.
Okay. Catalog of issues, 100,000 from reserve based on staff report regarding the nature of the remediation funded through the department from a reserve of the director's choosing. All in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried. From the director's choosing. She gets to pull it. So I'm watching and listening to body language at this point. No, we can be done if I would like, if we're able to get to the end of our operating budget in a broad picture. I acknowledge that we have another budget meeting scheduled. We can, if we're down to one or two items, we can do it as part of a regular council meeting. But I also want you to be alert enough to make reasoned decisions. So if we can power through till 5:30, that's 25 minutes. Okay, we had scheduled 6, but it's been a long day for all of us. So at this point, are there any more add-ons to the operating budget? Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you, through you. I would like to move that we add 1.5% as a asset management plan.
Is there a seconder to the motion? Councillor Kavanaugh, discussion, Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you, through you. Looking at some of the reserve funds that we've been taking from today, looking at our capital reserve and our future expenses within our 5-year plan. Our life cycle reserve is essentially depleted after last year, or after next year, apologies. And it's just very concerning to me that we aren't planning ahead and actually investing in our long-term assets. I think it's going to position us into a place where we are unable to make choices. We're going to be forced into corners. So I think it's incredibly important that we keep pushing forward. It's only 1.5 when the recommendation is actually 6.7, I believe.
Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Thank you very much. And through the chair, it's important to acknowledge that we're making decisions that will not impact just this year, but subsequent years going far into the future. And I worry that by cutting it too low or trying to be too cognizant of what today's needs are, we are setting up future councils and our future municipality for a world of hurt. Building this in and acknowledging that even the most conservative of previous councils have seeked to hit that 3% mark. I would prefer this to be higher, but I realize that I would be in the minority of this council. So 1.5% is a step in the right direction.
Councillor Stewart, please.
I can't support this at all. I'm a little bit confused. The life cycle fund at the end of 24 has got 8.6 million. So I don't understand how we describe it or delete it, but it's pretty healthy. I think that, you're going to have these exceptional years. And, this is the largest increase. I think it's 7.02 or 82. That's the largest increase that we have had for a council for just the municipal in the last 6-7 years I've been around. So we are taking a huge step forward, but we got to be careful. I mean, we got to be inclusive with everyone. And I don't think we're hurting ourselves. We're extremely well financed, and thank you. Roxana keeps us pretty honest out there, if not fully honest, but we're pretty well financed. We can sometimes have to borrow from something to get something. So
I know that was an off-the-cuff remark.
What?
But not fully honest. I would
Well, no, I
I-
said Foley. Sorry, I
yeah,
meant to correct it.
Foley,
She
thank
does a
you.
great job
Thank you.
with us and keeping us honest and everything else and telling us the shortfalls. But, I just think that, we're gonna have a budget increase of what, 6.41 if we approve this draft? That is a pretty hefty one considering, and I think that, it's fair to be as fair to the community as possible. And I just think a 1.5 is not really required at this particular time.
Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I'll try not to make this rambling a little bit. I'll start off with a bit of a Bruce Telecom aspect to this too. So one of the reasons we were sold on say the transaction was the fact that I can remember in the staff report comparing the dividend we get with what we could reasonably expect to get should it be cash and invested properly, and it was significantly above what we were getting in a dividend. I think like almost like a factor of 3. We were talking like 1.5 million versus $500,000. So that being said, again, I really have this problem, like we're pretending for a year like it doesn't exist. And so even if we were to put $250,000 into the operating revenue for the year, based on the analysis that sold us, we are essentially going to be contributing 1.71 or 1.25 million into capital this year, anyways. The other thing I think is we really need to start taking a hard look at the assumptions that end up in the funding model in the asset management plan, because I clearly they demonstrated we need to raise money in order to plan for the replacement of our $975 million in assets. But some of the things are dictating things related to balance. The plan is front-end loaded to get us up to a certain level on plane by 2032 or 33. There are some expenditures in there right now. If I've got this right, it generally looked at the assumption that you take your asset, figure out how much life was left, what its replacement value was in $22 and stick it in. So for example, there's a $27 million hit showing in that spreadsheet for 2027 that I think is probably somewhat related to the Davidson Center reaching end of life. And what it's assuming at the time is that we're going to take out large loans. I don't dispute that we have to look at things in general and that we need to raise money. I think it's maybe time to kind of like sharpen the pencil a little bit, run a few other sort of simulations on future progress with our assets before we, like prior to the 2025 budget year.
Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. Through you, I'm just going to quote a little bit from page 30 in our budget. So it says, while the budget includes a 4.35 million capital contribution, at the same time, the budget draws on this reserve by the amount of 5.62 million, resulting in a reduction from the life cycle fund of 1.41 million, 2 million. The overall transfer of funds into the life cycle reserve should be substantially more than the funds transferred out for current projects. Otherwise, long-term capital plan will remain significantly underfunded. Furthermore, the draft 2025 capital budget currently draws more than 14 million from this fund, resulting in an estimated net deficit of $45,000. So there are other contributions to capital within this, another 355,000. I have some concerns with the amount that we have been utilizing reserve funds for projects, and I would like future councils to have the opportunity to do that as well. I'm quite concerned that we are shortchanging future generations and future homeowners and members of this community by not allowing them to make good choices. In many cases, my intention for the life cycle or the legacy fund for Bruce Telecom is not necessarily to maintain our current assets. It's to continue building our community out. So I would have concerns about turning that around and using it just to maintain where we're at, because even with a 3% tax increase, our reductions to service levels will be realized over time.
Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Thank you. Thank you, through you, Mayor. So like, I appreciate Councillor Blackwell's comments, but if we think about the asset management plan and funding it for capital, in effect, by my calculations, our contributions in 2024 are going to be 5.37 million. They're the 4.35 that's quoted, plus the 350,000 that we're putting respectively into, say, like Kincardine Fire, Roads Reserve Fund, the landfill, and the Davidson Center, which are essentially for assets that are in the asset management plan. In addition, I understand the SPRMO development contribution ends in 10 years or no, but right now, until we did something about it today, we took $300,000, or we're going to take 300,000 out of that to refurbish the Davidson Center track, which was an asset. So I would say that right now, it's more like we've put in $5.4 million this year, and it really doesn't even actually take into account what we might have had to add to it from a Bruce Telecom dividend. I feel like we've been conservative and we are being conservative, but I think we're like, in some areas really conservative. Thanks.
Councillor Stewart, please.
And just to conclude and to talk about this life cycle, it's not for new, it's basically replacement sort of type of thing. We have lots of roads and everything else. But we're also, I think you remember, we're looking at some excess property and to dispose of it. I think that you're going to find, especially in the next 2 or 3 years when we're on council, we'll be looking at a lot of our facilities and we probably need to reduce some because we realize that's $1 trillion to replace it. It's very expensive. So I think that, we are way ahead of everyone else and our treasurer deserves all the credit because she started on this, 12 years ago? And we're a lot better off. Look at Saugeen Shores. They're just starting now, but we've been in good shape. I mean, we have put, 27 almost million dollars into the fund, and we started way before anybody else. I'm not sure what the other, and it doesn't really matter, the other communities are going to have a problem, but I don't think we need to add another 1.5. We have contributed already indirectly, and I think that this year is fine. And next year is another year, we can take another look at it. Thank you.
Right, we have a motion on the floor to contribute 1.5% on the operating, and the tax levy rate, which one? One of them on the taxes to contribute towards the asset management plan. All in favor of that? Anyone opposed? And that's defeated. Anything else that you would like to add or delete from the operating budget? Yes, Deputy Mayor, please.
I think this is going to be a quick ask. I go back to the accessibility delegation on November 22nd, and all that I'm seeking here is a report from staff concerning updating the accessible parking spaces, and I will need some information concerning the amount that would cost. So that's my motion.
Seconded by Councillor Kavanaugh. So you're seeking a report on the number, the status, the state of parking?
So the request will be looking at updating all the accessible parking spaces, but I'll need an update concerning the cost of that. The numbers, I guess, will be integrated in the cost. I presume that'll be a part of the report.
So there, once again, there's the challenge of, we're talking about budget and what does that mean? So is this, could this be utilized out of the same reserve fund that that the director is going to establish for us for the 100,000? Or are you looking for additional funds? What's the intent, Deputy Mayor, please?
I think the intent really was to get a report, to be honest, at this stage, but I take the point that it's more than likely could be used potentially out of the funding allocated for the yeah.
So at this point, it's just a request for a report from staff regarding the cost of updating parking spaces. Okay? Any further discussion? Yes, absolutely.
When you say municipal parking spaces, I mean every municipal parking lot and on-street parking? I just want to make sure.
It's just the accessible parking spaces? But yes, yeah, I don't have, that's right, municipal.
On-street and municipal parking lots.
That's great, correct.
So there's a number of parking spaces that are owned by other organizations, and that's not part of the report. No, just the municipal aspect. All in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried. Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. Through you, I'm back on page 20, which is additional items for consideration. And I'm looking at the strategic plan estimate. Um, I'd like to add something in for the strategic planning. I really don't want it to be that significant. I think we may need a facilitator or a workshop to work on this, but I think council obviously knows the significant pressures that we're facing. And I think there is opportunity to update a plan with a long-term vision, but with a short-term framework for the rest of our term. So I'm not sure what a a smaller scaled back version of that would look like without significant large-scale public consultation, but what something smaller would look like, and if anyone would support that kind of an approach.
So is there a motion in there, Councillor Blackwell?
I would like to add, I'll start with $5,000 for strategic planning, please.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Kennedy? Justification, please. Actually, never mind, don't bother. Manager of Strategic Initiatives, can we buy lunch for $5,000?
Through you, Mayor Clark, Mayor Clark, oh my goodness, through you, I'm getting tired, Mayor Craig. Okay, the ad hoc group has only had one meeting, and actually at the next meeting, one of the things was to look at a range of strategic plan. I had two options, either a lower, like a light version, I call it, or the more intense version, and the range was 20,000 to 80,000 max. And that includes things like our scanning work, our environmental scanning work, council workshops, citizen engagement, of course, developing a tracking and measurement and monitoring system, and having the software to do that so that way we can report back to council with a software system. But it really is a range, and so was going to talk with the ad hoc committee around what their preferences and recommendations were around that light or a heavy version.
So if council establishes a number, then that's kind of where we're at, but it doesn't start at 5,000. I bet you'd like to make a friendly amendment, wouldn't you?
Thank you. Through you, can I make a friendly amendment for $25,000?
Seconder, do you agree with that friendly amendment? Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. We do have one standing already, a strategic plan that I guess it expires at the end of 24. Do you think that the staff could actually extend that? We have a lot of things going on in 24. And, maybe it's time that, I like to do a full plan, the old 80,000, but I don't know if we can really bring that into play to this year with all the other things we want to do. Is there any way that we can extrapolate what we have done in, what we're planning to do in 24 and stretch that a little bit into 25? And then 25, we'll do a full plan for the next 2 or 3 years. It's a question to you, Lori.
Through you, Mayor Craig. So we do have an integrated strategy right now. I wouldn't call it a strategic plan. It's bringing all of the sort of comprehensive plans we have from across the organization into an integrated strategy. We haven't really had the opportunity for council to really, like even this session actually was really helpful, understanding priorities and having that kind of roadmap around those priorities. That would be something. If it, we could absolutely continue with the integrated strategy and put the new priorities from today into that. So it could kind of continue until the end of your term. But again, that's council's discretion. And we're going back to the recommendation from the governance review that did say that council would like a strategic plan. So that's where we developed the ad hoc committee, and that's kind of, we were following council direction.
Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. Through you, part of my hesitation perhaps with doing a large scale, long-term looking plan is historically, in looking at many other strategic plans across the province, they're done in kind of concert with a term of council. So the long-term vision is there in terms of how you're prioritizing, but the actual work that you want to get done is tied to your plan. I'd be really hesitant to get all excited and create this really long-term, wonderful plan, and then have a new council come in next term and say, well, that doesn't align with us, and have to do it all over again. So that's my input from my background in strategic planning, is that I'd like to see something that's does help and communicate our vision a little bit more, but I don't know that we have to go all out in doing that in order for it to be a productive document.
So if I may, one of the challenges I think that this council faced was that when we started our term, we were so all over the place that staff had a real challenge understanding. And from my perspective, be handed a document that says, for the first year of your term, this is where we're going. To read it and understand it and develop so that it gives the next council the opportunity. Their first year is, this is where you're going, and if you want to change it after that, that's okay, but give staff opportunity to inform and guide, and you know, we get our legs under us. So there is, like, this will be at least a 3-year document, maybe not a 4, but at least a 3. Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I guess I'm supporting both of you. I can remember sitting in one of the plenary sessions at Roma, and Roma rolled out the strategic plan for the board of directors, and it was for the period 2024 to 2027. So I like the idea of a strategic plan and be mindful about reaching farther in the future beyond your mandate. So I guess in this matter, Councillor Blackwell and I are in a bit of alignment.
So there's a motion that we would like to talk about, and it's Councillor Stewart that's going to talk about it first. So there we go.
Sorry, I just want to understand, you know, with a 25 per thousand light, what are you expecting, or what are the goals, or what are you really expecting for 25 that we couldn't use what our manager said and expand what those things that we're doing in 24? I mean, what do you see in 25 that we can't do now?
Thank you, through you. I think in some cases this is perhaps getting ahead of ourselves because we do have a strategic planning ad hoc committee. But on a personal level, I think that our integrated strategy is significant. And I think if we actually want to hone in and feel like we've achieved things, I think we really need to focus. And so I think that that is what some of this discussion will need to be on, is what are the greatest needs and what are our greatest priorities, and actually really focusing and making a dent on those, as opposed to kind of trying to do a little bit on, I think it's what, like 40 things that have been identified. So again, that's my perspective. I think that the strategic planning committee will come back. My request is to add some funds to the budget so that it's in there. And then in the future, if the strategic committee planning committee has a different viewpoint, they can come and ask for a budget amendment, but I'd like to have at least something in there.
So if I might quote from our recommended governance strategic report, it acknowledged the integrated strategic plans and the multiple plans it brought together, but like they were just put in the same pot. They really didn't merge together to create a, you know, this is where we're going. They were a casserole rather than an integrated meal. Councillor Steinhoff Gray.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I guess I struggle because I was actually so excited to be on the strategic planning committee. And one of the things I'm struggling with is I feel like as a municipality, we're in a tactical mode. We're not in eloquent solution mode. We've got a lot of things coming at us that we have to deal with, which makes strategic visioning a little bit of a challenge. So I would actually like to challenge the committee to do as much as we can internally without consultant support to pursue those avenues. And then hopefully we're in a better posture come 2025 where we could really dig our heels in and get that proper movement going forward. That's just my perspective on it. I don't want to just throw 25K at it and hope for the best. I'd rather really put my shoulder to the wheel on that committee and potentially open up some slots on that committee to our community so that they can provide inputs and see how far we can get through self-driven initiative.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you, and I agree with you fully. And, you know, I've seen, and I wanted to thank the council, I've seen a huge improvement going through the budget process this year, and it takes time to really understand our position and how this all works. And I think I agree with you. I mean, we're still going into this transition. I think that we can get some recommendations and we can cover ourselves, but I would wait until 25 to really start to do strategic again, because we're still in that sort of transitional understanding. We got a lot of things thrown at us. And I think that, you know, we're understanding what we need to do. And this is going to be a real interesting year. And I think we can push a lot through. But to throw strategic and to try to figure out what we're going to do 2 or 3 years, I'm looking at what we're going to have to accomplish this year in 24. Thank you.
Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. Through you, I guess, I often think of strategic planning as kind of like punching your destination into a GPS, and depending on how much time you have, you may not get there all the way the first time. So it, I would hesitate to say, well, let's do it in 2025, only because if we wait to start planning until 2025, our term ends in 2026. So we would basically be planning for someone else, or for the very end of our term. And I think the benefit of a strategic plan is it's not just a list of all the things you want to do, but it's also a way of prioritizing them. And I think that that's where, as a council, we struggled a little bit to actually say, instead of say yes to everything, but to say which is the number one, and that helps us to understand when we say no. So again, I would have concerns that if we don't put anything in and we wait too long, then we're going to end up in a position where we spend a bunch of money planning for a future that none of us may see if we don't get reelected.
So the motion that's on the floor is that we include 25,000 in the budget to facilitate a consultant or to have a consultant to direct it. It's not the development of the strategic plan. It is the development of the plan to get the plan. The ad hoc, that's what the ad hoc committee is doing. So correct me if I'm wrong, what's the intent of the money, Manager Fiozzi?
Through you, Mayor Craig, there's several components in there, and depending upon the budget, then that would be part of what the ad hoc committee would consider. But I'd say the consultant is the minor piece of it. It's part of it is the tracking software. It's the community conversations. It's a whole bunch of different things that gets us to the point of that. It councils conversations. So facilitator maybe, but it's 25,000 to either do the light or the sort of more intense version was what was proposed in the budget.
So the question is, are we going to do the light budget or the heavy budget? No, we're going to call the question. Thank you. So all in favor of? Okay. So that is not a procedural issue. You can't raise a point of order on an answer.
Sorry, if the money isn't just for a consultant, that would change my perspective directly. I felt like we were paying for consultants to help us on this process. So I'd like to understand the software component, because perhaps we could do an in-house SharePoint to collect feedback from our constituents, but I'd like to understand the software component because that would change my vote dramatically. Sorry.
You, Mayor Craig. So the software hasn't been chosen yet. So part of that is part of the research that I've been doing is which platforms to use. I've used several in my previous career. Again, it would depend on the organization. What do we already have here? Doing a bit of a scan to see if there's something we have existing that we could use it to track. But that would be part of what we would need to work through with the ad hoc group. But I've just budgeted the 15,000 annually for tracking. But again, I don't know. That's a high estimate. I don't know until we have those conversations.
Councillor Prenger, you were up first in line for more questions. Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. Just one question, because we talked about having, and through you, Chair, we talked about having a ad hoc committee. So there's going to be a final report coming to council. When would that date be?
Through you, Mayor Craig, we've had one ad hoc committee meeting, and so we've tentatively scheduled having something come to council in March, either in the form of a workshop and or a report. We just haven't had the chance to kind of digest all of the pieces because we just have had one meeting. So
there's a motion on the floor that we support this project with a tax with an amount of $25,000. All in favor? Anyone opposed? And that was carried. Any further additions or deletions to the proposed operating budget? Ms. Clancy, where are we at? At this point, nearing the very end of this day's budget conversation, where are we at?
All right, through you. So right now we're at a tax rate, a municipal tax rate increase of 6.42%. And the blended tax rate is 5.62%.
So I'm not going to ask for questions about the budget. If you have opportunity to or desire to say, how did you feel going through this? What was the outcome? Is there benefit? Like, I'm not looking for a novel. Is it good, bad, productive, headachy? Where are we at? Deputy, you, yes, you may.
Just as it is almost it's after 5:30. If there is appetite to approve the capital budget, if council isn't looking to approve the entire budget, that would assist in moving projects forward.
Do you have a motion for that? Okay, so we have we need a mover and seconder that council approve the draft 2024 capital budget as amended. Moved by councillors Hinchberger and Kavanaugh. Discussion, please. Discussion? Councillor Blackwell, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you. I don't recall the van for the lead hand being added as a capital item. I remember there was discussion about it being a pilot project to rent. Did I miss that? It's just on our list. The second last item is 60,000.
Yeah, Director, please.
Through you, Chair. So for that lead hand position, we just added in the 60,000 under capital, but if you would like to remove that, that's fine. But then we would have to add the equivalent of the rental cost of the van, which I don't know what that is.
Councillor Stewart, please.
I just wanted to clarify, please, through you. This is because we're hiring a lead hand, is this correct? I just wanted to add a comment about having two lead hands. I'm assuming that you're going to not have them 9 to 5, 35 hours a week. And I'm hoping you're going to split their time like Sunday to Thursday and Wednesday to, Sunday or whatever else. Because we do need that sort of all-inclusive sort of maintenance of those buildings, and it just doesn't happen between 9
Sorry,
to 5.
point of order. We're talking about the van and whether it's a
Well,
capital
this is what
purchase.
I'm trying to say. So if we have two different shifts.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. As the chair, I have to respond to when somebody asks
Okay,
for a point of
go
order.
ahead.
So this is where the discussion is regarding the capital budget. And I think there is some issue around actually, it's about the people who were actually hired. There was one lead hand, one outside parks and facilities. So we only have one lead hand.
I think this will take us to 2. This will take us to 2. This is the problem because we only.
No, excuse me. Can we get a clarification from either Human Resources or our director, please?
Through you, yes. What I presented to you was one lead hand plus one inside-outside maintainer. they will not be working together. They're working in different facilities. So hopefully that clarifies.
So once again, we are on the capital budget. Capital budget. Councillor Stewart?
Yeah, I'm sorry, and I'm going to ask questions. So we're only adding actually that one van that was already in the capital project. Because there was some mention if we hired a lead hand, we might need another van, but that's not that other van then.
The lead hand is showing a capital, through you, is showing a capital vehicle. The inside-outside maintainer will use our existing fleet that we have and try it as a pilot to see if we will need additional fleet for the following year. And if so, I'll be back in 2025 presenting that to council.
So we have the proposed capital budget moved and seconded. Any further discussion about approval? All in favor of approving the draft budget? Anyone opposed? That's carried. Okay, we good? Want to comment on the process or anything?
Very briefly, as we should, I think we're all better at this, this year. I think the quality of information provided by staff is excellent. I think the council is getting better at understanding at a greater level of detail the issues. We're not always, and as we should, agreeing on everything that we choose to do, but I think we're getting more effective at debate and making decisions.
Councillor Prenger?
In everyone's interest, can I say ditto?
Councillor Stewart?
Yes, I'll express the same thing as my fellow counselor. Thank you. It was a quantum leap different from last year, and I think everyone feels more comfortable. And thank you, staff, for putting together reports that were easy to understand. So I think I would give us a round of applause. So the whole process was a lot better and a lot smoother. Thank you.
Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. Through you, I certainly appreciate the support we have had from staff in preparing for this meeting and in answering our questions. I hope it was less painful for them this year. It was certainly less painful for me to go through. I do want to thank my fellow counselors. I think these were some really very challenging conversations and some really challenging choices. My only request may be coming into our next budget meeting to have an update of our the impact on reserves on some of the choices that were made today.
Councillor Kennedy, please.
Yes, just my 6th year sitting at the table and by far the best budget process that we've ever went through. Thank you.
Councillor Steinhoff-Gray?
Thank you, through you, Chair. I would echo much of my fellow councillors' discussions points. I do want to thank the staff for the time and energy that went into all of these line items and being here for all of our questions. It's been a really long day. So thank you very much for that. And then the only comment I would say is we may not always agree, but I am so happy at how much passion's been shown, not just by the community, but by ourselves to try to get this right for the future of the municipality. So thanks to everyone for that.
Councillor Kavanaugh?
Thank you very much. And through the chair, I want to echo what Councillor Steinhoff-Gray said, in that these are difficult decisions that we make, and we come together and we do our very best to make our community the place that we want to live in. So thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor, through you. I want to thank the staff. The reports were very informative, very helpful. Equally, I want to thank council who sit at this table. It's been a leap in terms of the difference with regards to both coming with questions pre-asked and sort of having information to formulate decisions on, staff being fully aware of kind of maybe some of the issues that may arise. So that has been helpful in expediting the process, and to the chair, really well chaired meeting. Thank you.
And I would like to express my appreciation for who each and every one of you are. You have brought your wisdom, your experience, and as so many have said, your passion. Please expect a phone call from me in the next week or so, maybe before, so we can have the meeting after the meeting to discuss that was good. Could we do it this way or that way or some other way? So I appreciate those conversations as well. I look forward to seeing the great things that our staff can do with the budget that we've offered them this year. So very good. So I need a mover and seconder that the bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council of the corporation of the municipality of Kincardine be deemed to be read first, second, third time, finally passed and numbered as bylaw 2024-13, moved by councillors Hinchberg and Blackwell. All in favor? It's carried. And mover and seconder that the special council meeting adjourns at 5:45 by Steinoff, Gray, and Prenger. All in favor? And we are adjourned.
Think so.
Good God, I would not want to do that. I'm heading up.